Chapter 15:27. The beauties of Azure's sacred city are really hospitable. The handsome man courteously rejected a few beauties from the Azure sacred city and said with a smile. The beautiful woman with a dragon horn said with a frigid expression, "Young master, we didn't come to Azure's sacred temple to have fun." The young master of true Luo temple said with a faint smile, "I know, Nina. However, only the eye of primordial darkness has some strength in a trifling Azure sacred temple. But even if he gets the full support of Azure's sacred temple, he won't be able to surpass me in a mere month." The young master of true Luo temple said with a smile, "Life is so beautiful. We have eternal life, so we need to have a heart that enjoys a beautiful life. Only in this way can we enjoy the beauty of life for a long time. Otherwise, what's the point of living for so long?" The tall, sexy, and beautiful girl with a long horn like that of a unicorn said with a face full of admiration, "Young master's words really make sense." A beautiful young lady with short blue hair walked out from the crowd. She was dressed in a professional uniform, and she seemed to be in high spirits. She appeared before the young master of the true Luo Sacred Hall and said indifferently, "I'm Zhou Ning, the head attendant of the Azure Sacred Hall. Young master of true Luo Temple, please come with me." "Okay." The young master of true Luo Temple smiled gently, and traces of mysterious power slowly spread out of him, increasing his charm by more than 100 times. The eyes of the beauties of Azure Sacred City within 1,000 meters couldn't help but be attracted by the young master of true Luo Temple, and they walked over. Zhou Ning's gaze was indifferent, and he pressed down casually. Terrifying blue light flickered and slammed into the beauties of Azure Sacred City within 1,000 meters and blasted them away. Zhou Ning said coldly, "Please." The eyes of the young master of true Luo Temple flickered with interest, and he said with a smile, "You're really an interesting woman, Zhou Ning. I've never seen such an interesting woman. How about becoming my woman?" Zhou Ning said lightly, "If you become the eternal king in the future, or become the holy master of Azure Sacred Temple, then say something like this to me." The peerless beauty with the unicorn raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "How arrogant." The young master of the true Luo Temple smiled gently and said, "Aisha, this Ms. Zhou Ning should be the 7th princess of the Azure True Extreme Monarch. Don't be rude." Isha's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "The 7th princess of the Azure True Extreme Monarch. Excuse me." The eternal king was high and mighty, his might suppressing many eternal worlds. They controlled the fate of countless universes and were invincible. Other than eternal kings of the same rank, it was very difficult for other eternal beings to kill an eternal king. Every eternal king had many children. Only those children who could become eternal sovereigns could become clansmen of the eternal king. Only those experts who reached the 7th heaven of the eternal realm, or higher, could become princesses and princes. Zhou Ning was the 7th daughter of the Azure True Extreme Monarch, who had advanced to the 7th firmament of the eternal realm. Her status was high, and she wasn't someone that Aisha could afford to offend. Zhou Ning said coldly, "Please." The young master true Luo Sacred Palace smiled and followed Zhou Ning to Azure Sacred Palace. Azure Sacred Palace Headquarters, Sacred Leader Palace. The young master of true Luo Sacred Palace bowed to Sacred Leader Azure. "Greetings, Sacred Leader Azure." Sacred Leader Azure said, "Please sit." The young master of true Luo Sacred Palace sat down, while Isha and Nina stood quietly behind him. The young master of true Luo Sacred Palace smiled warmly. "Sacred Leader Azure, I came to Azure Sacred Palace this time to spar with the young master candidates of Azure Sacred Palace. I want to see the secret techniques of Azure Sacred Palace. The profound Sacred Heaven, Boda Sacred Heaven, and True Extreme Sacred Heaven were the 3 main sacred heavens of the human race. They would join forces to fight against the other 7 sacred heavens, but most of the time, they would fight each other endlessly. Not long ago, the profound sacred heaven and Boda's sacred heaven had engaged in a local war to fight for the control of some upper and middle heavens. Once the young masters of the various sacred palaces were established, they would usually head to the other sacred heavens and challenge the human race forces, using upper and middle heavens as a wager. This is a tacit agreement of many human forces to fight for the control of upper and middle heavens. Okay. A queer look in his eyes, sacred leader Azure smiled and pointed at the void with the scepter in his hand. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng and the other three powerhouses appeared in the reception hall. "Greetings, Sir Holy Lord. Greetings, Sir Leader." When Yang Feng's group of four appeared, they bowed to sacred leader Azure, sacred leader, sitting on the throne, and the scarlet-haired who appeared at an unknown time. These four should be Azure Temple's Eye of Origin Darkness, Sacred Wind, Lightning of Desolation, and Yang Feng. What dragons and phoenixes among men? I will use the burning rock heaven as a wager. Which one of you wants to fight me? The young master smiled, got up, came to the center of the reception hall, and looked at Yang Feng's group of four with arrogance in his eyes. Another one. Sacred Wind's eyes shimmered with a queer shade, and he uttered with a smile. Lightning of Desolation smiled faintly. "I feel much better now." The eyes of Eye of Origin Darkness flickered slightly, and a queer shade shimmered in his eyes. Sacred Leader Azure, Sacred Leader, said lightly, "Yang Feng, go and fight the young master of the true Luo Temple. We will use the Crystal Heaven as a wager." "Yes, Holy Lord." Yang Feng walked to the center of the reception hall. The eyes of the young master of the true Luo Temple flickered, and he said unhurriedly, "Yang Feng, I heard that you obtained the Turo monarch's treasure trove. Is this true?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "Guess." The eyes of the young master flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Yang Feng, let's make a bigger wager. You have already quelled the West Mist demonic realm, the secluded demonic realm, and the Black Wind demonic realm. If you lose, the three demonic realms will belong to me. If you win, I will give you three realms of the same level. How about it?" Yang Feng responded indifferently. "Okay, young master, since you are so generous and want to give me territories, then I will accept it." Sacred Leader Azure, Sacred Leader pointed at the center of the reception hall with a blue scepter in his hand. Countless blue rays fell from the sky and entered the reception hall, and a blue arena emerged. The blue arena is engraved with countless mysterious runes. Even if it is a fight between Holy Lord rank powerhouses, they will find it difficult to destroy the blue arena. The young master of true Luo Divine Palace smiled faintly and stepped into the arena. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena as well. The arena doesn't look big, but after Yang Feng entered, he discovered that the arena is an abandoned universe. He could see a sky full of stars and a boundless starry sky. "Yang Feng, let me show you the peerless secret method of the true Luo Temple. The true Luo Holy Monarch method." The young master smiled indifferently. His eyes shimmered coldly, and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. Boundless terrifying power filled the air and condensed into a terrifying giant that was over 10,000 miles tall. There were 3 holes on its chest, and its eyes were shut tight. It had 6 pairs of bone wings on its back. The giant with 3 holes on its chest is the true Luo Holy Monarch, an eternal monarch who died in the eternal world. The true Luo Holy Monarch obtained the true Luo Holy Monarch's inheritance, which allowed him to defy the heavens and become an eternal monarch. The true Luo Holy Monarch method is a heaven-defying secret method of the true Luo Temple that can be practiced all the way to the 9th heaven of the eternal world. When the projection of the true Luo Holy Monarch appeared, wisps of eternal monarch might spread and swept in all directions. Anyone weaker than an eternal monarch will be suppressed by the true Luo Holy Monarch might, and their strength will be reduced by more than 30%. Heh. From the 3 holes on the chest of the true Luo Holy Monarch came hair-raising screams, and strange sound waves swept towards Yang Feng. Amazing. This was truly a top-notch secret technique. It combines the essences of illusion, space, time, fate, speed, light, power, and many other essences. Amazing. Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. His eyes flashed coldly, and he sent his right hand flying, and a star containing the power to destroy everything suddenly appeared and slammed into a spacious void. In the spacious void, ripples flickered, and the projection of the true Luo, holy monarch, appeared and extended a claw towards Yang Feng. Boom! In the arena, a fearsome explosion erupted, and the projection of holy monarch true Luo burst apart and crumbled. The star of power slammed into the young master of the true Luo temple, shattered the numerous barriers that the young master of the true Luo temple had set up, and blasted him flying 5,000 kilometers away. Sacred wind uttered with a smile. Another one. The eyes of thunder of desolation, an eye of primordial darkness shimmered. They were all insta-killed by Yang Feng. Now that they saw the arrogant young master of the true Luo temple also insta-killed, they felt carefree. Ripples flickered, and as if teleporting, Yang Feng appeared in front of the young master of the true Luo temple and pointed with a finger on the forehead of the young master. Countless mysterious runes turned into rune chains that entered the young master of the true Luo temple, sealed his soul, and devoured his eternal origin. Stop! I concede. A wisp of bitterness flashed through the eyes of the young master of the true Luo Divine Hall. If he insists on not conceding, then Yang Feng will naturally devour his eternal origin and all his power. What a pity! With a flash of regret in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he retreated 10,000 kilometers. Chapter 1528. How could this be? When Isha saw this scene, her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. The true Luo temple's young master is a genius among geniuses who stands out among countless eternal sovereigns. Now, he can already contend against some weaker eternal sovereigns and has the potential to advance to the Holy Lord realm. After becoming the true Luo temple's young master, countless precious resources of the true Luo temple were used on him, elevating his strength to an incredible level. It would be understandable if Yang Feng defeated the true Luo temple's young master after a bitter fight. But now, with just 2 punches, the true Luo temple's young master was defeated by Yang Feng, which is simply incredible. Nina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. What a monster! The Azure Temple's Holy Lord pointed with the blue scepter in his hand. An azure light shone on the arena. 2 rays of light flashed, and Yang Feng and the true Luo Temple's young master disappeared from the arena and appeared in the reception hall. Amazing! Yang Feng, you're really amazing. This is the territory I lost to you. An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the true Luo Temple's young master, and he flicked a finger, and a gold crystal containing various coordinates turned into a stream of light that entered Yang Feng's hand, and then returned to his seat. After the challenge, a grand banquet was held in a side hall of the Azure Temple. The participants of the grand banquet are Azure Temple's 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouses and above. Handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere. The true Luo Temple's young master and Yang Feng are at the center of the banquet, each surrounded by many people. 3 days later, the Azure Temple. With a blue crystal pen in hand, the Azure Lord signed his name on a piece of crystal paper and then handed it to the scarlet-haired sorceress. It's a pity. In fact, I'm quite optimistic about that Origin Dark-Eye kid. Unfortunately, he's too weak. With a flash of regret in her eyes, the scarlet-haired sorceress signed her name on the crystal paper. After the scarlet-haired sorceress signed her name, the crystal paper radiated mysterious light and disappeared. Holy Lord Token. From today on, the Azure Temple's young master is Yang Feng. 6 months later, we will officially hold the young master promotion ceremony. A message spread in the Azure Temple, letting the subsidiary forces of the Azure Temple know that Yang Feng has been promoted to the Young Master position of the Azure Temple. What? Yang Feng was promoted to Azure Temple's Young Master. Isn't it the darkness primordial eye? It really is him. All of Azure Temple's forces were shaken. The Young Master of the Azure Sacred Hall possessed immense authority. A single word from him could determine the fate of a higher heaven's intelligent life form. The leaders of countless powers in the true extreme sacred heavens began to head towards the headquarters of the Azure Sacred Hall. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Azure Temple's headquarters, in front of the Horizon Hall, the Azure Lord is sitting on the throne, and Yang Feng is sitting on his right hand. The Tianyun race offers 3 beads of fate to congratulate Sir Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of Young Master. The Absolute God race offers a 7th firmament eternal true dragon pearl to congratulate Sir Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of Young Master. One after another, the leaders of the major clans and forces showed up and presented precious gifts before sitting down in their respective seats. The true Luo Temple's Young Master offers a 7th firmament, eternal sky, devouring rat, eternal crystal. Congratulations on your promotion to the position of Young Master. A voice sounded. With a gentle smile on his face, the true Luo Temple's Young Master stepped into the reception hall with the 2 beautiful women beside him. That's the true Luo Temple's Young Master. He's really extraordinary. Unfortunately, even in Yang Feng's hands, he could only withstand 2 moves. Numerous gazes were focused on the Young Master of the true Luo Sacred Palace, and their gazes were filled with peculiarity. The news that the true Luo Temple's Young Master was defeated by Yang Feng has already spread throughout the true extreme sacred heaven. The leaders of the major forces didn't expect him to come back. The Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Sun offers a level 7 Heaven Spirit God bead to congratulate Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of Young Master. A tall and slender man with a black ponytail stepped into the hall. His eyes were closed, and he was extremely handsome. He had an extraordinary temperament that could kill both men and women. So this is the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Sun. He became the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Sun 10,000 years ago. He's unfathomable. He's here as well. The relationship between the Azure Temple and the Heaven Spirit Temple is mediocre, and there's a lot of enmity between them. It's really strange that he came. When the leaders of the major forces saw the sudden appearance of the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Sun, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The Heaven Spirit Temple and the Azure Temple are 2 major forces of the true extreme sacred heaven that have the protection of the Eternal Monarch. They are equally overbearing, and there are constant conflicts between them. If it wasn't for the other holy heaven powerhouses eyeing them covetously, the 2 forces would have killed each other. For a Divine Son of the Heaven Spirit Temple to come here is naturally very strange. The Hall of Despair's Divine Sun offers an Eye of Despair to congratulate Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of Young Master. A trembling voice rang out, and a fiend celestial stepped into the hall. He had a humanoid body, but only a single eye on his head, hands, feet, and chest, and there were strange eyeballs growing out of each of his hands, feet, and chest. A fearsome force of despair pervaded the hall. I want to die. It's so hopeless. I have no hope of advancing to the 7th firmament eternal realm of my life. I want to die. Looks of despair came from the eyes of most of the major forces leaders in the hall. The bodies of some weaker leaders flickered with light, and they prepared to commit suicide. Humph! Seated on the throne, the Azure Lord snorted coldly, and Holy Lord Rank might swept out. He glanced at the Hall of Despair's Divine Sun. An undisguised killing intent swept out. The Hall of Despair's Divine Sun smiled indifferently and withdrew the strange force of despair. So this is the Hall of Despair's Divine Sun. How terrifying! As expected of a major force on the same level as the Azure Temple. The major forces leaders in the hall immediately sobered up. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, and they looked at the Hall of Despair's divine son with fear in their eyes. The Hall of Despair is a terrifying force founded by the myriad demon Holy Heaven's Despair Monarch. The Despair Monarch is an eternal king rank powerhouse. According to legend, even a slightly weaker Eternal King powerhouse will despair and commit suicide when they look directly at the Despair Monarch in his heyday. You are Yangfeng? I am the Hall of Despair's divine son. I want to fight you to the death. The wager is the Onlua demonic realm. If you die, everything you have belongs to me. If I die, everything I have belongs to you. Do you dare to fight me? The Hall of Despair's divine son stared at Yangfeng with a sinister smile in his eyes. When he said this, all eyes focused on Yangfeng, wanting to see how he will respond. The Hall of Despair is a terrifying force founded by the Despair Monarch, and it has many experts. However, the experts in the Palace of Despair were all crazy and twisted. They were all a bunch of lunatics. If it were another myriad demon, Holy Heaven's divine son, they would never dare to come to a human stronghold like the Azure Temple alone to challenge a divine son of the temple. Kill him, young master. Don't pay attention to this lunatic. A series of shouts could be heard from within the hall. When the Azure Temple's holy master saw this scene, he frowned slightly. If he killed the Hall of Despair's divine son on the battlefield, there wouldn't be much trouble. However, the Hall of Despair's divine son is challenging Yangfeng in an above-board manner. If he is killed by the Azure Temple, it will incur the Hall of Despair's retaliation. The Azure Temple is already an enemy of many demon forces of the myriad demon Holy Heaven, but it doesn't want the Hall of Despair to retaliate against it for no reason. Okay, I agree. Yangfeng glanced at the Hall of Despair's divine son, then got up and walked towards the center of the hall. The Azure Temple's holy master raised his eyebrows and pointed with a blue scepter in his hand. Blue light shone, and an arena capable of accommodating an eternal king appeared. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a life and death boundary emerged. After the life and death boundary emerged, unless it is an eternal king, even a Holy Lord rank powerhouse will have to spend a lot of time and power to open the boundary. The Hall of Despair's divine son smiled ferociously, turned into a stream of light, and entered the arena. Yangfeng took a step and entered the arena as well. Yangfeng, you're really stupid. To dare to fight me to the death. That's too stupid. Ha ha. The Hall of Despair's divine son smiled ferociously, released distorted fluctuations of despair, and opened the eyes on his hands. A river of despair strangely appeared in the void. Inside the river of despair, more than 1,000 despair slaves with eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power emerged, cast various offensive secret methods, and barreled towards Yangfeng. Die! A cold look in his eyes. Yangfeng took a step and sent a fist flying, and a power star appeared and slammed into the river of despair. The 1,000 eternal sovereign rank slaves of despair exploded inch by inch, and the river of despair collapsed under Yangfeng's blow. After the power star destroyed the river of despair, it pierced through everything, slammed into the Hall of Despair's divine son, and blasted him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A large amount of blood spurted out of the Hall of Despair's body. Countless fragments also shot out of the Hall of Despair's body and sprinkled into the sky. So strong. So that's Yangfeng, the Azure Temple's new young master. Too strong. So scary. Seeing this scene, shock flashed in the eyes of the leaders of the many forces present. Chapter 1529. Interesting, haha. Yangfeng, you are very strong. You are stronger than me. However, those who are stronger than me will all die. Trembling, the Temple of Despair's god's son issued blood-curdling laughter in the void. From his hands and chest, 3 eyeballs flew out. One eyeball exploded and turned into a dragon man transcendent with a dragon head and a human body, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. One of its eyeballs exploded and transformed into a monstrous demon god with countless chains wrapped around its body. It looked like an alien, a freak transcendent with 9 lion heads, dragon wings on the ribs, and bloody maws on the body. 3 eternal tyrant rank, might diffuse from the 3 transcendent. Eternal tyrant. 3 eternal tyrants. How is this possible? How can the Temple of Despair's godson have 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves? That's impossible. When the leaders in the hall saw the 3 eternal tyrant rank transcendent, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Eternal tyrant rank powerhouses are top powerhouses even in the 10 holy heavens. They are the underlying strength of a race and the foundation of a major force. Even in Azure Temple, the eternal powerhouses were all lofty existences, their whereabouts elusive. Every eternal tyrant has had countless fortuitous encounters. They are freaks among freaks, geniuses among geniuses, and have countless trump cards. They are extremely difficult to kill. For the Temple of Despair's godson to have 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves, this is simply unimaginable. The Temple of Despair's people want to kill Yangfeng. His growth rate is too scary. To refine 3 eternal tyrants into despair slaves and give them to the Temple of Despair's godson at all costs. The Temple of Despair is really scary. The leaders of many forces present are no fools. They quickly guessed why 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves appeared. Yangfeng, you're dead. Ha ha, ha ha. The Temple of Despair's godson released a hair-raising smile and waved his hand, and a 1,000-meter-tall Godbone fortress appeared. The godchild of the Despair Shrine sat within the Godbone fortress and watched everything quietly. A cold look in his eyes, the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body appeared in front of Yangfeng in a flash and extended a claw shrouded in the power of despair towards Yangfeng. A cold ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he sent a fist barreling towards the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body. Rumble. In the void, a huge distorted hole appeared, and a frightening shock wave spread in all directions. The transcendent with a dragon head and a human body was blasted away 10,000 kilometers, and Yangfeng was also blasted back 100 kilometers. Chains abruptly appeared behind Yangfeng, shrouded in intense despair force, and swept towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng frowned slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged, swept towards the chains, and swallowed them. Die. Despair. There's no hope. I will never be able to become an eternal king. Bursts of despair came from the devour black hole, and Yangfeng fell into a trance for a moment. At that moment, the 9-headed lion transcendent appeared in front of Yangfeng, opened its 9 lion heads, and bit at Yangfeng. Yangfeng's eyes shimmered with clarity in an instant. A torrent of time emerged, and his body twisted and disappeared. The 9 lion heads bit at the void, space distorted, fate went into disorder, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Amid a blur, Yangfeng, whose left arm was almost bitten off, teleported in front of the Temple of Despair's godchild and punched the Godbone fortress. Boom! The Godbone fortress trembled slightly, and a barrier collapsed. Countless runes appeared on the Godbones and absorbed Yangfeng's power. The Temple of Despair's godchild laughed ferociously. It's no use. Yangfeng, even an eternal god warlord, would need to attack this Godbone fortress more than 100 times to destroy it. You have no chance. You're doomed to die here, ha ha ha. The Dragon Head Transcendent, the 9-line Transcendent, and the Chain Transcendent. The 3 Eternal King rank Transcendent flew over and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yangfeng. Boom, boom, boom. Fearsome explosions rang out in the void. Besieged by the 3 Eternal Tyrant rank Despair slaves, Yangfeng was forced to retreat step by step, and one wound after another appeared on his body. What a pity! Yangfeng's strength is already comparable to that of a true Eternal King. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is not the opponent of 3 Eternal Kings. This time, Yangfeng is dead for sure. The Temple of Despair's godchild is really vicious. Numerous gazes were focused on the arena. filled with pity. In terms of strength, the Temple of Despair's godchild is naturally not Yangfeng's opponent. However, the Temple of Despair's godchild transformed the three eternal kings into his despair slaves, which is equivalent to having three eternal king rank fighters. Coupled with Godbone Fortress with amazing defensive power, he is in an invincible position. An enigmatic gleam flashed in Isha's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with an excited smile, "Well done." This time, Yang Feng is dead for sure. The true Luo Temple's young master uttered indifferently. Not necessarily. Isha uttered with an unconvinced look on her face. Young master. Three eternal kings besieged him. How can Yang Feng win? The true Luo Temple's young master uttered unhurriedly. He has no fear at all, which means that in his eyes, the three eternal sovereigns are not life or death threats. At most, they're just a little trouble. Isha took a closer look, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Could it be that he can defeat three eternal sovereigns working together? The true Luo Temple's young master uttered indifferently. I don't know, but he must have some trump cards. In the arena, after Yang Feng was sent flying by the dragon-head transcendent, he flew 10,000 kilometers away, and blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Despair Temple's divine son, although you are very weak, but the demonic slave has some skill. It's worth it for me to use all my strength to kill you. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and the twilight god armor shone and transformed into its final form. A 3-meter-tall warrior clad in pitch-black armor with a pair of mechanical wings on his back appeared in the void. His entire body was shrouded in a distorted energy field, wielding a black greatsword. A steady stream of eternal force poured into Yang Feng from the divine armor of dawn. The Twilight God armor is Yang Feng's most powerful eternal treasure in the past. Unfortunately, as Yang Feng continues to grow stronger, this eternal treasure can't keep up with his progress. Even in its final form, it can only enhance his fighting strength by about 5%. After the Twilight God armor covered Yang Feng, countless mysterious runes appeared in every inch of his flesh and bones, and a fearsome force pervaded his body. With a flash of an afterimage, the 9-headed lion transcendent appeared in front of Yang Feng and opened its 9 lion heads to bite at Yang Feng. Dying. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword, and a black sword ray instantly slashed the 9-headed lion transcendent. The various defensive barriers on the 9-headed lion transcendent crumbled in an instant, and then it was torn apart and devoured by a black hole. Insta-kill. An eternal-level powerhouse despair slave was instantly killed by him. That's Yang Feng's trump card. So strong. A burst of exclamations came from a hall. The 9-headed lion transcendent is an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse, and is even stronger than some weaker eternal tyrants. Yet Yang Feng was able to kill the 9-headed lion transcendent with a sword strike, which is equivalent to killing a weak eternal tyrant with a sword strike. How disgusting. After Yang Feng devoured the 9-headed lion transcendent, he frowned slightly. The 9-headed lion transcendent's origin is filled with queer despair force. It will take a certain amount of time to transform it into pure eternal force. However, as long as I kill you, I can take a step forward. God Son of the Despair Temple, thank you for becoming a stepping stone for my evolution. The void twisted and blurred, and a black sword shadow tore through the sky, transcended space-time, and slashed at the strange transcendent wrapped in countless chains. The strange transcendent wrapped in countless chains was split in two and devoured by the black hole that suddenly appeared. Impossible. How could this be? Impossible. When he saw this scene, the face of the Despair Temple's god Son twisted, and he issued a hair-raising, heart-wrenching roar. The transcendent with a dragon head and a human body flapped its wings, appeared behind Yang Feng, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. A black sword ray appeared and slashed at the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body, and sliced the transcendent into countless pieces. A black hole appeared and devoured the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my people. You dare to kill my despair slave. Ha ha, ha ha, then let's die together. Ha ha. The face of the despair temple's god's son twisted. He laughed wildly, and his eyeballs exploded. The entire Godbone fortress collapsed in an instant, and distorted light enveloped the despair temple's godson and turned into an arrow of despair that tore through the void and shot towards Yangfeng. Chapter 1530. That's the Temple of Despair's Arrow of Despair. Only by burning eternal origin can one condense an arrow. The Temple of Despair's god's son is crazy. Once he uses this secret method, he will die for real. He can't use eternal origin to resurrect himself. Madman, there are so many madmen in the Temple of Despair. This time, Yang Feng is dead for sure. When the leaders of the major forces outside the reception hall saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. If a first firmament eternal sovereign ignites their eternal mark and launches an attack, they will have the power to threaten an eternal giant. The arrow of despair formed by the Temple of Despair's godson can seriously injure or even kill an eternal giant. The strange arrow of despair distorted space, turned into a ray of despair, disappeared abruptly, and appeared in front of Yangfeng. Yangfeng looked at the arrow of despair formed by the Temple of Despair's godson with a dignified look in his eyes. He extended his right hand, and a mysterious rune emerged and turned into a black hole that swallowed the arrow of despair, and then disappeared. It's over. The desperate attack of the Temple of Despair's godson was cracked just like that. What secret method is that? So strong. In the reception hall, the leaders of the major forces were taken aback at first, and then bursts of discussion sounded. Everyone looked at Yangfeng in the arena with awe and apprehension. A look of incredulity on her face, Isha exclaimed, "How is this possible? That's an offensive secret method cast by the Temple of Despair's godson by burning everything. Even an eternal giant can't block it. How could he block it? And it was so easy?" A dignified look in his eyes, the young master of the true Luo Temple said unhurriedly, "Easy? No, that should be the strongest offensive secret method Yangfeng has mastered. This power is infinitely close to the Holy Lord realm." An enigmatic look flashed in the eyes of the Sky Spirit Temple's godson, and then he regained his calm. Holy Lord Azure waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. The arena disappeared. Yangfeng reappeared in the arena and returned to his position. In the reception hall, gazes of awe focused on Yangfeng. The three eternal tyrant-ranked demonic slaves were slayed by Yangfeng, which means that Yangfeng now possesses the strength to slay ordinary eternal tyrants. Even among the 10 holy heavens, Yangfeng has already entered the ranks of top powerhouses. The following ceremony was calm, and no idiot came to provoke Yangfeng. "Young master, I am Jing Guanluo, the butler arranged by Lord of Lord. If you want to change the housekeeper, you can choose any one of us here." After the promotion ceremony was over, a man with white hair, a burly figure, a solemn expression, and an extraordinary bearing came to Yangfeng. When he saw Jing Guanluo, eternal rank power off the eternal of eternal, eternal of God, of eternal rank, of eternal of. Azure Temple is worthy of being an eternal king rank force, to be able to arrange for an eternal giant to be the butler of a young master. An eternal giant could easily become the ancestor or guardian deity of many of the 10 great sacred heavens' great forces. Their statuses were extremely high. Only an eternal of holy heavens like the Azure Temple can make an eternal giant lower his dignity and become the butler of the young master. Yangfeng said flatly, "No need. It's you." Jing Guanluo uttered with a smile, "Young master, please come with me." Yangfeng followed Jing Guanluo towards the depths of the Azure Temple. "Young master, this is the palace you will be living in from now on, the Virtual Sage Palace." Under Jing Guanluo's lead, Yang Feng came to a huge 10,000-meter-tall palace in the depths of the Azure Temple. In a huge palace, there are mysterious runes engraved everywhere, which attract the surrounding eternal source energy. In the depths of the palace, there's a giant tree that pierces straight into the sky. One after another, whirlpools appeared around the giant tree. The four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth were continuously extracted by the terrifying giant tree and sank into the ground. Elemental dragons, elemental phoenixes, elemental cheilants, and other elemental life forms surround the giant tree. On the path leading to the giant palace, there are 3,000 handsome men and beautiful women, each of whom is an eternal sovereign. Greetings, young master. When the 3,000 handsome men and beautiful women saw Yang Feng, they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Jing Guanluo uttered with a smile, "From today on, they are your people, young master. Their lives, honor, and disgrace are in your hands." Yang Feng nodded, then climbed the steps leading to the giant palace, entered the palace, and sat on the throne. This is a list of the members of the virtual Sage Palace, as well as the resources you can mobilize as the young master of the Azure Temple. Standing beside Yang Feng, Jing Guanluo pointed with a finger. An array of blue light entered Yang Feng's Azure Ring. 1,501st Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 802nd Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 403rd Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 104th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 65th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 36th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, and 47th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns. This terrifying force is directly under Yang Feng's command, which he can mobilize at will. The resources consumed by the Eternal Sovereigns for cultivation will be paid by the Azure Temple, while the resources of the 10 upper heavens will be at Yang Feng's disposal. As the young master of the Azure Temple, Yang Feng can enter the Azure Holy Land to practice cultivation for a month every year. He can also spend contribution points in exchange for time to practice cultivation in the Azure Holy Land. In addition, as the young master of the Azure Temple, Yang Feng has various privileges. All kinds of knowledge and secret methods of the Azure Temple are supplied to him. Yang Feng looked at the various privileges possessed by the young master of the Azure Temple, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Becoming the young master of the Azure Temple was the right step. After Yang Feng became the young master of the Azure Temple, he began to frantically absorb all kinds of knowledge related to the mechanical civilization in the Azure Temple and store them in Zero's database for Zero to analyze. Yang Feng's force spread within the sphere of influence of the Azure Temple at an astonishing speed. Time elapsed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a back garden of the Void Sage Temple, Yang Feng and the young master of the True Luo Temple are fighting under the Star Battle banner using the intelligent life forms of the stars. Yang Feng asked flatly, "Dingguan Yan, what can I do for you?" After 100 years, Yang Feng and the young master of the True Luo Temple have become good friends. They can already call each other by name. Ding Guangyan uttered with a smile. "Yang Feng, are you worried about how to break through and advance to an eternal tyrant?" Yang Feng replied unhurriedly, "If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to break through and advance to an eternal tyrant as long as I cultivate for 300 million years. If it was elsewhere, Yang Feng would have little hope of advancing to an eternal tyrant. After all, advancing to an eternal tyrant requires tremendous resources. Moreover, if Yang Feng wants to advance to an eternal tyrant, he will need 100 times more energy than other eternal tyrants. After Yang Feng became the young master of the Azure Temple, his force continued to expand, and all kinds of precious resources gathered in his hands. This is how he is sure that he can advance to an eternal tyrant within 300 million years. Ding Guangyan uttered unhurriedly, 300 million years is not a short period of time for us eternal sovereigns. In these 300 million years, anything could happen. Even someone as strong as us is like an ant in the face of a war of the kings. We can only struggle to survive." When Yang Feng heard this, A gloomy look welled up on his face. A War of the Kings. A War of the Kings is a terrifying war that erupts between eternal monarchs. It is a war that engulfs the entire universe. Every War of the Kings leads to the death of eternal monarchs, as well as the death of countless eternal sovereigns. It is equivalent to a catastrophe of the universe. Originally, if there are no accidents, it is almost impossible for the young master of the Azure Temple, like Yangfeng, to die. But once a War of the Kings breaks out, even eternal monarchs will die, let alone an eighth firmament eternal sovereign like Yangfeng. Yangfeng asked curiously, "Eternal monarchs are almost immortal. Why would a war break out?" Any information about eternal monarchs is very rare in the Azure Temple. It hardly appears on the public network. Yangfeng has been the young master of the Azure Temple for far less time than Ding Guangyan, so he doesn't know much about the secrets of eternal monarchs. Ding Guangyan answered unhurriedly. Naturally, it is to become the legendary eternal God Emperor. Legend has it that this great cosmos of ours was born from the collapse of an eternal God Emperor's inner world. Since even the legendary eternal God Emperor died, this means that there may be even more terrifying existences outside our universe. The eternal monarchs no longer have much interest in our universe. The only thing that can trigger a war between them is the opportunity to advance to the eternal God Emperor realm. Ding Guangyan said slowly, "Eternal God Emperor." Yangfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he recalled the white jade fingerbone. The owner of the white jade fingerbone was an existence that surpassed the eternal monarch realm. He may be the legendary eternal God Emperor. Originally, Yangfeng could use the power contained in the white jade fingerbone to advance to an eternal monarch. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to keep the power of the white jade fingerbone and use it to attack the eternal king realm. There were only a handful of treasures that could increase one's chances of becoming an eternal king, and most of them were in the hands of eternal kings. Even the sacred master of Azure Sacred Hall did not have the chance to obtain such precious resources. He did not even have the slightest chance. Chapter 1531. Ding Guangyan uttered unhurriedly. According to the prophecy of our prophets, the fuse of this War of Kings will be the appearance of the divine imperial realm within 1,000,000 years. This means that we may be forced to participate in the War of Kings at any time. Yangfeng pointed with a finger, and a rune containing the breath of fate appeared and flickered with ripples. From the rune containing the breath of fate, Yangfeng vaguely felt great terror and great danger. If Yangfeng had stayed in the world of warlocks and acted as an eternal and a local overlord, he might have had a chance to avoid the War of Kings. But in that case, it would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity to advance to an eternal king and eternal God Emperor. Although the world of warlocks has promoted another energy level, but it still can't compare to the true holy heaven. If Yangfeng returns to the world of warlocks, even if he spends 1,000,000,000,000 years, he won't be able to break through and promote to an eternal god. Yangfeng asked, "Do you have any good ideas? Can you help me break through the bottleneck and advance to an eternal god?" Ding Guangyan answered unhurriedly. "My people in the myriad demon holy heaven found an entrance to the battlefield of the eternal king, the withered battlefield. In that battlefield, there may be an opportunity for you and me to quickly advance to an eternal god." Yangfeng's eyes lit up. The withered battlefield. That is the battlefield where the withering monarch, the shattering monarch, the dark earth monarch, and the Godfang monarch perished together. If it's there, then there may be an opportunity for us to advance to an eternal god. Every eternal king was an invincible existence that was difficult to kill. The only one who could kill them was the eternal king. The eternal kings wouldn't easily fight each other, because if they weren't careful, the weaker eternal kings could perish together with the stronger eternal kings. The withered battlefield. So that's how it is. So it's that place. Extreme light, demonic domain. Countless streams of data appeared in Yangfeng's eyes. In an instant, Zero screened and summarized the intelligence of the myriad demon holy heaven, and a piece of information popped up. During the past 100 years, while expanding his forces in the true holy heaven, Yangfeng has also sent countless spies in the myriad demon holy heaven to collect all kinds of intelligence. If Ding Guangyan hadn't appeared, Yangfeng planned to sneak into myriad demons holy heaven and start a massacre, plunder all kinds of resources, and enhance his strength. Ding Guangyan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he slowly said, "That's right, it's the absolute light devilish domain." Yangfeng said, "All right, I promise you. However, are we the only ones sneaking into the withered battlefield?" Ding Guangyan said solemnly, "No, there were two more people. The withering battlefield was the battlefield of the eternal kings, and it was filled with danger. Apart from that, we might encounter experts from the 10,000 demon sacred sky in the withered battlefield. We must not be careless." Yangfeng nodded slightly. The 10,000 demon sacred heaven was filled with experts and had a deep foundation. There were 5 eternal kings. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 eternal kings were mortal enemies, the 2 eternal kings of the true extreme sacred sky wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of the 1,000 devil sacred sky. Among the 10 great sacred heavens, the 10,000 devil sacred heavens was one of the strongest. According to the legends, when the universe was born, 10,000 demon holy sky was the battleground of many eternal kings. Countless eternal kings fought and died in 10,000 demon holy sky for various reasons. Countless eternal kings fought and died in 10,000 demon holy sky. Each of the 10,000 demon holy skies' 5 eternal kings obtained treasures left behind by several eternal kings, and after various fortuitous encounters, they finally advanced to the eternal king realm, Black Wind demonic realm, on a mountain peak of an abandoned celestial body. The Heaven Spirit Temple's godson, Yin Sheng, said slowly, a calm expression on his face, "Yangfeng is really putting on airs. He made us wait for so long." A handsome man covered in Feng Wang flames uttered with a smile, "Forget it, Yin Sheng. Yangfeng is indeed much stronger than us. Being a little late is the privilege of strong. Moreover, there is still 1 minute left before our agreed time. I've kept you waiting." Ripples flickered in the void, and Yangfeng walked out of the void and uttered with a faint smile. Ding Guangyan uttered with a smile, "Yangfeng, let me introduce you. This is the Heaven Spirit Temple's godson, Yin Sheng. This is the Boda, Holy Heaven's godson, Feng Feng'an." Yangfeng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said politely, "Hello, I am Yangfeng." "Okay, since you're here, let's go." With a cold look in his eyes, Yin Sheng took out a black mask and pressed it on his face. Waves of distorted light enveloped Yin Sheng, and he transformed into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked like a devil with a malevolent and distorted face. Feng Fenghong smiled and touched a black crystal on his neck. Distorted black light shone and enveloped Feng Fenghong, turning him into a transcendent with an octopus head and a human lower body. Ding Guangyan smiled, took out a black leaf, and pressed it on his forehead. Distorted black light flickered, and he turned into a transcendent with a dragon head and a human body for arms, and a dragon tail wrapped around his waist. The transcendent Yin Sheng and the other 2 have turned into exudes 6th firmament, eternal realm, fluctuations of power. Their soul auras are completely different from their true bodies, as if they are 2 different existences. Yin Sheng said arrogantly, "Yangfeng, we are all transcendent with status in the extreme radiance demonic realm. If you don't have a suitable identity, I can sell you one. How about 1,000 years of resources from a higher heaven in exchange for the identity of a superior transcendent?" A powerhouse like the Heaven Spirit Temple's godson, Yin Sheng, has a very long lifespan. He has incarnations in countless forces and has countless identities. The myriad demonic holy heaven is no exception. "No need." Yangfeng smiled indifferently and pressed a blue crystal in his hand. Countless rays of blue light flashed faintly, and with a flash of blue light, A fiend celestial with a dinosaur head and 4 pairs of dragon wings on its back appeared. The fiend celestial had a human torso. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the patriarch of the extreme radiance demonic realm's winged dragon demons, winged desolation. I'm very happy to meet you." Ding Guangyan's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile. "Winged desolation, it's you. As expected of the Azure Temple's young master. With you here, our chances of entering the withered battlefield will increase by a bit." In the extreme radiance demonic realm, Ding Guangyan and the other 2 are merely 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouses. They are the leaders of the 3 intermediate forces in the extreme radiance demonic realm. Yang Feng's identity as Winged Desolation is the patriarch of the Winged Dragon Demons, a powerful race in the extreme radiance demonic realm. He is an 8th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the past 100 years, in order to plot against the myriad demonic holy heaven, Yang Feng has secretly acted several times and killed many powerhouses of the myriad demonic holy heaven. This winged dragon demon patriarch is one of Yang Feng's spoils of war. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and pointed with a finger, and a black dragon bone flew into the void. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the black dragon bone flew out and turned into a 10,000-kilometer long dragon bone giant ship inlaid with countless eternal dragon bones. "Please." With a faint smile, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew onto the dragon bones warship. Ding Guangyan and the other 2 powerhouses also flew onto the dragon bone giant ship. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "The place where the withered battlefield is located is called the Daluo Starfield. It was originally a desolate starfield without any resources, and anyone can enter it freely. However, 500 years ago, the 1,000-faced demon came from the myriad demonic holy heaven and occupied the Daluo Starfield, not letting anyone enter." Insheng uttered coldly, "We know this. The 1,000-faced demon patriarch is an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse. If the 4 of us join forces, we can kill him. It is because the 1,000-faced demon controls the entrance to the withered battlefield that Ding Guangyan sought out Yang Feng and them to cooperate. Although Ding Guangyan can contend against an ordinary eternal tyrant, but if he goes to the 1,000-faced demon alone, he will have a slim chance of survival. If he is not careful, he will be quelled." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "The winged dragon demons and the 1,000-faced demon are allies. I can ask the 1,000-faced demon patriarch to let us enter the withered battlefield. If he doesn't agree, it won't be too late to kill him." Ding Guangyan said solemnly, "That's right, it's best not to do anything. Once the other demons of the myriad demonic holy heaven learn of this, things will only become more troublesome. There are many powerhouses in the myriad demonic holy heaven. Once this matter is exposed, it will attract countless powerhouses. The battlefield of the Eternal Kings would definitely attract Holy Lord and Invincible Holy Lord level demon race powerhouses. It may even alarm the Eternal King. Once an Eternal King is alarmed, then all the valuable spoils of war in the battlefield of the Eternal King will be taken away by him." Feng Fengkong uttered with a smile, "Indeed, killing the 1,000-faced demon patriarch is the worst plan." Insheng's gaze was cold, and he remained silent. Extreme Light Realm, Daluo Starfield, the starry sky of the Anka Demon Star. A 10,000-kilometer-long demon dragon flapped its wings and flew into the starry sky. "Halt! This is the territory of the 1,000-faced demon. 8,000-faced devilish race beings with 6 faces and human bodies flew out, and they barked in unison. I am the winged dragon demon patriarch. I have come to request an audience with the 1,000-faced demon patriarch." A terrifying aura of the 8th heaven of the eternal realm surged out of the demon dragon's body and crushed towards the 8,000-faced demon clan experts. The 8,000-faced demon saints spewed out a large mouthful of blood, knelt on the ground, and uttered with a look of horror on their faces, "Yes, sir. Winged dragon demon patriarch, please come in." A voice came from the Anka demon star, and a black ray formed a starry passageway. 3,000 eternal, rank, thousand-faced demon powerhouses stood at the edge of the starry passageway and bowed their heads, welcoming Yang Feng's arrival. Chapter 1532. In the deepest part of the Anka demon star's palace, the thousand-faced demon patriarch with a hexahedron head sitting on the throne looked at Yang Feng, who entered the hall, and said with a smile, "My friend, Galuomeng, what brings you here?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Cyburn, I want to enter the withered battlefield." The withered battlefield. The pupils of the thousand-faced demon patriarch constricted slightly, and he stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Although the battlefield of the Eternal King is very dangerous for an Eternal King, but it is also a huge opportunity. No matter how good a friend is, they will fall out in the face of such benefits. The thousand-faced demon patriarch has already given birth to killing intent towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Don't get excited, my friend. If I die, everyone in the myriad demons' holy heaven will learn about the withered battlefield. Besides, the withered battlefield isn't something that you or I can monopolize." The eyes of the thousand-faced demon patriarch flickered, and then he finally laughed heroically. "Ha, Galuomeng, we're the best of friends. Since you already know about the existence of the withered battlefield, let's explore it together." Yang Feng uttered, "I want to enter the withered battlefield now." "Okay." The thousand-faced demon patriarch pondered for a while, and then responded decisively. In the center of the Anka demon star, there's a vast grassland. "Galuomeng, who are they?" The thousand-faced demon patriarch looked at Sheng's group of 3 behind Yang Feng, and his gaze sank slightly, and he asked coldly. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "They are experts I recruited from myriad demons' holy heaven. In order to prevent accidents that shouldn't happen, I sent them here. Of course, as a price, I have to take them to the withered battlefield." The thousand-faced demon patriarch's voice was ice-cold. "You don't believe me?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Of course I believe you. However, I always like to hold back." The thousand-faced demon patriarch snorted coldly, then pointed at the void with a black scepter in his hand. A black ray shot out from the scepter and entered the center of the grassland. The verdant grassland suddenly distorted, and black aura gushed out. A distorted spatial rift emerged, and wisps of Eternal King rank aura permeated the air. The leader of the thousand-faced demon race said slowly, "This is the withered battlefield. Go, Luomeng." The withered battlefield was where the 4 Eternal Kings fought. This battlefield, with the power of the 4 Eternal Kings, was also filled with all sorts of dangers. Once you enter, even an invincible, holy, Lord-level powerhouse will fall. "Are you sure you want to enter?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Of course. In order to pursue power, we demons will do anything, even sacrifice our lives. If I don't get lucky in this life, I won't be able to become an eternal powerhouse. Even if I die, I'll go in and fight." "Well said. I'll take my leave first." The patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race smiled faintly and stepped into the spatial crack. Yang Feng and them looked at each other, and then stepped into the spatial rift. "Galuomeng, since you already know the secret of the withered battlefield, then go to hell." A cold voice sounded from the spatial rift, and a distorted spatial fluctuation enveloped Yang Feng's group of 4 in an attempt to teleport them to another space. "Lowly thing, you deserve to die." Sheng's eyes flashed with anger, and he roared and waved his hand, and a black imperial jade seal appeared. True Dragon Chi suppressed the space and locked the spatial rift. "Open!" Feng Fankong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand, and 4 pairs of Feng Wang wings appeared. With a flap of his wings, they tore through the sky, turned into a flame that enveloped Yang Feng's group of 4, and flew towards the predetermined location along the spatial rift. In front of an ancient and desolate altar in the withered battlefield, The eyes of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered with countless runes, and his face fell. Where did Galuomeng find these people? How come they're so powerful? It seems that I can only destroy this altar. The eyes of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered, and he looked at the altar with hesitation in his eyes. The altar is a spatial rift that runs through the withered battlefield and the Anka demon star. Once the altar is destroyed, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race will be trapped in the withered battlefield. Unless he can find a second spatial rift leading to the outside world, he will be trapped here for the rest of his life. The withered battlefield is full of dangers. Even invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses are in danger of dying here. As an ordinary Eternal Lord, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race is not unusual for him to die here. A flame shone and flew out from the center of the altar. Yangfeng's group of 4 appeared on an ancient and desolate battlefield. Galuomeng, I'm really sorry. I was impulsive just now. How about we stop here? I can compensate you with 1 billion level 7 eternal origin. The face of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered when he saw Yangfeng's group of 4 appear, and he uttered solemnly, Eternal origin is a treasure that can be condensed from countless resources, magic power, and eternal sovereign power. It is a top resource that demon eternal sovereigns need to practice cultivation. Eternal origin is divided into grades. A first firmament eternal demon can condense a level 1 eternal origin in a year. 1 billion level 7 eternal origin is equivalent to the eternal origin that a 7th firmament eternal demon can condense in a billion years. 1 billion level 7 eternal origin is equivalent to the income of the thousand-faced demon race guarded by an eternal lord for hundreds of thousands of years. I think it's better for you to die. Killing intent streaked past Yangfeng's eyes. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he appeared in front of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and extended his hand towards the patriarch. Ha ha, die, live. Strange sounds came from the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and the 6 faces on his body flew out and turned into 6 slightly weaker eternal sovereigns, who spread their fingers and pressed towards Yangfeng. Sadness, joy, pain, despair, love, hunger, and other desires condensed into demonic light and shot towards Yangfeng. Mirror reversal. Yangfeng's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and a god armor of twilight enveloped him. The god armor of twilight distorted and changed into a flawless magic mirror. When the 6 demonic lights slammed into the magic mirror, they were refracted and weakened by more than 90%. Sadness, joy, pain, despair, love, hunger, and thirst, 6 kinds of desires abruptly appeared on Yangfeng's body, frantically torturing him, making his actions slow for a moment. 6 faces clone. This is the strongest offensive secret method the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race has mastered. Within a day, he can transform into 6 slightly weaker eternal lords. With the 6 of them joining forces, apart from Holy Lord rank eternal lords, there aren't many people who are his opponents. The 6 avatars are the true bodies of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. Only by killing all 6 of his avatars can he be truly killed. Die. Phoenix burning the heavens. A cold look in his eyes, countless fire runes flickered, and Feng Fankong turned into a fearsome Feng Huang shrouded in flames that can burn universe. The Feng Huang extended a claw and grabbed towards one of the bodies of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. The patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race had no choice but to separate one of his bodies to fight the fearsome Feng Huang. Heavenly Spirit Seal. Insheng's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 9 rhombus-shaped crystals flew out and turned into rays of sealing light. They sliced through the void and formed a void battlefield, sealing Insheng and the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race within a battlefield. True monarch holy method. Countless rays of light shone, and the projection of the true monarch holy method appeared and sent a claw barreling towards the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. With Feng Fankong and the other two powerhouses restraining the three avatars of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, 3 of the 6 disturbing demonic lights were eliminated. Patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, your strength really exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are destined to die here. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step, crossed the void, appeared in front of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and smashed the defenses of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race with a claw. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the remains of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. You're not Galuomeng, the essence of devour. You're Yang Feng, the young master of the Azure Temple. The eyes of the remaining 2 patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flashed with fear and despair, and they issued miserable screams. Their figures fluttered, and they turned into 2 rays of light that fled into the distance. During the ceremony to promote to the young master rank, Yang Feng killed 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves of the Temple of Despair's godchildren one after another. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race chose to flee. If you were at your peak, even I wouldn't be able to stop you if you wanted to escape. But you only have 2 avatars, yet you want to escape from me. You're looking down on me too much. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and a river of time emerged and disappeared into it. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of a clone of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, pierced the clone with a claw, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the clone. At this moment, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race took advantage of this opportunity to flee into the vast universe. Chapter 1533. Too slow. A weird, twisted, blurry shadow appeared in front of the patriarch of the Thousand Faces demon clan. At the same time, a huge hand that was covered in black armor pierced through the patriarch of the Thousand Faces demon clan's protective barrier and pierced into his body. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the Thousand Faces demon patriarch. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void. 2 devour black holes appeared behind him, and eternal origin force poured into him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The eternal origin force of an eternal giant is really delicious. If I can hunt and devour them, I will be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. For Yang Feng, the eternal giant's eternal origin force is a great tonic. Unfortunately, every eternal giant is secretive. Otherwise, if they stayed in their nests, it would be extremely difficult to kill them. Once too many eternal giants are killed, they will alarm Holy Lord and Invincible Holy Lord eternal giants. Powerhouses of that level aren't existences that Yang Feng can contend against. Gentlemen, do you need me to take action? Yang Feng quietly watched the 3 allies fighting fiercely and asked flatly. Yinsheng and the other 2 are the leaders of major forces. They are extremely strong and can contend against eternal giants. They are also proud and arrogant. In this sure-win battle, if Yang Feng were to lend a hand, he might offend them if he wasn't careful. Ding Guangyan uttered with a faint smile. I need your help. Yang Feng took a step, crossed the void, appeared behind the Thousand Faces demon patriarch, and pierced through the Thousand Faces demon patriarch's barrier with his hand. A devour black hole emerged and devoured him. Feng Fankong uttered. In the withered battlefield, I feel that it's a little difficult to replenish eternal force. Yang Feng, please lend me a hand. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared behind the Thousand Faces demon patriarch. With a hand, he crushed all the resistance of the Thousand Faces demon patriarch, smashed him, and devoured him. Ding Guangyan looked at Yinsheng and said slowly, Yinsheng, how about we join forces and take care of him? No need. Watch me kill him. A ferocious light flashed in Yinsheng's eyes. Incomparably distorted runes flickered on his forehead, and a small black sword flew out. It pierced through the void and tore through the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race and twisted him into pieces. After killing the leader of the thousand-faced demon race, Yin Sheng's aura became much weaker. Using the power that could kill an eternal giant consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Feng extended his hand into the void, and wisps of eternal king fluctuations diffused. At the moment when 1,000 Faces demon patriarch died, Yang Feng pulled out his eternal mark and crushed it. A black hole appeared and devoured the eternal true spirit of the 1,000-faced demon clan's patriarch. A wisp of fear flashed through the eyes of Yin Sheng and the other two experts when they saw that. After killing the 1,000 Faces patriarch, Yang Feng's group of 4 carefully looked around. The 4 of them were on an incomparably broken star, the entire star without a trace of life. This star is a dead star. It's of no value. Countless runes flickered in Yin Sheng's eyes, and 2 black rays shot out of his eyes, shone on the star, and easily saw through it. Yang Feng's group of 3 used secret methods to examine the star, but they didn't find any valuable treasures. Ding Guanyan said unhurriedly, "This is the periphery of the withered battlefield. If there are any treasures, they have already been taken away by the 1,000 Faces demon patriarch. We can only move toward the center." Yang Feng's group of 4 looked into the distance and saw at a glance that millions of light years away, there is a fearsome space full of chaos, distortion, and other forces shrouded in. That fearsome space is the center of the withered battlefield. Let's go. Yang Feng's group of 4 are people with firm minds. They cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. The periphery of the withered battlefield is also full of distorting forces. Not daring to use spatial secret methods, it took Yang Feng's group of 4 10 days to reach the edge of the center of the withered battlefield. As soon as they flew into the center of the withered battlefield, Yang Feng felt his body sink. Strange distorting forces shrouded Yang Feng, forcing him to consume a lot of power to resist the strange forces. In this distorted space, I'm afraid that even ordinary eternal sovereigns can't stay for a long time. As expected of an eternal king, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and he cast a secret method. The god armor of twilight shone, and devour runes emerged and devoured the strange distorting forces. Thanks to the devouring effect of the god armor of twilight, the power Yang Feng consumed and the power he obtained were equal. He doesn't need to consume extra power to resist the distorting forces. Yin Sheng's face fell, and countless runes shone and covered him with a black armor. Feng Fankong smiled indifferently, and black smoke emerged from the flames, shrouding him and burned the distorting forces to nothing. Ding Guanyan held a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball emitted a faint treasure light, resisting the corrosion of the distorting power. In the distorted space, the flying speed of Yang Feng's group of 4 slowed down by more than 100 times, and they advanced with great difficulty. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Die, die, die. A voice filled with despair and distortion resounded in the distorted space. A skeleton over 100 meters tall, wielding a halberd, walked out of the void step by step. Countless distorted, soul-like existences appeared behind the skeleton, letting out a series of hair-raising cries. That's a distortion puppet. It was an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse before its death. Everyone, be careful. As soon as Ding Guanyan saw the strange skeleton, his face suddenly changed and he roared sternly. Distortion puppet. When they heard Ding Guanyan's words, the complexion of everyone present changed. The distortion puppet was an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, as well as one of the 12 invincible Holy Lords subordinated to the Withered Monarch. It possessed terrifying battle prowess, and once killed powerhouses of the same rank. The distortion puppet also has some of the characteristics of the Eternal Monarch. Eternal sovereigns killed by it cannot be resurrected. Instead, they will be absorbed by it and become a part of its power. The eternal true spirit will be tortured for generations, become distorted, and become a source of its power. As soon as the distortion puppet appeared, its eyes shimmered with sinister light, and it brandished its halberd, and 4 distorted halberd rays slashed towards Yang Feng's group of 4. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he slashed down with the black sword in his hand, and a black sword ray slashed at the halberd ray. Boom! A fearsome blare suddenly erupted, and the black sword in Yang Feng's hand crumbled. Layer after layer of distorted barriers appeared around Yang Feng and collapsed. When the 72 barriers collapsed completely, Yang Feng appeared 10,000 kilometers away with a blur, and a terrible black sword mark appeared on his right hand. Almost at the same time, the distortion puppet's halberd ray slashed at Feng Fankong, and the distorted black light tore a large part of Feng Fankong's body apart. Feng Fankong let out a blood-curdling screech as he transformed into streaks of scarlet flames and disappeared from where he stood. The distortion puppet's other halberd ray tore through the sky and slashed at Yin Sheng, and a pearl in front of Yin Sheng exploded. In the next moment, it appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away and fled in another direction without looking back. Ding Guangyan waved his hand, and a demonic skin flew out and turned into a weird transcendent, which looks 80% similar to a black tortoise, and bit at the halberd ray. The weird transcendent bit the halberd ray and swallowed it. Then it trembled, and countless strange heads grew out of its body and exploded in an instant. Ding Guangyan took this opportunity to disappear from where he stood. What a quick getaway! Countless runes shone on Yang Feng. The mechanical wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared in an instant as well. Who knows what benefits the distorted skeleton obtained from the battlefield of the Eternal Monarch? He has evolved into a Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and his battle prowess far exceeds that of the 1,000 Faces Demon Patriarch. Even if Yang Feng's group of 4 joined forces, they are not his opponent. The distortion puppet turned its head, 2 dark flames burned in its skulls, and it suddenly burst out and chased after Yang Feng. Damn it, it is locked onto me. Yang Feng's heart sank slightly, and he looked at his right hand. Twisted black light appeared on his right hand, preventing his wound from healing. With a thought from Yang Feng, a devour black hole appeared and enveloped the twisted black light. Devoured by the devour black hole, the twisted black light was instantly devoured and turned into pure energy that entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng looked at the black light with a dignified look in his eyes. It will take 10 days. Only then can I refine it completely. That's a Holy Lord rank powerhouse for you. As if sensing that Yang Feng is expelling its power, the distortion puppet opened its mouth and issued an earth-shaking, hair-raising roar. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions in this space. Shit, it's calling for reinforcements. I must get rid of this power as soon as possible. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and a mysterious Devour rune appeared on his right hand and sucked the distorted black ray into it. The Devour rune containing Yang Feng's eternal essence flashed, and the twisted black light collapsed and turned into the purest energy, which he absorbed. Chapter 1534. The void twisted, and a 10,000-kilometer-long eternal freak with 9 eyeballs and a dragon-like head suddenly opened its eyes and looked in Yang Feng's direction. In an instant, a hair-raising premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. With a thought from Yang Feng, 6 First Firmament Eternal Realm adjudicators with his soul aura suddenly appeared and flew in different directions. Tens of thousands of light years away, the freak opened its maw and bit towards Yang Feng. An incomparably ferocious and terrifying bloody mouth appeared directly, opening its mouth and biting down. The 6 First Firmament Eternal Realm Judgment Rulers were swallowed by the terrifying eternal demonic creature in one gulp. Taking advantage of the moment when the 6 adjudicators were swallowed, Yang Feng gritted his teeth and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. That terrifying monster with 9 eyes was a terrifying existence that far surpassed the distorted Ho. It was a living creature, and its strength was far above that of the distorted Ho. The freak with 9 eyeballs flapped its numerous wings, and it crossed hundreds of light years in an instant, closing the distance between it and Yang Feng. Among the 9 eyeballs, one of them shone with mysterious light and locked onto Yang Feng. Even though the distance between the two is 10,000 light years, but Yang Feng still can't cast a secret method to avoid the strange light. No matter which direction Yang Feng fled in, he was driven towards the center of the withered battlefield by the freak. Yang Feng released various battle robots to fight the freak with 9 eyeballs. As soon as the battle robots flew out, they were swallowed by the freak with 9 eyeballs. The distance between the two sides continued to close. After flying for millions of light years, a sea of bloody meteorites, bloody liquid, and bloody meteorites appeared in front of Yang Feng. This place can prevent my soul force from scanning it. It's very strange. However, only such a strange place can give me a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng looked at the bloody meteorite sea, hesitated for a moment, and then clenched his teeth and flew inside. As soon as he flew into the bloody meteorite sea, Yang Feng clearly felt that the power of his magic barrier was absorbed by the viscous liquid. It can actually absorb my power. What kind of liquid is this? Yang Feng's face flickered, and he restrained all the eternal force inside him and poured it into the divine armor of twilight. Countless mysterious runes emerged and resisted the absorption of the divine armor of twilight. The ferocious 9-eyed demonic being stopped at the edge of the scarlet meteorite sea. Ripples flickered, and a handsome transcendent with purple hair, a black armor, and a horn on the head appeared on the head of the 9-eyed freak. He looked at the bloody meteorite sea and sneered. What a fool! To dare enter the corrosive blood sea. Just wait for your death. With that, the peerlessly handsome demon god sat quietly on the head of the 9-eyed demonic creature, coldly looking down at the corrosive sea of blood. The corrosive blood sea is extremely frightening. Even invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses don't dare to stay in it for a long time. However, Eternal Lord rank powerhouses are Eternal Lord rank powerhouses after all. Even in the corrosive blood sea, they can still struggle for some time. Laocoon, have you dealt with the little bug on your side? With a flash of green light, the projection of a burly, one-eyed powerhouse with purple hair appeared in the void and said indifferently. Laocoon said indifferently, Burger, the little bug I'm in charge of has been forced into the corrosive blood sea. He's dead. Have you dealt with the little bug you're in charge of? Burger smiled cruelly and said, I've dealt with it. He is a godson from the true Holy Heaven Spirit Temple. I made a wine cup out of his head and a bone share out of his body. This is the best prey I've caught in the past tens of thousands of years. Burger said unhurriedly, Laocoon, the withered battlefield is a treasure land for my lord to advance to the Eternal Lord rank. You have to confirm his death. The Primordial Darkness Lord has already taken action and entered the battlefield. Before the decisive battle with the Primordial Darkness Lord, these ants must be cleaned up. There are still 2 little bugs on the run. I need the 9-eyed void beast to hunt them down. I know. Laocoon lightly leaped down from the 9-eyed void beast body. The 9-eyed void beast took a deep look at Laocoon, then twisted its huge body, set off ripples in the void, and entered the void. In the corrosive blood sea, Yang Feng struggled. The fearsome corrosive force corroded his flesh and soul inch by inch. The Twilight God armor, which Yang Feng spent a lot of power and precious resources to forge, disintegrated inch by inch in the corrosive blood sea. No, if this goes on, I'll die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically operated a secret method. Countless devour runes appeared on the structure imitating the white jade finger bone and frantically devoured the corrosive force in the corrosive blood sea. As soon as Yang Feng devoured the corrosive force in the corrosive blood sea, he felt bursts of pain and trembled. At the same time, the Devour runes showed signs of collapse. The power devoured from the corrosive blood sea is very pure and can even nourish Yang Feng's eternal true spirit. However, the huge consumption far exceeds the power obtained. This is a higher level power, the power of an eternal king rank powerhouse. Yang Feng can feel his body collapsing and decomposing inch by inch, and a trace of understanding welled up inside him. A tremendous fear welled up inside Yang Feng. The Eternal King possesses incredible power. Once he is killed by a power with the characteristics of the Eternal King, Yang Feng will die for real, and his eternal imprint in the world of warlocks will collapse. The reason why so many eternal sovereigns died in the War of Kings is that the eternal bigwigs who participated in the war have weapons bestowed by the Eternal King. Once they kill other eternal sovereigns, they will die for real. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Madness welled up inside Yang Feng, and he frantically performed the Devour Heaven method. He created and devoured the power he obtained from the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, he struggled to move out of the corrosive blood sea. Yang Feng would have been fine if he hadn't moved. But when he moved slightly, a terrifying force came from the depths of the corrosive blood sea and pulled him towards it. In just a breath of time, Yang Feng was pulled into the depths of the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, a large portion of his power was consumed. At this moment, Yang Feng's left hand was swallowed by the corrosive blood sea and became its nutrients. What do I do? What do I do? Yang Feng clearly felt his power disappear. His mind revolved lightning fast, and he frantically pondered how to break out of this predicament. At this moment, a wisp of pure power came from Yang Feng's right hand and entered his body. But the wisp of power was eroded away in an instant. Right hand. My right hand has already condensed my eternal essence. This is where I am the strongest. Give up the rest of my body and strengthen my right hand. Yang Feng willed. His eyes shimmered with determination, and he poured all his power into his right hand. In an instant, Yang Feng's powerless body was completely corroded by the corrosive blood sea. In the corrosive blood sea, a mysterious devour mark appeared on Yang Feng's right hand and devoured the power of the corrosive blood sea and strengthened the power of his right hand. Yang Feng's right hand condensed his devour essence, which is somewhat similar to the structure of the white jade fingerbone. It forcibly resisted the erosion of the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, it devoured the power of the corrosive blood sea, and bones similar to the white jade fingerbone grew inch by inch. With every inch of bone that grew, Yang Feng's power grew by a fraction, and the devour force became stronger, forming a virtuous cycle. Time elapsed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the deepest part of the corrosive blood sea, Yang Feng's fleshly body has been reconstructed. The regeneration is finally complete. I become stronger than before. Now, I'm going to devour the corrosive blood sea. As long as I devour and refine the seawater in the corrosive blood sea, I will be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which radiated resplendent light, and revealed a smile. Countless devour marks suddenly emerged and frantically devoured the corrosive blood sea. A copious amount of seawater entered Yang Feng's body and became the nourishment for his evolution. 1,000 years had passed, and Laocoon had already left 900 years ago. Even an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse cannot survive 100 years in the corrosive blood sea. After guarding it for 100 years, Laocoon chose to leave. Under Yang Feng's frenzied devouring, the corrosive blood sea disappeared. Time elapsed, and 900 years passed again. A scarlet radiance flashed, and the area where the corrosive sea of blood was located became very spacious, leaving only Yang Feng standing there quietly. Countless mysterious runes emerged. Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and a fearsome 9th firmament eternal realm breath diffused from him. In an area tens of millions of light years in radius, fearsome energy storms set off, gathered here, formed a fearsome energy whirlpool, and turned into a beam that entered Yangfeng. Chapter 1535. The center of a universe where the world of warlocks was located. Yangfeng's eternal mark appeared, shone with countless runes, and he opened his mouth and inhaled. The universe power of the world of warlocks was immediately absorbed into Yangfeng's eternal imprint. Alarmed, the universe will of the world of warlocks frantically devoured the energy of the universe and poured it into Yangfeng's imprint of eternity. He broke through the 9 eternal heavens. Eternal giants. Even in the eternal world, experts of this level are among the strongest. So fast, when the primal chaos spider mother and other pinnacle emperors sensed the changes in the universe, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Eternal powerhouses were the top powerhouses in the eternal world. It took hundreds of millions of years for an 8th heavenly layer eternal expert to advance to an eternal magnate. For Yangfeng to advance to an eternal giant in less than 3,000 years is simply heaven-defying. An eternal overlord. I never thought I would be able to produce an eternal overlord as a disciple. I wonder if he can become an eternal king in the future. If he can become an eternal king, then maybe I can also become an eternal one. In a luxurious palace within the devouring empire, Huang Iha watched the changes in the universe with excitement in his eyes. At this moment, he had become an emperor. With Huang Iha's talent, becoming a saint was already his limit. However, after Yangfeng fed him countless treasures of heaven and earth, allowing him to break through the limits of his potential, he has now advanced to an Empyrean sovereign. However, Huang Iha's talent was too poor, and it would be difficult for him to advance to the eternal realm. However, as long as Yangfeng can advance to the eternal king realm in the future, then he can also advance to the eternal king realm. An eternal titan, masters so wise and mighty. In the future, we sisters might also have a chance to become eternal sovereigns. Eternally undying. In the devoured dynasty's harem, Eunice and the other beauties who were taken into Yangfeng's harem looked at the fearsome storms in the universe with excitement in their beautiful eyes. With Yangfeng's various precious resources, Eunice, with her mediocre aptitude, has already advanced to a holy. As long as Yangfeng advances to an eternal king in the future and then spends a lot of resources to cultivate them, they can also advance to eternal sovereigns. Inside the withered battlefield, an eternal titan. Someone has advanced to the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. Who is it? How dare you advance here? Countless terrifying intents filled the withered battlefield. The withered battlefield, in an empty palace, a handsome man with purple hair and a purple ring on his forehead, exuding a frightening aura, opened his eyes and looked in Yangfeng's direction. In an instant, 2 purple eyes appeared in the area where Yangfeng was located and looked coldly at him. Devil Lord Violet Origin. Yangfeng looked at the 2 purple eyes, his gaze congealed slightly, and he said slowly, Demon Lord Purple Origin was the most terrifying, invincible sacred lord in 10,000 Devil Sacred Heaven, and he was the invincible sacred lord closest to an eternal king. Back then, the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven had sent out 5 invincible sacred lords to kill Demon Lord Xing. But in that battle, 4 of the invincible sacred lords from the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven had fallen, and 1 had escaped. In the end, it was the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven's profound truth Holy Monarch who seriously injured Demon Lord Purple Origin and forced him to flee in a sorry state. After that battle, Demon Lord Purple Origin's name shook the 10 holy heavens, and he became known as an invincible existence below the eternal king rank. Looking at Yangfeng, Demon Lord Purple Origin uttered flatly, You are Azure Temple's young master Yangfeng. You actually devoured the corrosive blood sea. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. I appreciate you very much. Betray the Azure Temple, Join my Purple Origin Divine race and serve me. I can make you the Purple Origin Divine race's young master." Yangfeng responded with a faint smile. "I have a good life in the Azure Temple. I have no intention of changing allegiance." Demon Lord Purple Origin's voice turned cold. "In that case, go to hell." With a flash of purple light, Lao Kan flew over from afar and appeared in front of Yangfeng. "Yangfeng, you dare to refuse the great demon Lord Purple Origin? Then this will be your burial ground." Lao Kan's eyes shimmered fiercely. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a purple spear tore through the sky and stabbed towards Yangfeng. An eternal tyrant rank power erupted, frantically devoured universe energy, suppressed the past, present, and future, locked the void, and firmly locked Yangfeng. The spear is so powerful that even a peerless genius like Yin Sheng can't block it. This is the power of an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse. Amazing. As expected of an eternal tyrant subordinate to Demon Lord Purple Origin. If it was before I advanced to the Eternal King rank, I wouldn't be your opponent. Strange ripples flickered, and Yangfeng disappeared from where he stood in an instant, appeared in front of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes, and slashed at the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes with his sword. A distorted dark light slashed down, slashing at the projection of Demon Lord Ziyuan's eyes. In an instant, purple light erupted from the projection of the Purple Origin Demon Lord's eyes and collided with the sword in Yangfeng's hand. An incomparably terrifying, distorted hole exploded in the void. Yangfeng was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers. "Yangfeng, you're dead." A cold voice spread from Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes, and the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes collapsed. "It's finally over. Now I must get rid of Lao Kan as soon as possible. Otherwise, things will get tricky." When Yangfeng saw the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes collapse, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. After Yangfeng advanced to the ninth firmament eternal realm, his strength increased sharply. However, he still can't compare to an old monster like Demon Lord Purple Origin, who has lived for tens of billions of years and even experienced several war of monarchs. "You dare to get distracted while fighting me? What a fool!" With a flash of purple light, Lao Kan appeared behind Yangfeng, and the purple spear in his hand pierced into Yangfeng's back in an instant. One after another, the barriers behind Yangfeng collapsed, and the purple spear stabbed into him. Along with ear-piercing sound waves, the purple spear stabbed into Yangfeng with great difficulty. Countless purple runes poured out of the spear and began to erode Yangfeng's fleshly body in an attempt to suppress his eternal force. The runes flickered and frantically devoured the purple runes, devouring them one by one. Countless mysterious runes diffused from Yangfeng and wrapped around the purple spear like chains. How can this be? Lao Kan's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with shock. Even if it is a Holy Lord rank powerhouse, they will be pierced by the spear and suffer heavy injuries. "You're pretty strong, but unfortunately, you ran into me." Yangfeng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he extended his hand lightning fast like a true dragon, hunting its prey, and ran his hand through Lao Kan's body. A devour mark emerged, swallowed Lao Kan, and frantically devoured his eternal origin. Lao Kan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he gritted his teeth. Purple light revolved around him and formed a large purple cocoon that resisted Yangfeng's devour mark. "Stop!" A fearsome thought came from the void, and the eyes of the distortion hoe, which exudes a distorted aura, burning with queer light, appeared and slashed at Yangfeng with its halberd. Distorted halberd rays shot out from different spaces and stabbed towards Yangfeng. A cold look in his eyes, Yangfeng slashed down with his sword, and a sword ray containing devour light slashed at the distorted halberd ray. Boom! Two supreme forces erupted at once, and fearsome distorted fluctuations spread in all directions. Unfortunately, this is not a place to stay for long. Otherwise, you're dead. After smashing the distortion hose halberd ray with his sword, Yang Feng smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. This area is the territory of the Purple Origin Demon Lord, and there are countless powerhouses recruited by the Purple Origin Demon Lord here. Moreover, who knows how many monsters from the withered battlefield subdued by the Purple Origin Demon Lord are in the vicinity. Naturally, Yang Feng won't stay here and fight to the death. After advancing to the 9th firmament eternal realm, Yang Feng's speed increased more than tenfold. Within a dozen breaths of time, he pulled away from the distortion hoe. After a dozen plus breaths of time, a 9-eyes void beastar appeared in the void and chased after Yang Feng along with ripples. After flying for about millions of light years, a strange world shrouded in endless darkness appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng stopped at the edge of the strange world shrouded in endless darkness, hesitated for a while, and then pointed with a finger. An adjudicator flew into the strange world shrouded in endless darkness. As soon as the adjudicator flew into that strange world, its body sank as if it was carrying a mountain on its back, and it fell towards a black star. Boom! As soon as the adjudicator landed on the mountain, it crumbled into pieces. What a fearsome gravity! Even Emperor rank powerhouses can't resist this gravity. Zero, come out! A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered slowly. Zero walked out of the void. Her beautiful eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and she uttered unhurriedly, "Greetings, Lord." In the past 1,000 years, Zero has also gained tremendous benefits from the corrosive sea of blood. She has advanced to the 9th firmament eternal realm. She is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. Chapter 1536. Yang Feng uttered, "Scan." Countless runes flickered in Zero's eyes. A white jade disk slowly appeared on his forehead, and a fearsome fluctuation of power entered the world of darkness like a tide. Beginning scan, analyzing and comparing in progress. I encountered interference, the degree of interference. Above the Eternal King rank, there is interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power. Analysis complete. Streams of data streaked past Zero's eyes, and he quickly reported, "Lord, that world is shrouded in a powerful gravity. According to the analysis in the database, that world should be a great world that the Dark Earth Monarch created after he died. There is interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power in the Dark Earth Monarch's great world. I can't scan it. The situation is unknown after I enter." Yang Feng looked at the world shrouded in endless darkness with a gloomy look in his eyes. The Dark Earth Monarch, one of the 4 eternal kings in the withered battlefield, is a human eternal king. This is a great world he formed, and it has interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power. This shows that he has already seized an opportunity to advance to an Eternal God Emperor. It's impossible for Demon Lord Ziyuan not to have discovered this world of darkness. Since he didn't attack this world, then it must be very dangerous. No, since I can enter this world, then Demon Lord Ziyuan can also enter this world. This world must be dangerous, or it may already be under Demon Lord Ziyuan's control. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, weighing the pros and cons. Without a fortuitous encounter, I will become an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse at most. Even with the God Bone of an Eternal God Emperor, I only have a 10% chance of advancing to an Eternal King at most. This world is both a great risk and a great opportunity. Let's go all out. With Zero here, even if it's an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, I may be able to escape from them. Eternal Kings are the most terrifying existences in an eternal world. Any Eternal King is a freakish genius who has had countless fortuitous encounters. Many invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses have more or less obtained relics of Eternal Kings. Even so, there are still less than 40 Eternal Kings among the 10 holy heavens. In order to become an Eternal King, many invincible Holy Lord powerhouses would search for lucky chances everywhere. They would appear in mystic realms where eternal king ruins appeared. In the eternal world, Holy Lords and invincible Holy Lords would perish from time to time. This was because they were killed by powerhouses of the same rank while exploring the eternal king's mystic realm. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with resolve, and he gritted his teeth and stepped into the world of darkness. As soon as he entered the world of darkness, a frightening, attractive force came from the world of darkness and pulled Yang Feng towards it. Zero hugged Yang Feng at once. The white jade disc between her eyebrows emerged, and a hazy white light shrouded Yang Feng. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the world of darkness, a frightening, universal repulsive force came from the universe. Even with the protection of the white jade disc, his body and soul were still being decomposed inch by inch. This is the terrifying power of an eternal god emperor. When this power is combined with the power of the Dark Earth monarch, even a true eternal king would find it very troublesome. No wonder Demon Lord Zin didn't dare to come in. Even he would be killed if he tried to break into this universe. Feeling bursts of pain from his soul, Yang Feng understood why an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse like Demon Lord Zin couldn't control the world of darkness. That's because the world of darkness rejects all foreign forces. Even if it is easy for an eternal king rank powerhouse to destroy the world of darkness, but it is extremely difficult to obtain the world of darkness in its entirety. Zero, who is tightly hugging Yang Feng, began to decompose inch by inch. Originally, after Zero fused with the eternal king treasure, even the corrosive blood sea couldn't dissolve her. But the world of darkness has eternal god emperor rank power. Even someone as strong as Zero cannot resist it. The power of an eternal god emperor must be resisted by the power of an eternal god emperor. Zero, I'll leave it to you. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, took out a piece of white jade finger bone, and pressed it on Zero's forehead. As soon as the piece of white jade finger bone entered Zero's forehead, Zero began to decompose bit by bit. A white light gushed out of Zero, enveloped Yang Feng and her, and flew towards the world of darkness. Even under Zero's protection, Yang Feng's body was decomposing bit by bit. At the bottom of a cliff in the Dark Earth world, there was a corpse that had been smashed to pieces. The one who just died is you. A black ripple flickered, and Yang Feng entered the tattered corpse that had been smashed to pieces. Hey, the physique of this world's humans is so strong. Hazy black light poured out of the corpse and healed the wounds on its body. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the corpse opened its eyes. Countless memories poured out of the corpse and were absorbed by Yang Feng, giving him a certain understanding of this world. This world is called the Dark Earth world. Legend has it that this world was created by the god of creation, the god of Dark Earth. After the god of Dark Earth created the world, he exhausted his power and died. After the god of Dark Earth died, his power was absorbed by the races of the Dark Earth world. In the Dark Earth world, the 100 races of the Dark Earth fought endlessly for the right to rule the world. They fought for countless years. 30,000 years ago, the otherworldly demons invaded the Dark Earth world, conspired to seize control of the Dark Earth world, and instigated the races of the Dark Earth world to fight each other. After countless fights, the otherworldly demons became more and more powerful, and finally took control of the winged race of the Dark Earth world. The winged race colluded with the otherworldly demons and controlled nearly half of the territory of the Dark Earth world. The corpse possessed by Yang Feng is a young student of the Spirit Eye race named Ling Hua, a third-year student of the Light Spirit College. He is the son of an earl and has a distinguished status. However, Ling Hua took a fancy to an extremely beautiful girl in the college, Muyue. He used the power of his family to force Muyue to yield and become his girlfriend. Ling Juekong, a new student of the Light Spirit College, is a peerless genius. Muyue likes Ling Juekong. Ling Juekong regards Muyue as his exclusive descendant. As a result, during the trial by fire of the Spirit Eye race, Ling Juekong killed Ling Hua and knocked him off a cliff. Yang Feng was speechless as he looked at Ling Hua's memories. This guy's a great villain that gives experience points to the protagonist. Yang Feng said lightly, "If there's a chance, I'll help you deal with Ling Jueko. You can rest in peace." After he said this, the obsession in Ling Hua's mind disappeared without a trace. The gravity of the Dark Earth world is more than 10,000 times that of the Zhangji plane. Ling Hua turned out to be an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Moreover, his fleshly body is even stronger than mine when I was an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng scanned his fleshly body with his soul force, and his eyes flickered with emotion at once. In the Spirit Eye race, Ling Hua can't even be regarded as a genius. He can only be regarded as an above-average existence. Using the family's resources and secret methods, he practiced cultivation step by step to this point. Even so, Ling Hua's fleshly body is even more terrifying and powerful than Yang Feng's when he was an Infinity Warlock. This is the Spirit God Body Tempering Art, a secret method to temper the fleshly body of the Spirit Eye race. This is a supreme secret method to absorb universe origin force, stimulate bloodline force, change the structure of the body, and temper the fleshly body. This is a branch of the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal secret method. If I'm not mistaken, the Demon Lords Yuan should have obtained these secret methods as well. Yang Feng searched the Spirit Eye race's secret method from Ling Hua's memories, and his eyes flashed with a dignified shade. The Spirit God Body Tempering Art is one of the most fearsome fleshly body tempering secret methods Yang Feng has ever seen. It can make his body structure evolve in the direction of an eternal god emperor. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. At the time, the Dark Earth Monarch should have obtained the remains of an eternal god emperor and started to transform his body structure. Unfortunately, he still failed. He died in the withered battlefield. My strength has been weakened by more than 90%. To recover, it will take a huge amount of resources and time. In this world, I can readjust my body structure and become stronger. Then, I can dominate this world and search for the Dark Earth Monarch's legacy and eternal God Emperor rank treasures. Yang Feng scanned the world with his soul force and quickly analyzed his current situation. Yang Feng didn't enter this world with only a bit of his soul, but also part of his body and true spirit. Although he can use eternal sovereign rank power or above, but if he is careless, he will suffer a backlash from this world. Only by truly integrating with this world can Yang Feng use eternal sovereign rank power or above. Moreover, experts were as common as the clouds in the Dark Soil world, and there were quite a few eternal ones as well. Earl Guanyang's residence. "Young master, you're back." This old servant was so worried. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Earl Guanyang's residence, a white-haired old man came up to him with tears in his eyes, a look of excitement on his face. This white-haired old man is the butler of Earl Guanyang's residence, Ling Mu. Earl Guanyang was a rank 4 eternal expert. He fought in his territory and expanded it. The affairs of Earl Guanyang are basically managed by Ling Mu. This Ling Mu is also an emperor rank powerhouse. In the Dark Earth world, he can be regarded as an expert. At the same time, he is Earl Guanyang's servant, serving Earl Guanyang for generations. Chapter 1537. Yang Feng said in Lin Hua's arrogant tone, "Uncle Ling, I'm fine. Although that scoundrel Ling Juekong seriously injured me in the trial by fire and knocked me off a cliff. However, I had another fortuitous encounter after setting the mountain. After a while, I will recover my strength and even become stronger than before. Young master, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. By the way, I heard that stinky brat Ling Juekong dared to attack you, so I invited Miss Muyue to our mansion." The butler Ling Mu smiled kindly and clapped his hands. Under the guidance of the two maids, a beautiful girl with black hair, a height of about 173 meters, an oval face, and skin as white as jade, walked over with a fragrance wafting from her. She had a pure and charming appearance. Yang Feng was speechless when he saw this scene. This is a kidnapping. If I were Ling Juekong, I would slap this Ling Mu to death. But he's my man now, so it's not good to do anything to him. Ling Mu was an Emperor Realm expert. He watched Ling Hua grow up and treated him as his own son. He doted on him so much that he wouldn't give him anything he wanted. Over the years, who knows how many times he has cleaned up Ling Hua's mess. Face pale, Mue stared at Yang Feng and gritted her teeth, saying, "Lin Hua, if you use force on me, I'll kill myself. Then you can go die." Yang Feng dropped a sentence indifferently. Muyue's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. In the past, as long as she said this, Lin Hua would soften and be obedient to her. But now Yang Feng doesn't care about her, leaving her at a loss. Yang Feng said, "Uncle Ling, the teachers of Light Spirit Advanced College have some strength. After all, she's not an ordinary peasant. It's a bit troublesome to make a move on her. Let her go." "Young master, she's just a commoner. Even if we kill her, our mansion will only need to compensate a sum of money. This girl's teacher is weaker than me. If they want to provoke our mansion, we can kill them at any time." Ling Mu smiled coldly at Mu Yu and straightened his body. An indomitable and domineering aura slowly spread out towards Mu Yu. Under that terrifying aura, Mu Yu's face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. The Spirit Eye race practiced a feudal system. The Spirit Eye monarch was the king of the Spirit Eye kingdom. Below the king were the prince, and below the prince were the various prefectural princes. Below the prefectural princes were the duke, marquis, count, viscount, baron, and meritorious. Only by advancing to the eternal realm could one become a lord. Experts at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm were earls, the sixth heaven of the eternal realm were dukes, the seventh heaven of the eternal realm were dukes, the eighth heaven of the eternal realm were princes, and the ninth heaven of the eternal realm were spiritual eye-kings. Yang Feng was the heir of Earl Guanyang's mansion. He also had the status of a lordship and was an aristocrat, standing high above the commoners. Even if they killed a commoner girl like Mu Yu, they would only be fined some money at most. If it was within Earl Guanyang's territory, then Yang Feng wouldn't even need to pay compensation for killing a commoner. Earl Guanyang had a fierce reputation in the spiritized state. He fought against the winged race and made countless contributions. If Ling Hua can advance to the eternal sovereign rank in the future, he can inherit everything of Earl Guanyang after his death and become the new Earl Guanyang. Even if Ling Hua is just a good-for-nothing and can't advance to the eternal sovereign rank in the future, but he can still become an imperial lordship and get most of the property left by Earl Guanyang. Of course, the territory conquered by Earl Guanyang will be taken back by the empire and rewarded to the new aristocrats. The Dark Earth is a world where Eternals control everything. If you haven't advanced to the eternal sovereign realm, you are just a lowly person. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Let her go. Don't let her stay and disturb my practice." In Yang Feng's harem, there are many beautiful women. Although Mu Yu is also a beautiful girl, but she isn't outstanding enough for Yang Feng to stay. "Yes, young master." Ling Mu's eyes shimmered kindly, and his face sank, and he said coldly, "You can go now. However, I warn you, don't get too close to Ling Jueko. Otherwise, your teacher and your family won't be able to escape death." Mu Yu trembled slightly, and tears streamed down her face. "Yes." Yang Feng was speechless at once. This is the tone of a villain. However, Ling Mu has stood up for his body. If he refutes him, it will undoubtedly be inconsistent with Ling Hua's usual behavior. Yang Feng naturally won't do that. Yang Feng said, "Open the Dark Origin Tower. I want to go in and practice cultivation." When Ling Mu heard this, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered with excitement. "Okay, young master." The Dark Origin Tower is one of the trump cards of Earl Guanyang, as well as the cultivation holy land of Earl Guanyang's mansion. However, practicing cultivation inside is too painful. At the time, Ling Hua only practiced cultivation for a few days before complaining of bitterness and tiredness. He didn't want to enter anymore, wasting great cultivation resources in vain. So this is the Dark Origin Tower. It's really extraordinary. When Yang Feng reached the depths of Earl Guanyang's mansion, he saw a 100-meter-tall black tower sitting in the deepest part of the mansion, radiating gloomy light. When Yang Feng entered the gate of the Dark Origin Tower, there was a flash of black light, and he appeared in a world full of endless darkness with only glimmers of light. Gloomy black light shone, and a frightening black beam enveloped Yang Feng. So heavy, in an instant, as if he is pressed down by a mountain, Yang Feng's body issued brittle sounds. This is the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin. How extravagant! Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of black light entered his mouth. His eyes flashed with incredulity at once. The eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch can transform a person and increase their aptitude by leaps and bounds. This is a treasure that all eternal sovereigns yearn for the most. However, the black light in the Dark Origin Tower turns out to be the eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch, which is simply incredible. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many experts in the Dark Earth world. Since the Dark Origin Tower can use the eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch to practice cultivation, it can naturally cultivate many powerful eternal sovereigns. If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Earth King has truly fallen. Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled, and the black beam entered his mouth. His body collapsed and shattered, revealing a right hand that has fused with his eternal essence. The right hand that has integrated with Yang Feng's eternal essence radiated light, absorbed the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal essence, cast the spirit god body tempering art, and began to rapidly transform his body structure into that of an eternal god emperor. The first layer, 2 layers, cultivating the spirit god body tempering method. Yang Feng broke through to the 9th firmament and reached the Empyrean realm, and his body gave off a flawless feeling. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, the Darkness Origin Pagoda was ruined by me. The resources here aren't enough for me to become an eternal one. At this time, Yang Feng's soul is still that of an eternal 9 firmament eternal lord, but his fleshly body has begun to be reforged using the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal lord origin. Once his fleshly body was reforged, he would reach the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. His fleshly body will surpass even that of an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and he will have the potential to advance to the eternal Lord rank. Young Master, young Marquis Ning requests an audience. When Yang Feng walked out of the Darkness Origin Pagoda, Ling Mu came to him and said respectfully, "What is he doing here?" Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and walked toward the reception room. "Linghua, you're in big trouble. Ling Juekong has issued you an invitation to a spirit eye death match." On a sofa in the reception room sat a black-haired, black-clothed, handsome young man with slightly swollen eyes. He is Ning Feng, the son of the Flying Arrow Marquis Ning Boguang, and he is one of Linghua's Silk Pants friends. Yang Feng sat on a sofa and said with a faint smile, "Spirit eye death match? What qualifications does a peasant like him have to challenge me?" In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the Spirit Eye Death Match is a means for aristocrats to resolve disputes. If an aristocrat forms an irreconcilable feud with another aristocrat, they can invite the other party to a Spirit Eye Death Match. The invited party can refuse directly. However, in the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the strong are respected. The party who refuses will suffer a great loss of face in the kingdom. However, in the Spirit Eye Death Match, only aristocrats can challenge aristocrats. Commoners can't challenge aristocrats. Although Ling Juekong is a martial arts genius, but he is a commoner and is not qualified to challenge Yang Feng. Ning Feng said, "That guy's very lucky. Not long ago, he saved Duke Muguang's second daughter, Mu Rong, on the outskirts of the city and won Duke Muguang's appreciation. Duke Muguang has already bestowed him the title of a lordship. He is now a junior aristocrat. In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, Only the Spirit Eye monarch is qualified to bestow titles of Baron and above. However, greater aristocrats of Baron and above are qualified to bestow titles of lordship. Of course, every time a title is bestowed, a fief must be bestowed. At the same time, an extremely expensive fief tax must be paid to the Spirit Eye Kingdom. It is precisely because of this that the Spirit Eye Kingdom is very cautious in bestowing titles of aristocrats. Greater aristocrats won't easily bestow titles of lesser aristocrats. Ning Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness as he said, Ling Hua, Ling Juekong's spirit god-body tempering method is at least at the 7th level. Your spirit god-body tempering method is only at the 6th level. You have no chance of winning against him. You should go hide in your father's territory. If Ling Juekong dares to go to your father's territory, then kill him. Yang Feng said with a slight smile. Ning Feng, where's a first-rate dark origin pagoda? Ning Feng said, a first-rate dark origin pagoda? The most powerful is naturally the divine King Pagoda. That is a forbidden area for the royal family. Apart from the royal family, only the top nobles who have made great contributions can enter and cultivate there. Chapter 1538. Yang Feng frowned and said slowly, Divine King Pagoda? It was a holy land for cultivation that even a first-rate greater aristocrat like Earl Guangyang could hardly enter. With Yang Feng's identity, it was naturally difficult for him to enter. Ning Feng said with a faint smile, Apart from the divine King Pagoda, there is the military's merit pagoda. As long as you consume merit points, you can practice cultivation in different levels of the merit pagoda. Then there is the Dark Source Pagoda controlled by the major families. The Dark Source Pagoda in your father's territory is definitely strong enough. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, saying, the military attaches great importance to the strong. It seems that a fight with Ling Juekong is inevitable. All right, I accept Ling Juekong's challenge. It was fine if Yang Feng didn't accept Ling Juekong's challenge, but in that case, it would be very difficult for him to develop in all aspects. After all, in the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the strong were respected. Cowards who avoided battle were not welcome anywhere. Ling Hua was the son of the first wife of Count Guangyang, while Ling Juekong was the #1 genius of the Light Spirit Advanced Academy. The death match between the two of them caused a small commotion in the spiritual light city of the Spiritual Eye Kingdom. 7 days later, the Light Spirit College's arena was already filled with students from the college, as well as some good-for-nothings from major aristocrats. There were 3 old men seated on a high platform in the wrestling arena. The 3 old men were the Dean of Light Spirit College, an elder of the aristocratic senate, and Duke Maguang. Below the high platform sat more than 20 young men and women who were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had extraordinary temperaments that far surpassed ordinary students. They were the children of major aristocratic families in the Light Spirit City. In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, all the greater aristocrats were eternal sovereigns or above, and the aptitude of their descendants was far superior to that of ordinary people. In fact, the entire Spirit Eye Kingdom was in the hands of aristocrats and the royal family. As a result, the status of ordinary people was very low. Ling Juekong, he's here. Ling Juekong, so handsome. I love you. All of a sudden, the cheers of girls came from the Colosseum. A young man with short black hair, a tall and slender figure, sword-like eyebrows, and a mischievous smile on his face slowly stepped into the center of the wrestling ring. He was extraordinarily handsome and charming. This youth was the Light Spirit Advanced Academy's #1 prodigy, Ling Juekong. Brother Jukong, you can do it. I support you. Get rid of Ling Hua. Among the 20 or so young nobles who were dressed in luxurious clothes, a beautiful girl with long hair that reached her shoulders and a sexy figure, like a ball of fire, waved her small fist and shouted loudly. She was Duke Muwang's second daughter, Murong. Ling Juekong waved his hand at the crowd in a dashing manner, and the crowd let out cries of surprise. One of the noblemen frowned slightly, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "How annoying. He's just a lowly commoner, yet he's so ostentatious." Another noble youth smiled faintly and said, "Feng Yang, Ling Juekong is not simple." It was said that the third prince admired him very much and had already tried to recruit him. Duke Maguang is a general under the third prince. Feng Yang narrowed his eyes and fell silent. "Your Highness, the third prince, if I hadn't descended, Ling Hua would have become a stepping stone for Ling Juekong, even if he hadn't died. The Spirit God-Body Tempering Method's 8th level is already in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. His progress is really heaven-defying. He's very likely to be this world's child of destiny." Yang Feng walked out unhurriedly, looked at the handsome Ling Juekong, and mused. The Linghua possessed by Yang Feng was also handsome, but compared to the handsome godlike Ling Juekong, they weren't on the same level at all. The elder of the kingdom's senate said indifferently, "Linghua, Ling Juekong, life is precious. No one is allowed to interfere in a fight to the death of a spirit eye. Only when one side dies will it end. Are you sure you want to have a fight to the death?" "I'm sure. Linghua insulted my beloved woman. This enmity is unbearable. I'm going to have a fight to the death with a spirit eye." Ling Juekong turned to look at Yang Feng with endless killing intent in his eyes and said coldly. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng didn't even look at Ling Juekong and said indifferently, "I'm sure. Sign your names on it." The elder of the Senate waved his hand, and a piece of black magic bass paper flew out and landed in front of Ling Juekong and Yang Feng. Yang Feng and Ling Juekong signed their names on the magic bass paper. The elder of the Senate said unhurriedly, "I now announce the start of the fight to the death. Linghua, you've been a bully and despotic all these years. Besides, you dared to attack my Muyue. That's unforgivable. Today, you'll be buried here." Ling Juekong stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and a 2-meter-long black spear appeared in his hand. Black Dragon Spear. That's the weapon of the Dragon Spear Grand Duke. With the Black Dragon Spear Grand Duke, he assassinated 5 winged Grand Dukes in one fell swoop, establishing his reputation as the #1 Grand Duke. The Black Dragon Spear fell into his hands. "That's Ling Juekong for you." Linghua is dead this time. A dignified shade flashed in everyone's eyes, and they uttered slowly, "Dragon Slayer strike." Ling Juekong stared at Yang Feng. Dark light flashed, and he suddenly tore through the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng as if teleporting, and stabbed with his spear. That's the power of a Tier 7 Extraordinary. So strong. A Tier 7 Extraordinary. That's already close to a graduate. Ling Juekong is only one step away from graduating. He's only been in school for less than a year, yet his talent is really heaven-defying. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. In the Light Spirit Advanced College, as long as a student's cultivation base reaches the holy step, they can graduate. Once they enter the army, they can become an officer. In the army of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the weakest soldiers are Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Warlock Monarch rank power. To think that he would play the trick of hiding his strength. Unfortunately, you've picked the wrong opponent. Yang Feng smiled coldly, raised his strength to the pinnacle holy step, and suddenly burst out. He slapped Ling Juekong's spear away with his left hand, and then slammed his right hand into Ling Juekong's chest like a poisonous dragon. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing came from Ling Juekong's chest. A dozen of his chest bones were broken by Yang Feng. How could this be? He was just a Tier 6 Extraordinary before. How could his strength soar to this point? Ling Juekong spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he erupted with holy step power and unleashed an exquisite method to fight Yang Feng. Holy step. Linghua is also a holy step. What a deep concealment. How could that silk pants Linghua be a holy step? No. Stop, Linghua. You're not allowed to hit Ling Juekong. Stop! Linghua! When the students of the Spiritual Light Advanced Academy saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded, and shock flashed in their eyes. In the Spiritual Light College, only those who have studied for decades and are close to graduation possess holy step power. Linghua has only been in the college for 3 years, while Ling Juekong has only been in the college for 1 year, yet he already possesses holy step power. This is simply heaven-defying. How is this possible? How can you have such terrifying power? Resisting Yang Feng's attack, Ling Juekong vomited blood and roared incredulously. Thank you very much, Ling Juekong. During the trial by fire, you knocked me off a cliff and almost killed me. However, it also gave me a fortuitous encounter and allowed me to be reborn. I've already died once. I'm no longer who I used to be. So go to hell. A cold look in his eyes, killing intent surged, and Yang Feng punched Ling Juekong in the abdomen. A fearsome force broke out and crushed Ling Juekong's resistance, and he fell to the ground. It's over. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng descended from the sky and mercilessly stomped on Ling Juekong's head. As long as the foot hits, Ling Juekong will definitely die. Face pale, Mu Rong issued a shrill scream. No. Linghua, if you dare to kill Big Brother Juekong, I will never forgive you. I won't rest until you die. Face pale, Mu Yu shouted. Stop, Linghua. If you kill Big Brother Juekong, I'll kill myself. Unmoved, Yang Feng stomped on Ling Juekong's head with a heart of stone. Stop. On the high platform, the Spiritual Light Advanced Academy's dean's hair and beard stood on end, his eyes wide open. A terrifying aura of the seventh heaven of the eternal realm emanated from his body and swept out in all directions. A cold look in his eyes. The Senator of the Senate also emitted seventh firmament eternal realm aura and collided with the Dean of the Spiritual Light College's aura. Dean of the Spiritual Light College, do you want to interfere in this fight and provoke the dignity of us aristocrats? Sure enough, the children of destiny always come out of desperate straits. It's a pity that you ran into me, who is no longer in the net of destiny. Withstanding the frightening might of the Dean of the Spiritual Light College, Yang Feng smiled coldly and stomped on Ling Juekong's face, and a fearsome force erupted and seriously injured Ling Juekong. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Ling Juekong's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ling Juekong trembled slightly, lost all resistance, and fainted. Looking at the Dean of the Spiritual Light College, Yang Feng uttered coldly, Dean of the Spiritual Light College, this is a fight to the death. A fight to the death between aristocrats is sacred and inviolable. Are you going to interfere in the fight between me and Ling Juekong? Chapter 1539. There was a look of helplessness in the eyes of the Feybright College's dean, and he said unhurriedly, Linghua, you and Ling Juekong are rare geniuses of the Feybright College. There's no need to kill each other. Give me some face and stop the Feybright duel with Ling Juekong. How about it? As long as you agree, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it doesn't violate morality, I'll help you once. The Feybright duel is a sacred and inviolable duel between aristocrats in the Feybright Kingdom. If the dean interferes with such a duel, he'll be deprived of his position as dean, stripped of his aristocratic title, and sent to the sinful slave camp. No one will dare to save him. Yang Feng said lightly, I have 3 conditions. If you and Duke Maguang agree to them, then I'll let Ling Juekong go. Otherwise, today will be the day he dies. The dean responded, Speak. Yang Feng uttered lightly, First, I want to enter the Feybright College's Feybright Dark Origin Tower and practice cultivation for 10 years. Second, I want to enter Duke Muguang's mansion's Feybright Dark Origin Tower and practice cultivation for 10 years. Third, I want 100,000 level, 7 Darkness Origin Crystals. Darkness Origin Crystals are a special product of the Dark Earth world, a top resource that powerhouses need to practice cultivation. Existences below the eternal sovereign rank use darkness origin stones to practice cultivation, while eternal sovereigns use darkness origin crystals to practice cultivation. A level, 2 darkness origin crystal can be exchanged for 10 level, 1 darkness origin crystals, and so on. For the Dean, 100,000 level, 7 darkness origin crystals is a huge fortune. The Dean's face turned pale, and he glared at Yangfeng hatefully and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can agree to the first and third conditions, but the second condition requires the consent of Duke Maguang." A distressed expression on her face, Mu Rong pleaded with Duke Maguang. "Father, save Big Brother Juekong. I beg you. As long as you save him, I'll agree to anything. Please." Duke Maguang's eyes shimmered with kindness, and he sighed faintly. "Okay, I agree." Yangfeng bowed to the senator and said respectfully, "Sir Senator, victory is already in my hands, and the other party has paid enough ransom. I want to cancel the Favorite duel. Please allow me to do so." The senator grinned and pointed with a finger, and the black parchment ignited and turned into a flame. "I'm very satisfied with your performance. Permission granted." Big Brother Ju Kong, Mu Yu and Mu Rong, the 2 great beauties, came to the fighting ring and carried Ling Juekong in their arms as 2 mournful screams rang out. Yangfeng looked at Ling Juekong, who looked like a wastrel, smiled indifferently, turned around, and walked outside. Although Ling Juekong is the child of fate of this world, but Yangfeng has already reached the 9th firmament eternal realm. No matter how fast he grows, it is almost impossible for him to catch up with Yangfeng. This is why Yangfeng spared Ling Juekong's life. "Linghua, I'll definitely repay the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold in the future. Within 10 years, I will definitely fight you again. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Ling Juekong opened his eyes flashing with unyielding fighting spirit. He stared at Yangfeng and barked. "In." Yangfeng responded carelessly and strode towards the Dean of the Spiritual Light Institute. Yangfeng said, "Sir Dean, please give me a certificate to enter the top floor of the Aurora Dark Origin Tower, as well as 100,000 level 7 dark origin crystals." With a wave of the Spiritual Light Institute's Dean, a black token and a black storage ring fell into Yangfeng's hand. "Thank you, Sir Dean." Yangfeng smiled indifferently, turned around, and walked towards the Aurora Dark Origin Tower. The Aurora Dark Origin Tower is located in the deepest part of the Spiritual Light Institute. It is one of the top cultivation facilities of the Institute, as well as one of its underlying foundations. Not bad. This Dark Origin Tower is much stronger than the one in Earl Guangyang's residence. No wonder so many geniuses gathered at the Spiritual Light Institute. Defeating Ling Juekong, the destined child, is indeed very beneficial. Just cultivating in this Dark Origin Tower alone is already a great profit. Yangfeng looked at the 10,000-meter-tall Aurora Dark Origin Tower engraved with countless mysterious runes, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The Aurora Dark Origin Tower is one of the top cultivation facilities of the Spiritual Light Institute. Originally, a lot of contribution points are required to enter and practice cultivation here for a day. This is because practicing cultivation in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower consumes a lot of resources. If Yangfeng wanted to practice cultivation here for a day, he would have to run around for at least half a month for the Spiritual Light Institute. But now he has obtained 10 years of cultivation time in one go, which is something that even eternal sovereigns would be jealous of. "Please show me your proof of entry." As soon as Yangfeng approached the Dark Origin Tower, a student stepped forward and said. Yangfeng waved his hand, and a black token appeared and radiated gloomy light, and the figure of the Spiritual Light Institute's dean appeared. The student's face changed slightly, and he uttered respectfully, "It turns out to be a token bestowed by Sir Dean. Please come in." As soon as Yangfeng stepped into the Dark Origin Tower, the black token in his hand shone with hazy black light, and he was teleported to the top of the tower. It's just me. Right, this is the top of the Dark Origin Tower. Generally speaking, the contribution points required to practice cultivation here are enough for an ordinary student to spend a year doing missions. Yang Feng looked around. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. He sat down, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. A vast and fearsome attractive force came from Yang Feng and frantically absorbed the surrounding Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin. In the light Dark Source Pagoda, the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin is 100 times more concentrated than Earl Guangyang's Dark Source Pagoda. Yang Feng unscrupulously absorbed the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin and cast the Spirit God-Body Tempering Method to strengthen himself. 7 days later, a fearsome aura came from the Aurora Dark Origin Tower and spread in all directions. Someone broke through and advanced to the Eternal Realm. Another genius broke through. The people practicing cultivation in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower opened their eyes slightly, and then no longer paid attention. For ordinary people in the Dark Earth world, advancing to the Eternal Realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for geniuses of the Spiritual Light Institute, advancing to the Eternal Realm is very common. Some freakish geniuses who have practiced cultivation for hundreds of years in the Spiritual Light Institute often break through in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower. So this is the Dark Earth world's eternal. This way of cultivation doesn't have much understanding of the laws of the universe, and it is difficult to pry open the great power of the universe. However, the strength of their fleshly body is far greater than that of eternal sovereigns of the same rank. Besides, eternal sovereigns of the Dark Earth world have no eternal immortality. Once they die for real. After Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Realm, he quietly comprehended the changes in his body. Eternal sovereigns of the Dark Earth world cannot condense their eternal mark and engrave it in the universe. As a result, it is difficult for them to mobilize the power of the universe. At the same time, their manipulation of laws is far inferior to that of eternal sovereigns. However, the fleshly body of eternal sovereigns in the Dark Earth world is astonishingly strong. The fleshly body of a first firmament eternal sovereign is comparable to that of a fourth firmament eternal sovereign in the eternal world. The fleshly body that Yang Feng tempered with the Spirit God-Body Tempering Method is already comparable to that of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. If I can practice cultivation to the ninth firmament eternal realm here, my fleshly body will be comparable to that of an eternal monarch. Countless runes shone as Yang Feng frantically devoured the Dark Earth Tower's eternal origin, and his fleshly body and soul transformed and evolved frantically. What's going on? Why is the amount of dark force decreasing? What's going on? As Yang Feng practiced cultivation frantically, the concentration of the Dark Earth King's eternal origin in the Dark Earth Tower began to decrease frantically. The amount of dark force has decreased. Add more dark origin crystals. After Zhang Yuan, an elder in charge of the Light Dark Origin Tower, received the report, he frowned slightly and said, "Countless dark origin crystals were poured into an energy furnace of the Light Dark Origin Tower and transformed into pure dark origin force that filled the Dark Origin Tower. It's finally dense. I can practice cultivation for decades more." The cultivation geniuses in the Dark Origin Tower showed looks of satisfaction. But in the next moment, the dark origin force inside the Dark Origin Tower surged toward the top of the tower, and the concentration of dark origin force in the Dark Origin Tower became extremely thin again. A student ran to Zhang Yuan in a panic and said, "Elder, it's bad. The concentration of dark origin force in the Dark Origin Tower has decreased again." "What?" Alarmed, Zhang Yuan got up and walked towards the Dark Origin Tower. "Someone is practicing a top-secret method. That person should be at the first firmament of the Eternal Realm." As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived in front of the Dark Origin Tower, he saw a steady stream of dark origin force converging on the top floor and forming a cloud of dark origin force. Zhang Yuan asked, "Who is on the top floor of the dark origin tower?" The student quickly replied, "It's Ling Hua. He defeated Ling Juekong, and then used the token given to him by the dean to come to the top floor of the dark origin tower to practice cultivation." Zhang Yuan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said coldly, "Ling Hua, since it's him, don't add any more dark origin crystals to the dark origin tower. As for the other people in the tower, tell them to leave." The student replied respectfully, "Yes, Elder." 10 days later, on the top floor of the light dark origin tower, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. The Dark Earth King's eternal origin force is running out. I have also advanced to the third firmament of the eternal realm. I can go to the Grand Duke's mansion now. When Yang Feng sensed the change in the concentration of dark origin force around the light dark origin tower, he smiled coldly. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared without a sound. Grand Duke Muwang's mansion, inside a luxurious hall. Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, Sir Grand Duke." Chapter 1540. Sitting on the seat of honor with an expressionless face, Duke Muguang quietly looked at Yang Feng and said flatly, "Ling Hua, I didn't expect you to really dare to come to my mansion. Don't you know that my second daughter, Mu Rong, hates you to the bone?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Of course I know. However, with your identity and status, you naturally can't go back on your word. Besides, your second daughter's attitude doesn't represent yours." Duke Muwang's eyes flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, "You're very smart. I heard that you broke through and became an eternal sovereign on the top floor of the Spiritual Light Advanced College." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "That's right. When I accepted Ling Juekong's challenge, I was already an Empyrean. It was only natural for me to advance in the Spiritual Light Advanced College." Duke Muguang said flatly, "Mu Sha, father." A beautiful woman with black hair and a sexy figure wearing a black dress walked over, bringing with her a fragrance. She looked very similar to Mu Rong, but she had a valiant air about her. Duke Muguang said, "This is my eldest daughter, Mu Sha. Mu Sha, take Ling Hua to the Darkness Origin Tower." "Yes, father," Mu Sha responded, then turned to look at Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered flatly, "Follow me." Yang Feng smiled indifferently and followed Mu Sha into the depths of Duke Muwang's mansion. In the deepest part of Duke Muwang's mansion, there is a Darkness Origin Tower. This Darkness Origin Tower is 1,000 meters tall. Although it is a long way from the Spiritual Light Advanced College's Darkness Origin Tower, but is 10 times stronger than the Darkness Origin Tower in Duke Guangyang's mansion. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Darkness Origin Tower, he was teleported to a dark space. Mysterious runes flickered, and tremendous soul force swept the dark space and instantly scanned it. There's no surveillance. I can practice cultivation to my heart's content. Duke Muguang really knows how to conduct himself. Yang Feng showed a look of satisfaction. He operated the improved spirit god-body tempering method and the devour heavenly attack he created and frantically devoured the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin tower. A fearsome whirlpool emerged outside the Darkness Origin Tower and formed a black fog. Mu Sha looked at the Darkness Origin Tower with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. Amazing. This was spiritual essence. Looks like he's had a fortuitous encounter, and after going through Ling Juekong's attack, he's been reborn and has already become one of the top geniuses. 7 days later, the thick fog that shrouded the top of the Dark Origin Tower finally dissipated. Inside the Darkness Origin Tower, Yang Feng opened his eyes and looked at the shattered level. 7 Darkness Origin crystals on the ground with regret in his eyes. I advanced to the 4th firmament, Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, those 100,000 rank 7 Darkness Origin crystals had already been exhausted. The amount of resources required to successfully cultivate the eternal God Emperor body is simply too shocking. According to the information Yang Feng currently has, the white jade finger bone surpasses that of the Eternal King by far. It should be the remains of the legendary Eternal God Emperor. The body Yang Feng is recultivating at this time is also transforming into the Eternal God Sovereign body. However, the Eternal God King body's power was terrifying, and the resources it required were beyond imagination. With Yang Feng's current strength, he can condense a 9th firmament Eternal Warlock rank body and restore Eternal Warlock rank strength. But that is meaningless to him. You're out. Father wants to see you. As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the Dark Origin Tower, Musha appeared in front of him and said flatly. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he followed Musha to the study of the Grand Duke Manor. Grand Duke Maguang uttered meaningfully, Linghua, in 7 days, you absorbed all the darkness origin force that could be cultivated for 10 years in the Dark Origin Tower. That's really amazing. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. Sir Grand Duke, you flatter me. Grand Duke Maguang uttered flatly. Since you have advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank, the next step should be to go to the battlefield and fight for your fief. My daughter Musha is also an Eternal Sovereign. I intend to make her your follower and have her follow you to fight on the battlefield and fight for your fief. She will follow you for 3 years. How about it? Once the powerhouses of the Spirit Eye Kingdom advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, they will take the initiative to go to the battlefield to fight with the winged god powerhouses and fight for territory from them. Only those who seize territory from the winged god powerhouses and grow stronger will be granted a title by the Spirit Eye Kingdom and become a hereditary peer aristocrat with a fief. Hereditary peer aristocrats only have to pay a large amount of resources to the Spirit Eye Kingdom every year to turn their territory into an independent kingdom. Only hereditary peer aristocrats have great power in the Spirit Eye Kingdom. They're the true upper class. Vaguely guessing Grand Duke Muwang's intentions, Yang Feng said with a smile, It's my honor to have Miss Musha follow me. Grand Duke Maguang smiled with satisfaction and chatted with Yang Feng for a while, and then Yang Feng left. With his relationship with Grand Duke Maguang, coupled with Earl Guangyang, Yang Feng easily completed all the procedures to go to the front line and obtain the privilege of freely choosing the battlefield. Maple Forest region is a small region located at the edge of the main battlefield between the Winged God Empire and the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Maple City is one of the 72 major cities of the Maple Forest region. 500 years ago, Maple City belonged to the Spirit Eye Kingdom. After the Winged God Empire's expert Yi Guanghai killed the previous city master of Maple City, he seized Maple City from the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and Yi Guanghai became the new city master of Maple City. So this is the Winged God. They look a bit like angels, no? They are much stronger than angels, and their potential is also greater than that of angels. Strolling in Maple City, Yang Feng, shrouded in distorted fluctuations that interfered with everyone's perception, quietly observed the scene in Maple City. In Maple City, winged god powerhouses with pairs of light wings on their backs could be seen everywhere. The winged god powerhouses are handsome men and beautiful women. In addition to the pairs of light wings on their backs, there are also diamond-shaped crystals floating around them. The light wings and diamond-shaped crystals are crystals formed from the overflowing power of the winged god. In the fiercest battle, they can absorb the power of the light wings and diamond-shaped crystals and become more powerful. In the Dark Earth world, the winged god race is the #1 race and occupies the fertile land of the Dark Earth world. Musha followed Yang Feng and asked curiously, Linghua, what are your plans now? Follow me. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and walked in Maple City. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, he arrived at the city master's mansion. Yi Guanghai, come out and see me. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the eyes of everyone in Maple City's city master's mansion. A voice exploded in Maple City. This madman. Yi Guanghai is a fourth firmament eternal realm expert, an Earl rank powerhouse. He dares to provoke us. He's courting death. Musha's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. With a wave of her hand, a strange veil appeared and enveloped her, completely concealing her figure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms sounded in Maple City, and 6 eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power rose in the City Master's mansion. A tall winged god powerhouse with 2 pairs of light wings on his back, for purple diamond-shaped crystals around him, and exuding fourth firmament, eternal realm fluctuations of power walked out. He is Maple City's City Master, Yi Guanghai. Behind Yi Guanghai, 5 first firmament, eternal realm winged god powerhouses stared coldly at Yangfeng. Eternal sovereign of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. A mere second firmament, eternal realm, ant dares to provoke me. You're courting death. Even if your elders are guarding you, only death awaits you. Yi Guanghai glanced at Yangfeng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. The light wings on his back flashed, and he disappeared. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yangfeng and sent a claw barreling towards Yangfeng's heart. Musha's beautiful eyes shimmered with unwillingness. It's over. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. A playboy is a playboy after all. At that moment, a crystal ball around Yangfeng's neck flashed, and a sharp mechanical tentacle suddenly shot out lightning fast and stabbed towards the winged sea of light. The 4 purple diamond-shaped crystals in front of Yi Guanghai burst out with purple light and formed a purple barrier. The diamond-shaped crystals around the winged god race are their natural barriers. They're the most difficult race to mount a sneak attack on in the Dark Earth world. When a sharp mechanical tentacle stabbed the purple boundary, it instantly pierced through the purple boundary and easily pierced through Yi Guanghai's body. A fearsome devour force broke out and easily devoured Yi Guanghai's power, turning him into dust and disappearing. He has the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin force. It seems that most of the Eternals in the Dark Earth world are pseudo-Eternals. They are just carriers of the Eternal Monarchs. After they die, they will become nutrients for the Dark Earth world. If the Dark Earth world continues to evolve like this, then maybe after billions of years, the Dark Earth Monarch will be able to be reborn with the help of the Dark Earth world. When Yangfeng devoured Yi Guanghai's power, there was a look of surprise in his eyes, and he looked pensive. Eternal monarchs are extremely difficult to kill. Each of them hides countless resurrection methods. 1/3 of the existing eternal monarchs have died once and then been reborn. In the Dark Earth world, the eternal sovereigns can't refine the Dark Earth monarch's eternal origin force, which shows that the secret method they cultivate is wrong. Even though they can obtain a fearsome power for a while, but they cannot exist forever. Their soul will decay, and they will eventually become nutrients for the Dark Earth Monarch's resurrection. Chapter 1541. Sir City Lord is dead. Kill him. Eyes shot with blood, Yi Guanghai's personal guards rushed towards Yangfeng. Idiot courting death. Yangfeng pointed with a finger, and a multi-barrel annihilation cannon suspended in the void appeared and fired a dense rain of annihilation beams that slammed into Yi Guanghai's personal guards. The saints and emperors of the Winged God clan were blasted apart one by one, and they transformed into countless pieces that flew towards the surroundings. Whenever they die, wisps of the Dark Earth Monarch's origin force will be drawn by Yangfeng's Devour essence and enter his body. The 5 first firmament eternal rank-winged god powerhouses, however, are aware of the danger. In an instant, they turned into 5 rays of light and flew in different directions. Want to escape? You're courting death. A pair of mechanical wings appeared behind Yangfeng. With a flap of his wings, 5 afterimages flashed in front of the 5 winged god powerhouses. The 5 winged god powerhouses trembled slightly, and 5 large holes appeared in their chests. Losing their vitality, they fell from the sky. Come out. Kill them all. After killing the 5 winged god eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng clapped his hands, and 1,000 Infinity Warlock rank-winged god powerhouses walked out of the void. The 1,000 elites of the Solai race were all clad in silver mechanical armors. They held miniature destruction cannons in their hands as they attacked the winged god race powerhouses. A dense rain of black beams blasted out from the annihilation cannons and blasted the winged god powerhouses one after another. When the winged god powerhouses cast secret methods that slammed into the winged god powerhouses, they were blocked by the silver mechanical armor. Under the absolute suppression of the advanced technology, Maple City's City Lord Mansion was quickly suppressed, and not a single one of the 1,000 soulful clan warriors died. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Miss Musha, haven't you always been curious about what fortuitous encounter I had? This is the fortuitous encounter I had. It's a force from an extraterrestrial civilization. Extraterrestrial demons. The forces of other demons opposed to the purple origin demons? You actually used the power of the extraterrestrial demons. Aren't you afraid that the kingdom will treat you as a traitor and hunt you down until you die?" Musha frowned slightly. She walked out from the void and slowly said, Yang Feng uttered lightly, "First, I have no choice. If I don't use this power, I will never surpass Ling Jueko. Second, as long as I kill the purple origin devils, the kingdom will turn a blind eye to it. Thirdly, there has never been a law that says it's a crime for nobles to use the power of extraterrestrial civilizations." Musha pondered for a moment before she chuckled. "You're right. As long as you continue to kill the winged god race and the purple origin demon race, the kingdom won't care about these trivial matters. Also, there are many purple origin demons who have surrendered in the kingdom. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to obtain so much information. These silver armors and weapons are very powerful. This 1,000-man team was originally ordinary. However, with the enhancement of their equipment, their combat strength could probably contend against eternal sovereigns. Linghua, how many of these items do you have? Can you sell some of them to me?" Musha watched as the Winged God Clan's elite troops fearlessly slaughtered the remaining Winged God Clan members in Maple City. Her beautiful eyes shone with a brilliant light. For the Musha family, Infinity Warlock rank elite soldiers are nothing. In the Musha family, there is even a holy rank elite soldier. However, if the holy rank elite soldier of the Musha family faces the 1,000 soldiers equipped with the silver mechanical armor and destruction cannons, only death will await them. This is the importance of equipment. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a list of materials flew into Musha's hand. "I can manufacture this equipment in bulk. You have to prepare the materials yourself, and give me a level 7 dark origin crystal for each set." After Musha looked at the list of materials, she frowned slightly, and then uttered decisively, "Okay, give me 100,000 sets first. With 100,000 sets of equipment, Duke Muwang's strength will increase by a large margin and strengthen his territory. At the same time, he will have extra strength to attack the Winged God race. In addition, with how powerful the silver mechanical armor is, Duke Muwang can make a fortune by selling it." Yang Feng shook his head. 100,000 sets? I can't come up with that much at once. All my resources and strength must be used in my territory. I can sell you 100 sets at most. Musha's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "Okay, I will cooperate with you to suppress this place as soon as possible." After Maple City was captured, Earl Guangyang and Duke Muwang's support poured in from the rear and helped Yang Feng quickly take control of Maple City. Yang Feng led the army to sweep through the forces around Maple City. One after another, the strongholds of the Winged God race and the Purple Origin Demon race were captured and destroyed by him, and he obtained a large number of contribution points. After suppressing Maple City, Yang Feng commanded a legion of 10,000 Spirit-Eye Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses as the main force to continue the attack. In the Maplewood region, one city after another occupied by the Winged God race was captured by Yang Feng, and he devoured all kinds of precious resources. Every time he slays a Winged God Eternal, Yangfeng's strength increases by a notch. Strengthened by the silver transcendent armor, the 10,000 Spiriti Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses became stronger and stronger. The transcendent armor is an armor Yangfeng forged by combining all kinds of technologies he mastered and Blastio Race's technology as the core. Once the demon god's armor was equipped and they killed powerful enemies at the same time, those experts would be strengthened by the feedback of the demon god's armor. On the main road leading to Luozhou City from the Maple Forest region, a silver legion equipped with demon god battle armor was marching, forming a long and horrifying dragon. The dark earth world is shrouded in a fearsome gravity. Everyone's physique is astonishingly high, and flying consumes an astonishing amount of power. Even if it is a first firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse, flying at full speed for an hour in the dark earth world will exhaust more than 90% of their strength. Because of this, except for some top battles, large-scale flying tools are very rare in the dark earth world. In the center of the Silver Legion, there is a luxurious carriage pulled by an eternal sovereign rank Hydra. Inside the luxurious carriage, there is a person. It is Yangfeng. There are countless dark origin crystals floating around Yangfeng, and wisps of the dark earth monarch's origin force are pouring into him. Stop! Get into formation. Yangfeng suddenly opened his eyes and ordered coldly. The 10,000 soldiers equipped with the transcendent armor stopped almost in an instant, took out miniature destruction artilleries, and looked around vigilantly. As expected of the silver death god Linghua, the most outstanding rising star of the kingdom's spirit eye. Unfortunately, you're too stupid and don't know how to restrain yourself. A mere existence at the second heaven of the eternal realm, who only obtain a treasure, dares to wantonly slaughter my winged god clan in my Maplewood region. Today is the day you die. A cold voice resounded in the void. A 189-meter tall winged god clan expert with 3 pairs of light wings on his back and 6 purple crystals floating around his body walked out of the void. He exuded a terrifying aura of the 6th heaven of the eternal realm. One after another, winged powerhouses walked out of the void. A total of 48 winged powerhouses exuding 4th firmament eternal sovereign rank breath or above walked out of the void and stared coldly at Yangfeng. The 6th throne's powerhouse uttered frigidly, "I am the Maple Forest region's realm master, E. Baining. These are the city masters of the Maple Forest region. They came specially to encircle and annihilate you. Silver death god Linghua, you should be proud to die at our hands." The Maple Forest region's winged powerhouses are naturally not fools. They gave Yangfeng a chance to defeat them one by one. After Yangfeng captured a few cities, the Maple Forest region's realm master, Eve Baining, he finished negotiating with the Maple Forest region city masters and then came to intercept Yangfeng. In the dark earth world, with so many 4th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouses joining forces, they can defeat a 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. After all, unlike Eternals in the eternal world, 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouses can't freely use universe laws and mobilize universe force to crush powerhouses below the 6th firmament eternal sovereign rank. Yangfeng alighted from the chariot and waved his hand, and the 10,000 soldiers wearing the transcendent armor began to resonate and activate a powerful barrier to defend themselves. A powerful concealment barrier has been activated. Very good. In this way, as long as I kill you all, no one will know my secret. E. Baining, the reason why I appeared here and let you besiege me is because I wanted to gather you all and catch you all in one fell swoop. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Yangfeng strode towards E. Baining and the other winged Eternals by himself. Let's attack together and kill him. Unease welled up inside E. Baining, and he barked. Winged Godblade. The eyes of the dozens of Maple Forest region's city masters flickered fiercely, and they unleashed the strongest offensive secret method of the winged god race. The light wings behind them merged with the rhombus crystals in front of them and turned into winged god blades that slashed towards Yangfeng. The winged god blades are one of the strongest offensive secret methods of the winged god race. When the winged God City Masters join forces, they can seriously injure or even kill Seventh Firmament Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouses. After images flickered, and the winged god blades slashed into Yangfeng. Boom! Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the winged swords were shattered, and terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Chapter 1542. Amid the fearsome explosion, Yangfeng walked out unhurriedly. His clothes were shredded to pieces, yet not a single wound was left on his body. Monster! How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful, fleshly body? The Spirit Eyes Monarch. Only a powerhouse of the Spirit Eyes Monarch's rank can possess such a terrifying, fleshly body. Is Linghua the Spirit Eyes Monarch in disguise? When the city masters of the Maplewood region saw Yangfeng walk out of the explosion step by step, they were struck dumb, and a chill welled up inside them. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. The fleshly body tempered by the spirit god body tempering art and the devour heaven art is really perfect. Such a fleshly body is the foundation for me to advance to the eternal monarch rank. Before entering the dark earth world, although Yangfeng was an eternal monarch who could defeat Yi Baining and the city masters of the Maplewood region with a flip of his hand, but his fleshly body could not withstand the attacks of the city masters of the Maplewood region. By using the spirit god body tempering art and the devour heaven art, coupled with the dark earth monarch's origin force, Yangfeng's fleshly body has become extremely terrifying and close to perfection. Die! A fierce ray flashed in Yi Baining's eyes, and he slashed at Yangfeng with the winged godblade. Yangfeng frowned slightly, then grabbed the winged godblade and crushed it with his hand, and a fearsome force erupted and crushed the winged godblade. My defense is still not enough. A trifling sixth heaven of the eternal realm ain't injured me. Yangfeng spread the fingers of his hand, and drops of blood dripped from his right hand. There's a deep wound on his right hand. With a flash of black light, the wound on Yangfeng's right hand healed. Yi Baining's eyes flashed with joy, and he shouted, "It's effective! Our attack is effective! As long as we join forces, we can even kill a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, let alone a mere fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse like Linghua. You talk too much." With a flash of an afterimage, as if teleporting, Yangfeng appeared in front of Yi Baining and smashed Yi Baining's rhombus crystal barrier with a claw and then stabbed him in the heart. A terrifying, devouring force erupted, and Yi Baining's eternal source was sucked dry. It turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Monster! This guy's a monster! So Linghua himself is the most terrifying monster. The faces of the dozens of city lords at the fourth heaven of the eternal realm of the Maplewood region changed drastically, and they frantically fled in all directions. Since you're here, then don't leave. Yangfeng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour rune appeared on his right hand, and a fearsome devour force swept towards the dozens of Maplewood region city chiefs. No, stop! Along with screams, the dozens of Maplewood region's city lords were sucked in, turned into streams of light, and entered Yangfeng's right hand. After struggling for just a moment, they turned into ashes. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and Yangfeng closed his eyes. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, his body structure changed wildly, and he advanced to the fifth firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. This world is amazing. The strength of my body has improved by a large margin again. I need more resources. Only then can I become stronger. When Yangfeng opened his eyes, he felt the terrifying power pouring out of his body, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. At this time, in terms of the strength of his fleshly body alone, Yangfeng has even surpassed ordinary eternal realm powerhouses. Even Holy Lord rank powerhouses are far from his opponent. Continue the attack. Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he returned to his carriage and ordered indifferently, Yes, my lord. The eyes of the 10,000 soldiers clad in the transcendent armor shimmered with fanaticism, and they continued to march towards the next city in the Maplewood region. In this battle, Yangfeng swept away all the top powerhouses of the winged god race in the Maplewood region, and the winged god race in the Maplewood region began to flee. Every time Yangfeng captured a city, with the help of Earl Guangyang and Grand Duke Maguang, he easily took control of the city. As one victory after another came back to the Feybright kingdom, countless Feybright powerhouses eager to make contributions joined Yangfeng's forces, increasing the number of troops under his command. After Yangfeng captured the entire Maplewood region and took control of it, he began to lay dormant and mobilize the resources of the Maplewood region for his cultivation. At the same time, he reorganized his army and improved his strength. The winged god race's headquarters, the Magic Wing City, is a floating continent 1,000 meters above the Dark Earth world and covers an area of 13.65 million square kilometers. The mass of the Dark Earth world is far greater than that of an ordinary celestial body, and its gravity is terrifying. Even eternal sovereigns find it difficult to fly in the Dark Earth world for a long time. For the Magic Wing City to be able to float above the Dark Earth world is simply terrifying. The Magic Wing City is the only floating continent in the Dark Earth world. In the Magic Wing City, in the purple temple of the Magic Wings Royal Palace, there sits a handsome winged god monarch with 10 wings of light on his back and 10 purple rhombus crystals surrounding him. The winged god monarch is the number 1 powerhouse in the Dark Earth world, far surpassing the Feybright monarch and the other monarchs of the Dark Earth world. A guard kneeling in front of the winged god monarch is reporting information about the Maplewood region to him. The winged god monarch said lightly, "Step down." "Yes, your majesty." The guard responded respectfully. Then, his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. The winged god monarch said coldly, "A Feybright little guy using strange machinery appeared in the Maplewood region. Is he one of you?" Ripples flickered in the void and formed a projection of the purple origin demon lord. The purple origin demon lord uttered unhurriedly, "No. If I'm not mistaken, the Feybright little guy should have obtained the help of my enemy Yangfeng, which is why he suddenly rose to power." The winged god monarch asked unhurriedly, "Is it possible that he was possessed by Yangfeng?" The purple origin demon lord replied lightly, "Impossible. There is a terrifying barrier in your Dark Earth world. Unless it is the legendary Eternal King, almost no one can descend to your world with their soul." A cold look in his eyes, the winged god monarch uttered frigidly, "Eternal King, I want the knowledge to advance to the Eternal King rank. When will you trade with me? As long as you prepare the darkness origin crystals, we can trade at any time. However, as long as you are still in the Dark Earth world, you can't advance to the Eternal King rank. The Dark Earth world is a world established by the Dark Earth Monarch, and it is his hope for rebirth. You Eternals of the Dark Earth world are just nutrients for his rebirth. Join forces with me. As long as you join forces with me and inflict heavy damage to the Dark Earth world's origin crystal, you will gain true freedom. You can go to the universe and become a true Eternal One. You can never be destroyed. Instead of staying in the cage of the Dark Earth world and turning into a pile of bones after tens of thousands of years, you will become nutrients for the Dark Earth Monarch's rebirth. The purple origin demon lord's tempting voice sounded in the winged god monarch's ears like a fiend's whisper. The winged god monarch said with a cold smile, "If the origin of the Dark Earth world is severely damaged, you can take the opportunity to enter the Dark Earth world, absorb its power, and attack the Eternal King realm. Am I right?" The purple origin demon lord replied lightly, "That's right. However, there is one thing you're wrong about. By absorbing the power of the Dark Earth world, I only obtained a portion of resources to advance to the Eternal King realm. It's not that simple to advance to the Eternal King realm." The winged god monarch uttered coldly, "I have already prepared the level 9 darkness origin crystals you want. The trade will take place 10 days from now." "As you wish." The purple origin demon lord smiled indifferently, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Only by destroying our world can I obtain true freedom and true eternity. The winged god monarch sat quietly. After a long time, he sighed faintly, and a complicated ray flickered in his eyes. The winged god monarch uttered lightly, "Jieja, your majesty." With a flicker of a shadow, a beautiful woman with a sexy figure dressed in black appeared in the hall, knelt on one knee in front of the winged god monarch, and spoke respectfully. Jieja was the Shadow Goddess clan's matriarch, as well as the strongest assassin in the Dark Earth world. After being subdued by the winged god monarch, she became his right-hand man in the darkness. The winged god monarch's eyes flickered brightly, and he said slowly, "Go kill Lin Hua. No, if possible, do your best to capture him alive. If you really can't capture him alive, then kill him. Before killing him, think of a way to communicate with the powerhouses of the outer realms." "Yes, sire." With a flicker of after-images, Jieja disappeared from where she stood. Duke Muguang's residence. After Duke Muguang listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes flickered with a strange glint, and he said with a smile, "The Maplewood region was actually captured by him in such a short time. Truly amazing. Duke Guangyang really gave birth to a good son. I'm afraid that Lin Hua's achievements will surpass mine soon." Mu Rong uttered with an incredulous expression, "What? The Maplewood region was captured by that bastard Lin Hua." As the second-in-line successor to Duke Muguang's residence, Mu Rong naturally knows what it means for Yangfeng to capture the Maplewood region. It means that once Yangfeng's cultivation base breaks through in the future, he will become a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, and his fief will be larger than Duke Muguang's. He will become the darling of the upper class of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. There are countless precious resources in the Maplewood region. With the talent Yangfeng displayed, he will have no problem advancing to the fourth firmament eternal realm in the future. This means that Yangfeng will become a greater aristocrat of the Spirit Eye Kingdom in the future. Chapter 1543. Father, the Maplewood region is a territory that Lin Hua conquered with the help of our family. We can have him cede half of the territory to our family. The Maplewood region is a big piece of meat. If we join forces with other greater aristocrats, we can definitely swallow the Maplewood region and destroy Lin Hua's foundation. Father, I beg you, help me this once. Help me destroy Lin Hua's foundation. Otherwise, Juekong will have no hope of catching up to Lin Hua. With tears in her beautiful eyes, Mu Rong pleaded pitifully. Mu Rong, it seems that I spoiled you too much in the past. The aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom either advance or retreat. The struggle is cruel, and the slightest carelessness can lead to the extermination of their family. Lin Hua's current potential is far greater than that of Ling Juekong. Unless Ling Juekong can surpass Lin Hua in the future, I can't continue to support him. Duke Muguang sighed faintly. As if he aged by hundreds of years, he said lightly, "Take the second young lady to the splendid pavilion. She is not allowed to go out without my order. Second young lady, please come with us." Two beautiful maids with Empyrean rank strength came out from the side, restrained Mu Rong, and took her outside. Mu Rong's pretty face changed, and she pleaded loudly, "No, father, don't lock me up in the splendid pavilion. No, I want to find Big Brother Juekong." Once Mu Rong is locked up in the splendid pavilion, although she will receive the same treatment, but she won't be able to walk freely outside, let alone see Ling Juekong. A cold look in his eyes, Duke Muguang watched as Mu Rong was dragged away. When it comes to the foundation of the family, even though Duke Muguang has always doted on Mu Rong, he won't let this matter go awry. Duke Muguang's eyes flickered. The two peerless geniuses Lin Hua and Ling Juekong are related to my ducal mansion. In this way, no matter who wins or loses in the future, my ducal mansion will benefit greatly and won't suffer the wrath of the other party. Maplewood region's capital, Green Leaf Maple City. In a secret room, countless dark origin crystals are floating around Yangfeng. and a steady stream of dark origin force is pouring into him. A token beside Yang Feng flickered with gloomy light. Yang Feng inhaled and swallowed a large amount of black mist. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the black token. The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom has brought his fiancée, the third princess of the Flower God Kingdom, and many good friends to the Maplewood region. You really don't give me any peace. When Yang Feng saw the information transmitted from the black token, his eyebrows creased slightly. The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom was also a cultivation genius. His cultivation was at the seventh heaven of the eternal realm, and his cultivation was the best among the princes. If there were no accidents, the Crown Prince would succeed the current Spiritual Eye King after his abdication. Yang Feng was a subject of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. No matter how impatient he was, he still had to deal with him. 7 days later, 100 kilometers away from the Green Leaf Maple City, Yang Feng and the officials of the Maplewood region stood quietly. A 100-meter-long silver vessel with 6 pairs of wings flew over from the sky and slowly landed in front of Yang Feng and the others. A peerlessly handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament and a bright red flower on her head, and a peerlessly beautiful woman in yellow clothes walked over with a fragrance wafting through the air. She had a golden ratio figure, and her every movement seemed to be perfect and flawless. Behind the young man and the peerless beauty, there were dozens of handsome men and beautiful women. But when they stood together with the young man and the peerless beauty in front of them, they became green leaves that set off the red flower. Yang Feng stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Huayan. Linghua, in order to commend your contribution in recovering the Maplewood region, the Spirit Eye Kingdom bestows the Maplewood region upon you as your fief and conferred upon you the title of Baron of the Kingdom. I hope that you will continue to work hard and continue to serve the kingdom." The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom smiled gently and handed Yang Feng a golden parchment. Yang Feng replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Yes, I will definitely serve the kingdom to the best of my abilities until the day I die." Yang Feng said, "I have prepared a welcoming banquet for your highness. Please come with me, your highness." The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom said with a smile, "Okay." In the Green Leaf Maple City, a grand banquet was held. Shortly after the banquet began, Princess Huayan went to the side hall to rest, claiming that she was feeling unwell. The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom became the center of the banquet. A beautiful palace made next to Princess Huayan came up to Yang Feng with a fragrance wafting from her and said, "Sir Linghua, Her Highness the Princess invites you to come with me." "All right," Yang Feng responded faintly, and then followed the beautiful palace made towards the side hall. "Your Highness the Princess, may I ask why you summoned me?" When he stepped into the side hall, Yang Feng saw Princess Huayan, dressed in snow-white lace pajamas, leaning against a soft sofa, exuding a languid and enchanting aura. She was extremely beautiful and exuded an amazing charm. The entire side hall seems to have become very beautiful because of Princess Huayan. Traces of fresh, floral fragrance wafted in the side hall, bringing with it a fragrance that could make one feel happy. "Linghua, come and have a drink with me." Princess Huayan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled charmingly at Yang Feng with a white jade wine cup in her small, jade-like hand. Princess Huayan's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. The entire side palace seemed to be dyed with a layer of magnificent colors. Almost no one could resist her smile. What a beautiful trap. This floral fragrance should have an aphrodisiac effect. The floral fragrance of the Heaven Desire flower is mixed with the floral fragrance of other exotic flowers. Even Seventh Firmament, Eternal Realm powerhouses can't resist this floral fragrance. After all, this floral fragrance is harmless to the human body. On the contrary, it's a great tonic. It's the best thing to liven things up. "Princess Huayan, I have no enmity with you. Why did you set me up?" Yang Feng looked at Princess Huayan, whose looks and temperament can be rated as peerless. Among all the beauties he has ever seen, His eyes flashed with admiration, and he said calmly and indifferently, "Amazing! Linghua, you are really a powerful person to be able to resist my charm." Furthermore, he actually saw through my plan with a single glance. Truly amazing. Unfortunately, from the moment you stepped into this side hall, everything was already decided. Princess Hua Yin revealed a sweet and charming smile and flicked her finger. Rays of light flashed and turned into large hands that grabbed her nightgown and tore it into pieces, turning it into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Streaks of black light flashed, and large handprints and teeth marks appeared on Princess Hua Yin's body. Anyone who saw Princess Hua Yin would think that she had been viciously humiliated and defiled by Yang Feng. Help! Almost at the same time, Princess Hua Yin let loose a heart-wrenching scream. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the side palace was blasted open. A dozen plus flower god maids with eternal sovereign rank cultivation base rushed into the gate, blocked in front of Princess Hua Yin, and looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. "Hua Yin, what's wrong with you?" Hua Yin, the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, rushed into the side hall. Looking at the disheveled Princess Hua Yin, his eyes almost spurted flames that can burn everything. His handsome and gentle face twisted, and he wailed like a ruthless ghost. The dozens of aristocratic young masters of the Spirit Eye Kingdom followed the crown prince and rushed in. When they saw Princess Hua Yin's disheveled clothes, their gazes turned and fell on Yang Feng, and killing intent filled their eyes. With tears streaming down her face, Princess Hua Yin wailed softly, "Your Highness, Crown Prince, I had a good rest here just now." Linghua suddenly barged in and had ill intentions towards me. I resisted with all my might to preserve my innocence. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me." "Linghua, you bastard. I admired you very much. Not only did I fight for the Maplewood region to be your fief, but I also personally came to recruit you. Is this how you repay me? You bastard. You dare to attack my woman. I'll exterminate your clan. I'll exterminate your clan." His eyes shot with blood, his body trembling. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom issued a fearsome roar like a wounded beast. "Bastard! Damn bastard! How dare you attack Princess Hua Yin? This damn beast is dead for sure." The dozens of aristocratic young masters of the Spirit Eye Kingdom standing behind the crown prince glared at Yang Feng and cursed loudly. This is a trap, an impeccable trap. Princess Hua Yin used her reputation to frame Linghua. Linghua is dead meat. Standing quietly in the distance, Musha looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. She was very clear that Yang Feng was a cultivation madman, spending nearly all of his time on cultivation. With Yang Feng's status, as long as he wants to, he can find thousands of beauties and immerse himself in their tenderness every day. Those beauties may not be as peerless as Princess Hua Yin, but they are definitely 1 in a million beauties. There is no need for him to attack Princess Hua Yin. Wonderful. What a wonderful plot. This plot is flawless. I give it 10 points. Amidst the shouts, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he clapped his hands and praised. When Princess Hua Yin saw this scene, an ominous premonition suddenly welled up inside her, and she threw herself into the arms of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom and pleaded, crying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must uphold justice for me. Linghua, how dare you attack my woman? Then go to hell." A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and he roared. Black light revolved around him, and seventh firmament, eternal realm power, suddenly erupted. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1544. Your plot is almost flawless. No, even if there is a mistake with your identity, it can be made into an irrefutable case. You can't turn the tables. The only thing you guys missed out on is my strength. It's very simple to break this plot. I just have to kill you all. This matter won't spread outside. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and extended his right hand, and a hazy black light enveloped his right hand. The hand tore through the firmament, easily pierced through the barrier of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and stabbed him in the heart. A terrifying force erupted and smashed the heart of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, raising a mist of blood. You dared to attack me. The eyes of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom shimmered with incredulity, and he uttered each syllable. The crown prince of the Spiritual Eye Kingdom was already the publicly acknowledged successor of the Spiritual Eye King. Killing him was equivalent to rebelling. That was a heinous crime that could not be pardoned. No one could bear such a crime. He couldn't believe that an aristocrat of the Spirit Eye Kingdom dared to kill him. Stupidity is also a crime. Since you're stupid enough to be my enemy, then I can only send you on your way. Your Highness, have a safe journey, Yang Feng said indifferently. Countless devour runes appeared, and black light enveloped the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. The crown prince trembled slightly, and then turned into ashes inch by inch. His Highness the Crown Prince was killed by Linghua. What do we do? We'll all be killed by him. When the children of the greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom saw this scene, a chill welled up inside them, and they trembled. Princess Hua Yan's devastatingly beautiful face suddenly changed, and she blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and fled frantically. She already knew that Yang Feng was filled with killing intent. A transparent barrier that blocked everything appeared. Zero floated above the barrier and flicked his finger. A terrifying shock wave blasted into Princess Hua Yan and blasted her down like an ant. She fell to the ground, her body cracked and covered in blood. Yang Feng looked at the wounded Princess Hua Yan, who fell to the ground, and said indifferently, "Princess Hua Yan, I have no enmity with you, so why did you set up a trap for me?" Princess Hua Yan gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Linghua, you actually dared to murder the crown prince of the Soul Eye Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the kingdom? Who said that I killed the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom? It was clearly the winged God clan's assassins who snuck into my banquet and started a massacre. They tried to assassinate the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom and even killed Princess Hua Yan. What a pity." With a faint smile, Yang Feng took a step, teleported in front of an ordinary-looking aristocratic young man, and extended his hand, and devour runes emerged and shot towards the young man. "No, don't kill me." The complexion of the aristocratic young man changed dramatically, and he roared. Dark light appeared on his body, burst out, and turned into a bloody shadow arrow that tore through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng casually grabbed with his hand, and the bloody shadow arrow was smashed and devoured. Behind the aristocratic young man, an afterimage flickered and then formed in the void and turned into the gorgeous patriarch of the shadow goddesses Jiejia. Jiejia's beautiful eyes shimmered with dignity, and she stared at Yang Feng and asked, "Linghua, when did you discover me?" "I discovered you from the beginning, Jiejia, patriarch of the Shadow Goddesses clan. Originally, I thought that your target was the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, so I didn't pay attention to you. However, it now seems that your target should be me. That's great. Once I kill you, you'll be the scapegoat for the assassination of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. You should be happy. In this way, the status of the Shadow Goddesses clan in the Winged God race may rise by a bit." Yang Feng looked at the beautiful patriarch of the Shadow Goddesses clan and smiled faintly, his words full of killing intent. "Everyone, the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom has died at the hands of Linghua. He has gone mad and is bound to kill us. Only by joining hands and killing him will we have a chance at survival. Attack!" Jiejia's beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and black shadows emerged from her and split into 9 shadow avatars, each of which exudes 8 firmament eternal realm rank power. Ripples flickered, and the 9 shadow avatars disappeared into the void. "Everyone attack and kill him. Only by killing him will we have a chance at survival." Princess Hua Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she spread her fair, white fingers, and beautiful flowers bloomed. Countless petals fluttered and turned into flower blades, stabbing towards Yangfeng. Kill! The eyes of the dozens of greater aristocratic children of the Spirit Eye Kingdom shimmered with killing intent, and they unleashed offensive secret methods barreling towards Yangfeng. That's right. Only by killing me will you have a chance at survival. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Yangfeng smiled faintly and, like a heavy tank, slammed into the countless petals released by Princess Huayan. Ice, fire, lightning, poison, and other strange forces burst out on Yangfeng. With a flash of light, Yangfeng forcibly rushed out from the midst of the countless strange forces without a single scar on his body. How is this possible? Unless it's an eternal god, king, rank powerhouse. How can someone resist my myriad flower sky, splitting formation with their fleshly body alone? Stunned, fear filled her beautiful eyes. Princess Huayan's figure fluttered, and she tried to escape in another direction. Caught you. Yangfeng smiled indifferently, teleported in front of Princess Huayan, and slammed his claw on her chest, smashed all her resistance, and stabbed her in the chest. Then, he used her as a shield to block the attacks of the dozens of children from the Spirit Eye Kingdom's greater aristocratic families. No! Along with a miserable scream, Princess Huayan was blasted apart by the dozens of experts of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. A black hole emerged and devoured Princess Huayan. Your Highness, Linghua, you're despicable. Among the dozens of experts of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, there were many who adored Princess Huayan. When they saw this scene, they were furious. Yangfeng smiled indifferently. As if teleporting, he rushed into the midst of the Spirit Eye Kingdom's experts, and with a casual strike, he pierced through a Spirit Eye Kingdom's expert and devoured him. Along with flashes of afterimages, as if Yangfeng is besieging the dozens of eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom by himself, one powerhouse after another fell at his hands and turned into ashes. No, stop. I beg you, stop. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Don't kill me. A First Firmament Eternal Kingdom's noble woman with short blonde hair, a sexy figure, and a beautiful First Firmament Eternal Kingdom's expert collapsed, knelt on the ground, burst into tears, and pleaded pitifully. Yangfeng's movements paused for a moment. With a casual strike, he blasted apart a Third Firmament Eternal Powerhouse who approached him and devoured him. At this moment, afterimages flew out of the 9 eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom and merged with the kingdom's eternal powerhouse. Stop! No! The eyes of the 9 eternal sovereigns shot with blood, shadows emerged, and they burned their eternal origin, exuded fearsome auras, and launched a joint attack on Yangfeng. This secret method is really vicious and powerful. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Yangfeng smiled indifferently and sent a fist flying. The void distorted, and a fearsome vortex emerged and engulfed the attacks of the 9 eternal sovereigns and shattered them. Then, a fearsome force slammed into the 9 eternal sovereigns and blasted them apart and devoured them. A strange shadow emerged silently behind Yangfeng. Like a specter, Jijia emerged from the shadow and stabbed silently towards Yangfeng's back with a dagger in her hand. You finally showed up. You've been traveling in an alternate space. It will take some effort to catch you. Yangfeng smiled indifferently. Then an arm suddenly grew out of his back, and a claw easily crushed Jijia's resistance and stabbed into her body. Jijia's pretty face fell, and she pleaded mournfully, "Stop, Linghua! Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to submit to you. The shadow goddesses are also willing to serve you as our master. Spare my life." Shadow goddesses. Well, your race is indeed worthy of being my lackey. I'll spare your life. Yangfeng flung Jijia away, and she slammed into the ground. Zero pointed with a finger, and mechanical tentacles descended from the sky and stabbed toward Jijia. Don't resist or die. Yangfeng glanced at Jijia and uttered coldly. Jijia trembled slightly. She could only clench her teeth and let the mechanical tentacles stab into her body and implant mysterious control runes. Then you're the only ones left. Become a stepping stone for my evolution. Yang Feng turned around, smiled coldly at the remaining eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and strode towards them. After dozens of breaths of time, almost all the children of greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom died. Only Musha and 4 other children of greater aristocrats took the initiative to surrender and escape death. Not long after, the news that Jijia, the Shadow Goddess's matriarch, sneaked into the Green Leaf Maple City, assassinated the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and killed Princess Hua Yan of the Flower Goddess Kingdom, as well as the heirs of countless greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom spread throughout the kingdom. Chapter 1545. Enraged, the Spirit Eye Kingdom launched a fierce attack on the winged god race in the name of revenge. Yang Feng also thought that His Highness the Crown Prince launched an attack on the winged god race in the name of revenge, captured 2 cities in one fell swoop, and killed all the winged god powerhouses in the 2 cities. It turns out that Princess Hua Yan has been controlled by Demon Lord Ziyuan. Even the entire flower god race has been infiltrated by Demon Lord Ziyuan, as expected of an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse. To be able to do this without entering the dark earth world with his true body, that's really amazing. In a city master's mansion, Yang Feng refined Princess Hua Yan's memories and immediately understood why Princess Hua Yan would frame him regardless of her reputation. Although Demon Lord Ziyuan can't come to the dark earth world with his true body, but his means are heaven-defying. Not only did he send countless subordinates to infiltrate the dark earth world, but he also spent 10,000 years to infiltrate the major races step by step. Demon Lord Ziyuan has already infiltrated 90% of the flower god race. This time, in order to eradicate Yang Feng, he used Princess Hua Yan, a precious chess piece. A guard in silver armor came to Yang Feng and said, "My lord, a eunuch from the Spirit Eye Kingdom has arrived." Yang Feng said flatly, "Tell him to come see me." The silver-armored guard replied, "Yes, my lord." Several eunuchs and a dozen plus eternal sovereign rank guards stepped into the hall. Baron Maple Forest received the edict. A pale-faced, beardless eunuch holding an imperial edict said arrogantly to Yang Feng. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng looked at the pale-faced, beardless eunuch and said coldly. Seeing this scene, the hearts of everyone who came to deliver the edict sank. A eunuch shouted in a shrill voice, "How dare you? This is His Majesty's imperial edict. Baron Maple Forest, why don't you kneel down and receive the edict? Do you want to rebel? Aunt, you're too noisy. Die." An indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black ray turned into a stream of light and entered the eunuch's forehead. A bloody hole appeared on the eunuch's forehead, and blood dripped to the ground. He trembled slightly, his eyes widened, and he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. So ruthless. This is the Silver Reaper. In the younger generation of the kingdom, he has the most military merits, and is also the most terrifying baron. How brazen! Is he ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the kingdom? When the eunuchs and the eternal level guards who came to announce the decree saw this scene, a chill ran down their spines. Yang Feng said lightly, Yes, yes." The eunuch's complexion was deathly pale. All of his arrogance had completely vanished. His hands were trembling as he held the imperial edict while trembling with fear. By the will of the heavens, the divine king decrees that Baron Linghua of Maple Forest has failed to protect the crown prince and Princess Hua Yan. His title of baron is hereby stripped, and he is demoted to a commoner. His fief of Maple Forest will be given to Baron Lu Yan. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Strip me of my aristocratic title and fief." This imperial edict is truly interesting. It seems like the spiritual Eye King doesn't want to let me off. However, this is also within our expectations. A handsome young man dressed in black with an extraordinary temperament gritted his teeth and said, Linghua, I am Baron Lu Yen. As long as you give me your fief, I can plead with the divine king to spare you. Yang Feng said in a frigid tone, Baron Lu Yen? I didn't see anyone today. On the road, the Imperial Edict announcement team was attacked by the winged god race and was wiped out. What a pity. Countless warriors dressed in transcendent armor poured out from all directions and fired destructive beams barreling towards the Imperial Edict announcement team. The existences below the Eternal Sovereign rank were blasted to pieces by the destructive beams, while the dozen-plus Eternal Sovereign rank guards cast secret methods and fled in different directions. Become nutrients for my evolution. Yang Feng got up from his seat with an indifferent look in his eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he extended his hand. A devour rune emerged, radiated dark light, swept towards the dozen-plus Eternal Sovereign rank guards, and engulfed them. With a flash of black light, they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Yang Feng mused quietly. Even if I find a reasonable reason for the death of the Crown Prince, I can't escape the crime of negligence. With the strength I have displayed so far, I still can't make the spiritual monarch compromise. Then I'll think of a way to enhance the strength I have displayed and force him to compromise. The Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, the headquarters of the flower god race. In a Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, there are beautiful flowers growing everywhere. There are 3 ways for flower gods to be born. The first way is to mate with other human life forms and give birth to offspring. The second way is to be born directly from flowers. The last way is to split and give birth to offspring. The countless beautiful flowers in the 10,000 Flower Mountain Range were the mother of the second birth method of the Flower God clan. In the center of the Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, there is a Flower God Valley. In the valley, there is a sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers, there are beautiful flower gods everywhere. The flower god race was doted on by the heavens. All of the beauties of the flower god race were incomparably beautiful. Their skin was flawless, and they would be considered absolute beauties among humans. In the dark earth, flower gods are the most desired marriage partners for countless races in the dark earth. Almost all races would take pride in having a flower god race beauty as a wife. A cool breeze blew, and Yang Feng appeared and walked towards the flowery god valley. In the cool breeze, Yang Feng's scent, soul aura, and power are completely concealed, as if he has merged with the wind. In the Flower God Valley, there are more than 200 eternal sovereigns, yet no one has discovered Yang Feng's existence. Who is it? How dare you break into my Flower God Valley? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Flower God Valley, a magnetic and pleasant voice came from the deepest part of the valley. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a colorful wreath on her head, dressed in gorgeous floral clothes and enveloped in a mist of flowers, walked out from the deepest part of the Blossom God Valley and looked at Yang Feng as if facing a great enemy. As expected of the Flower God Patriarch, the #1 beauty in the world. Even among the beauties I have seen, she ranks in the top 5. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and waved his hand, and the wind shrouding him dispersed, revealing his true body. He quietly looked at the Flower God Patriarch. You are Baron Maple Lin Hua of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. You are not a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. You are a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Since you dared to come here, it seems that Hua Yin died at your hands. The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom also died at your hands. You really have guts. No matter how much of a genius Lin Hua of the Spirit Eye Kingdom is, it is impossible for him to cross the Eternal Sovereign, 4th Firmament Eternal Realm, and 7th Firmament Eternal Realm in succession. You are not Lin Hua. You are an otherworldly demon. The beautiful flower god Patriarch willed and immediately guessed Yang Feng's origin. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Otherworldly demon? Indeed, for the aboriginals of the dark earth world like you, I am an otherworldly demon, an enemy of yours who colluded with Demon Lord Ziyun. You are an enemy of Demon Lord Ziyun? How can you cross the world barrier of the Dark Earth world? As long as the origin of the Dark Earth world isn't severely damaged, you otherworldly demon powerhouses shouldn't be able to enter our world. The pretty face of the flower god patriarch flickered, a chill welled up behind her, and she uttered slowly. Yang Feng responded calmly. There are countless secret methods, countless powerhouses, and countless inheritances in the eternal world. What Demon Lord Ziyun couldn't do doesn't mean that others can't. Flower God Clan leader, lead your clan to submit to me. Otherwise, all of you from Flower God Valley will die today. Lin Hua, even Demon Lord Ziyun doesn't dare to force me like this. The pretty face of the Flower God Patriarch was covered with a layer of frost. She enunciated each syllable. The fragrance of flowers overflowed from her. An eternal ninth firmament rank breath slowly diffused from her. Yang Feng responded indifferently. That's because Demon Lord Ziyun can't come to this world in person. Otherwise, with the underlying strength of the Dark Earth world, it would be impossible to resist Demon Lord Ziyun's army. Demon Lord Ziyun is an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and he is one of the best among invincible Holy Lords. In the Dark Earth world, only the Wings God Monarch, the Spirit Monarch, and a few other people can contend against him. In that case, let me test your ability. If you can beat me, then the Flower Gods will submit to you. If you lose, then you will be a slave of the Flower Gods for 100,000 years. After all, the Flower Gods can't submit to a good-for-nothing. The Flower God Patriarch smiled sweetly, looking like 100 flowers blooming. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. Okay, it's a deal. Almost at the same time, a flower suddenly bloomed under Yang Feng's feet, and a green flower mist gushed out and swept towards Yang Feng. Devour runes appeared around Yang Feng and formed whirlpools that devoured the green flower mist. In the Flower God Valley, countless flowers bloomed, and a flower mist containing mysterious power swept towards Yang Feng. It's a pity that your Flower God Clan's secret technique is severely countered by my power. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward. As if a black hole capable of devouring everything, he devoured the flower mist and, as if teleporting, appeared in front of the Flower God Patriarch in an instant and sent a fist barreling towards the Flower God Patriarch. Sky-splitting vine. The pretty face of the Flower God Matriarch flickered, and she pointed with her lily-white finger. With a flash of green light, a sky-splitting vine containing the force of the void suddenly burst out of the earth, and, carrying ninth heaven eternal firmament might, whipped Yang Feng in an instant. Chapter 1546. A fearsome void blade slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying 10,000 kilometers away, and a copious amount of blood sprinkled in the sky. Got it. The beautiful eyes of the flower god Matriarch flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she revealed a smile of excitement. The ninth firmament eternal sky, Splitter Vine, is the strongest trump card of the flower god race, as well as the parent body of the flower god Matriarch. It is comparable to a Holy Lord rank powerhouse. Its only weakness is that it can't leave the Flower God Valley and go to the outside world. Those who have seen the Sky Splitter Vine have basically all died. Except for a few people at the top of the Dark Earth world, no one knows that the Flower God race is still hiding such a fearsome trump card. To be able to injure me, you do have some skill. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the void, and a deep wound extending from his right shoulder to his left abdomen appeared on his body. With a flash of black light, the wound on Yang Feng's body healed in an instant. When the flower god Matriarch saw this scene, her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even the Spirit Eyes Monarch and the Wings God Monarch can't remain unscathed after receiving an attack from my Sky Splitter Vine. How come your fleshly body is so powerful?" "Guess." Yang Feng smiled indifferently. His eyes flashed fiercely, and his figure fluttered, and he flew towards the sky splitter vine. The sky splitter vine erupted with fierce, killing intent, and a void blade capable of slaying a Holy Lord rank powerhouse suddenly appeared and slashed towards Yangfeng. As soon as the void blade appeared, cracks spread in the void, and the whole space collapsed, filled with an aura of destruction. In the eternal world, the sky splitter vine can destroy a star with a blow. A cold look in his eyes, Yangfeng spread the fingers of a hand, and the devour mark containing his eternal essence appeared in his right hand, radiated devour blacklight, and swept towards the void blade. When the void blade that could slash through anything slashed at the devouring mark, it flashed and was devoured by the devouring mark. Become the fuel for my evolution. After devouring the void blade, Yangfeng appeared in front of the sky, splitting vine, smiled frigidly, pressed his hand on the sky, splitting vine, and a rune containing the essence of devour appeared on his right hand and frantically devoured the power of the sky, splitting vine. Painful sounds of resonance came from the sky, splitting vine, and Yangfeng extracted the eternal origin continuously. Stop! The Flower God clan leader's expression changed. She screamed and pointed with her jade-like hand. 9 blue spear flowers appeared, radiated resplendent light, tore through the sky, and stabbed towards Yangfeng. The Flower God clan isn't good at fighting head-on. Your nature is countered by me, yet you dare to fight me head-on. How foolish! An indifferent look in his eyes, Yangfeng sent out a fist, which pierced through the sky, shattered the 9 blue spear flowers, and mercilessly slammed into the flower patriarch. 9 beautiful 7-color flowers appeared on the flower god patriarch. The 9 beautiful 7-colored flowers exploded 9 times and completely collapsed. The patriarch of the flower god clan behind the 7-colored flower was also destroyed by the terrifying fist radiance and shattered into pieces. Patriarch! Damn it, Linghua! You dare to kill the patriarch. I'll kill you. When the beautiful women saw the flower god patriarch's body collapse, grief, indignation, and killing intent flashed in their beautiful eyes, and they unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Flower god patriarch, I'm not someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. If your people want to die, then I'll fulfill their wish." Stop! A red flower with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the void. It opened up a red defensive barrier and blocked all the attacks from the experts of the Flower God clan. In the center of the red flower stood a peerless beauty. It was the patriarch of the Flower God clan. The Flower God patriarch clenched her white teeth and said loudly, "Linghua, you win. Let go of the Flower God guardian vine." "I win. Is the Flower God race willing to fulfill the terms of the bet?" Yangfeng smiled indifferently, and the devour mark on his right hand shone brightly, and its power became even more terrifying. The sky-splitting vine struggled wildly, but its eternal origin was still devoured and turned into ashes. "Stop! The Flower God race is willing to submit to you. Please stop." The Flower God patriarch gritted her teeth, knelt on the ground, bowed to Yangfeng, and retracted all her power. Originally, the Flower God race had many trump cards in the Flower God Valley. Even powerhouses like the Winged God Monarch and the Spirit Eye Monarch were apprehensive of them. But Yangfeng's fleshly body is tyrannical, and the essence of Devour restrains the essence of myriad flowers of the Flower God race. The Flower God Patriarch can only choose to submit. The eyes of the other beautiful women shimmered with indignation, and they knelt on the ground. Yangfeng looked at the Flower God Patriarch with ridicule in his eyes, and his words exuded frigid, killing intent. "Flower God Patriarch, you're really smart. Originally, I was thinking that if I devoured everyone from Blossom God Valley, I would be able to become a bit stronger. Your smart choice has ruined my plan." The Flower God Patriarch trembled slightly. With her extraordinary perception, she could feel that Yangfeng wasn't bluffing, but really had such a plan. Yangfeng uttered coldly, Don't resist. I'm going to set up a restriction in your bodies. Zero walked out of the void and pointed with a finger, and mechanical threads flew out and stabbed towards the beautiful women of the flower god race. There's actually another powerhouse hiding here. If we resist, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to leave the flower god valley alive. The flower god patriarch glanced at Zero, and her heart sank. Yangfeng alone is enough to crush all the powerhouses of the flower god race. Coupled with Zero, the powerhouses of the flower god race can't escape even if they want to. The flower god patriarch sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with unwillingness. She let the mechanical threads enter her body and form a mysterious brand. After Zero integrated with an eternal king treasure and advanced to the 9th firmament eternal realm, he has become extremely terrifying. Even eternal tyrant rank powerhouses can't escape his control. After the brand took shape inside the flower god patriarch, the flower god patriarch said lightly, "Lord, this subordinate is called Huayin. May I ask how I should address you?" Yangfeng replied lightly, "My name is Yangfeng." Huayin, immediately notify the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Tell them that a princess of the flower god race has taken a fancy to me and wants to form a marriage alliance with me. Moreover, the flower god race will officially form an alliance with the Maplewood region. Huayin hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and responded, "Yes, Lord, bring me the most precious resources of the flower gods. I want to practice cultivation." Yangfeng left a sentence and strode towards the depths of the flower god valley. Soon, explosive news that shocked the dark earth world spread. The flower god race's first princess Hua Yu and 7th princess Hua Xiang both took a fancy to the Spirit Eye race's Baron Maplewood Linhua. Under the influence of the two princesses, the flower god race and the Maplewood region formed a military alliance. In an instant, Yangfeng's avatar Lin Hua became the target of envy and jealousy of more than 90% of men in the dark earth world. The Spirit Eye Kingdom, the royal palace. In a conference hall, a handsome man who looks to be only 21 or 22 years old, dressed in a royal robe, sat quietly on a throne, exuding dignity. He is the Spirit Eye monarch of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Below the Spirit Eye monarch stand ministers from the Spirit Eye Kingdom. A duke stepped forward and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Baron Maplewood Lin Hua has despised the kingdom and killed the imperial decree announcement team. He has committed a heinous crime. Your Majesty, please execute Baron Maplewood and his family." A duke retorted, "Your Majesty, don't. Baron Maplewood is now the son-in-law of 2 princesses of the flower god race and an ally of the flower god race. Once we punish him, we will definitely offend the flower god race. Now that we are in need of manpower, it is not appropriate to punish him. Besides, Baron Maplewood killing the Imperial Decree announcement team is complete nonsense. There is no evidence. We cannot falsely accuse a greater aristocrat. Everyone knows that Baron Maplewood killed the Imperial Decree announcement team. Duke Ma Ming, how can you not distinguish right from wrong and spout nonsense? Where's the evidence? Duke Zhou Quan, do you have any evidence that Baron Maplewood killed the Imperial Decree announcement team?" One after another, Duke stepped forward and argued endlessly in the court. The princes and princesses were silent, not uttering a word. The Spirit Eye monarch swept the silent princes and princesses with a look of disgust in his eyes and said coldly, "Pass down my decree. Baron Maplewood failed to protect the crown prince. He will be fined 10 times the land tax for 3 years. Your Majesty is wise." The many ministers of the Spirit Eye Kingdom saluted the Spirit Eye monarch and said respectfully, "Court dismissed." The Spirit Eye monarch waved his hand and walked towards his study. Dark Eye. The Spirit Eye monarch returned to his study and said coldly, "Here." A distorted light flashed and a short-haired, ordinary-looking Spirit Eye race expert appeared in front of the Spirit Eye monarch and knelt down on one knee. The Spirit Eye monarch said coldly, "Is the Crown Prince's death a conspiracy of the Winged God clan? Is his death related to Lin Hua?" Dark Eye said respectfully, "Your Majesty, from the current information, the Crown Prince's death is indeed related to the Winged God clan. However, his death is also closely related to Linhua. It is very likely that some of Linhua's secrets were discovered by the Crown Prince, and he was killed. The Spirit Eye Monarch's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he said sternly, "Damn it! Linhua, that damn bastard! He actually dared to kill my son and the Imperial Decree announcement team. He really did not put the Spirit Eye Kingdom in his eyes. That damn traitor!" Chapter 1547. In the Blossom God Valley, in a secret room, there is a fearsome whirlpool frantically devouring all the surrounding power. Countless dark elemental crystals above grade 7 flew into the whirlpool, were devoured by the whirlpool, and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, shrank, and entered his limbs and bones, and a seventh firmament eternal realm aura slowly diffused from him. Seventh firmament eternal realm. As expected of the Blossom God Valley, it's really rich in resources. It can actually help me advance to the seventh firmament eternal realm. In the secret room, Yang Feng opened his eyes and sensed the strength of his body, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After Yang Feng's recast body advanced to the seventh firmament eternal realm, according to his own conjecture, the strength of his fleshly body has already surpassed that of an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse. It is only slightly inferior to the fleshly body of an eternal king. Once I advance to the eighth firmament eternal realm, my fleshly body will probably rival that of an eternal king. At the very least, it will be comparable to the fleshly body of the fallen Turo monarch. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body, and his eyes shimmered with a carefree shade. Eternal kings are the rulers of the eternal world. They are universe overlords whose forces cover countless universes and possess heaven-defying power. As long as they want to, eternal kings can destroy a universe with an energy level below 7 by themselves. The most powerful eternal king can destroy a universe with an energy level of 1 with a single strike. Huayin came in and said, "Lord." In a good mood, Yang Feng said with a carefree smile, "Huayin, are you here to deliver cultivation resources?" Huayin replied with a bitter smile, "Lord, you have consumed all of the cultivation resources of the Blossom God Valley. As one of the major races in the Darkland world, the Blossom God Valley has countless precious cultivation resources. But the resources Yang Feng needs to practice cultivation are as vast as mountains." Huayin trembled with fear as she watched Yang Feng devour those cultivation resources. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "They've been consumed? It seems that I have to make a trip to the Spirit Eye Kingdom's capital. The Darkland world is vast, but the most precious resources are in the hands of major races like the Winged God race and the Spirit Eye God race." Yang Feng attacked the flower gods in order to obtain their cultivation resources. Unfortunately, although the flower gods were one of the major races in the Darkland, but their resources could not meet Yang Feng's cultivation needs. Spiritual Eye Kingdom Imperial Capital, Spiritual Light City. Walking on the streets of the Spiritual Light City, Yang Feng was followed by a peerless beauty with an extraordinary temperament. It was the flower god Patriarch Huayin. So beautiful. It smells so good. This fragrance is definitely the natural fragrance of the flower god race. On the streets of Spiritual Light City, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at Huayin with an intoxicated look in their eyes. Natural charm was the innate talent of the flower god clan's patriarch, Huayin. Even experts at the ninth heaven of the eternal realm would unknowingly develop a favorable impression of her. However, Huayin's charm of nature has little effect on the purple origin demon lord, the Wings God Monarch, the Spirit Eye Monarch, and Yang Feng, who are ambitious and determined to advance to the eternal king rank. At most, it can leave them with a slightly favorable impression, but they won't indulge in it. Stop! This is the spiritual royal palace. Without a summons from His Majesty, outsiders are not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the spiritual royal palace, 8 guards stopped Yang Feng, and a first heaven eternal realm guard commander said solemnly. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and 7th heaven eternal realm aura erupted from him and spread in all directions. Baron Maplewood Linghua has come to challenge the God King today. A voice reverberated in the spiritual light city. 7th heaven eternal realm. Linghua has advanced to the 7th heaven eternal realm. This advancement speed is amazing. What fortuitous encounter did he have? He dares to challenge the spirit monarch. When Duke Maguang sensed the 7th heaven eternal realm aura, he was dumbfounded at once, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. As long as a 7th heaven eternal realm powerhouse makes enough contributions in the spiritual kingdom, they will be conferred the title of Duke and become a higher-up in the spiritual kingdom. They will wield great power and become a tycoon. In the spiritual kingdom's imperial court, marquises and dukes are attached to duke and grand princes, forming a huge network of relationships. Duke Maguang never expected that Yang Feng would advance to the 7th heaven eternal realm in such a short time. The dean of the Spiritual Light Advanced Academy opened his eyes and looked in Yang Feng's direction, and a cold ray flashed in his eyes. 7th heaven eternal realm. What a terrifying advancement speed. It seems that Linghua had a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, he is too arrogant to dare to take the spirit monarch's trial with a mere 7th heaven eternal realm cultivation base. What a fool. In the Dark Land, a world of extraordinary powerhouses, the masters of the major forces are the strongest powerhouses of the major forces. In the spiritual kingdom, the spirit monarch is the #1 powerhouse of the spirit race. The grandfather of the current spirit monarch was originally a grand prince of the kingdom. He defeated the previous spirit monarch and became the spirit monarch. His family became the royal family of the spiritual kingdom. In the spiritual kingdom, as long as an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse advances to the 7th heaven eternal realm, they can activate the God King Challenge trial run. After passing a series of trials, they can challenge the spirit monarch. Of course, if the challenger fails, they must become the spirit monarch's spirit slave and fight for the spirit monarch forever. Even if they give birth to descendants, they will still be the spirit monarch slaves. The current spirit monarch is a man of great talent and great strategy. No one can match him. Moreover, the crown prince is equally talented. Under his guidance, he has already cultivated to the 7th heaven eternal realm. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, the crown prince will also advance to the invincible Holy Lord realm and smoothly inherit the spiritual kingdom. In the spiritual kingdom, no one dares to challenge the current spirit monarch. Now that Yang Feng dares to challenge the spirit monarch, this immediately alarmed the powerhouses of the spiritual light city. The gazes of eternal sovereigns gathered in the royal palace, wanting to see how the spirit monarch will deal with this matter. Baron Maple Forest, Sir Flower God Patriarch, His Majesty the Divine Monarch invites you over. A handsome spirit powerhouse walked out of the royal palace, took a deep look at Yang Feng's group of 2, and said respectfully, under the guidance of the spirit powerhouse, Yang Feng and Lin Hua passed through winding corridors and came to the meeting hall. At this time, the spirit monarch is sitting on the throne in the meeting hall, and beside him are 11 eternal sovereigns exuding 9th heaven eternal realm rank fluctuations of power. Below the 11 eternal sovereigns are the crown prince and grand prince rank powerhouses of the spiritual light kingdom. Linghua, since you activated the God King Challenge trial run, then I will fulfill your wish. The first test is the bloodline test. Only people of my spirit race can take the God King Challenge trial run. The spirit monarch glanced at Yang Feng, smiled frigidly, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, and pointed at Yang Feng. Countless runes flickered, projections of the spirit monarch appeared one after another, and beams of light shot out from their eyes and shone on Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, a sneer on the corners of his mouth, and let the spirit I monarch's projection spy on him. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the projections of the spirit I monarch disappeared. The spirit I monarch's gaze changed from anticipation to disappointment along with the light from the projections of the spirit I monarch. The second test is to resist the myriad eye bear for 7 days in the spirit eye temple. A cold look in his eyes, the spirit I monarch pointed with a finger. In the reception hall, an eye appeared, shone with countless runes, and formed a huge palace. Inside the palace, there was a terrifying giant bear that was over 100 meters tall. It was covered in countless sealing chains and had eyes all over its body. The giant bear is the myriad eye bear, a holy lord rank fierce beast, and the source of power of the spirit eye race's distant ancestor. At the time, the spirit eye race's distant ancestor obtained a drop of the myriad eye bear's blood essence and rose step by step until he finally broke through the bloodline shackles, surpassed the myriad eye bear, and suppressed it in the spirit eye temple, becoming one of the underlying forces of the spirit eye race. To challenge the spirit eye monarch, the first test is to surpass the source of power of the spirit eye race and defeat the myriad eye god monarch. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to become the new spirit eye god monarch. In this palace, there are 11 eternal titans, but only the spirit eye monarch can defeat the myriad eye bear. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and stepped into the palace. Countless chains shackled to the myriad eye bear flew away. Countless eyes opened on the myriad eye bear, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Except for the spirit eye monarch, the faces of the other 11 eternal titans flickered, and they couldn't suppress the restlessness of their bloodline. If they become enemies with the myriad eye bear, their strength will drop by at least 10%. The rest of the spirit eye race powerhouses are even more unbearable. They knelt on the ground involuntarily and shivered, resisting the call of the bloodline power inside them. So this is the myriad eye bear's bloodline power. Unfortunately, it has no effect on me. With a thought, Yang Feng suppressed the restlessness of the myriad eye bear's bloodline power inside him. At this moment, the countless eyes of the myriad eye bear emitted strange, evil light. The evil light, containing evil curses capable of causing people to fall into depravity, collapse the mind, and other evil curses shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared in an instant. As if it has a life of its own, the wicked light entered the void and blasted into Yang Feng. Chapter 1548. Waves of dizziness and weakness welled up in Yang Feng's mind, causing his teleporting movement to stagnate slightly, and he floated in the void. The 10,000 eyes bear opened its mountain-like eyes, and a fierce scarlet glint shot out of its eyes. The power of bloodline inside it boiled, and its strength increased by several times. Suddenly, it brandished its paw, tore apart the sky, and mercilessly slapped at Yang Feng. Not bad. What a strange power. For this curse to be able to affect my movements a little. That's amazing. But this is the end. Gloomy black light flashed on Yang Feng, and he easily suppressed the curse. He sent a fist slamming into the 10,000 eye bear's huge paw. Boom! The palace where the 10,000 eye bear was sealed trembled, and the 100-meter-tall 10,000 eye bear was sent flying like a cannonball. Its eyes exploded one after another, and with each explosion, its power was reduced by a fraction. I'll use you to test my current strength. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he took a step forward. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of the myriad eye bear and punched it over and over again. The 10,000 eye bear desperately resisted, but its body exploded continuously, and a copious amount of blood splashed into the sky. When the blood flew out of the 10,000 eye bear's body, it was pulled into Yang Feng by a mysterious force and became a part of his power. Amazing! He actually completely suppressed the 10,000-eye bear. What a terrible monster! At the time, that one only lasted for 7 days at the hands of the 10,000-eye bear. The 10,000-eye bear looks like he's going to kill it. Shock flashed across the eyes of the various overlords of the Spirit Eye clan in the hall when they saw this. The 10,000-eye bear's life force was terrifying. God knows how many generations of the God Kings of the Spirit Eye race have passed, yet it still stubbornly survived. At the time, the founding ancestor of the Spirit Eye race only sealed it because its life force was too terrifying. But now the freak 10,000-eye divine bear was about to be beaten to death by Yang Feng, which was simply appalling. Enough. You passed the second stage. The Spirit Eye monarch's voice came from the void, and a blue ray separated Yang Feng and the myriad-eye bear. The 10,000-eye bear's eyeballs cracked, and it cut a sorry figure. Using its hands and feet, it pounced back into the seal hall, grabbed the seal chains, and stabbed them into its body. The experts of the Spirit Eye race who were watching from the outside were all speechless. The myriad-eye bear is ferocious. Every time it opens the God King trial by fire, it doesn't want to go back and be sealed, and it takes a lot of effort to seal it. Now that it has been forced by Yang Feng to seal itself, this is the first time. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng appeared in the reception hall. Linghua, let's begin the third stage. Defeat me. As long as you can defeat me, you will be the new spiritual Eye King of our spiritual Eye Kingdom. If you lose to me, you will be my spiritual slave from then on. You will be at my beck and call for eternity. Even your descendants will be my slaves. It's not too late to give up now. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the Spirit Eye monarch, and he stared at Yang Feng and uttered frigidly. Invincible, holy Lord rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. Yang Feng said flatly, Spirit Eye monarch, you're actually advising me to give up the challenge? Are you afraid? Linghua, I just don't want to see Earl Guanyang's family sink. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. With a flash of frigid killing intent in his eyes, the Spirit Eye monarch pointed with a finger, and blue light flashed and enveloped the reception hall. In an instant, the reception hall turned into a vast celestial body. Yang Feng and the Spirit Eye monarch appeared in a desert. Behind Yang Feng and the Spirit Eye monarch, there are 11 eternal realm powerhouses and the Spirit Eye Kingdom's powerhouses. Spirit Eye God Slayer art. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Spirit Eye monarch. Countless runes shone on him, and eyes emerged on his body and looked at Yang Feng with creepy fluctuations of power. Wicked light pierced through the sky, distorted everything, and barreled towards Yang Feng. This spell has no effect on me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and sent a palm barreling towards the weird demonic light. The strange light twisted strangely. Part of it was blasted away by Yang Feng, while the other part turned into a rain of light that hit Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng felt the world spin, his senses distorted, and he felt as if he was in a distorted and chaotic space-time. He saw countless strange fragments, and his thoughts seemed to be distorted. Although my Spirit Eye race originates from the myriad-eye bear, but successive generations of God Kings have surpassed the myriad-eye bear. Spirit Eye God Slayer art is even more invincible. A mere trash who obtained a fortuitous encounter outside the starry sky dares to challenge me. How overconfident. The Spirit Eye monarch smiled coldly and slashed at Yang Feng with a giant sword in his hand. A black sword ray emerged and cut open space, and a fearsome crack appeared in the world and extended downwards and mercilessly slashed at Yang Feng. A bone-deep wound appeared on Yang Feng's body, and a copious amount of blood sprayed into the sky. But in the next moment, an incredible scene took place. A copious amount of blood has just flown out when it entered Yang Feng's body, and the bone-deep wound healed in a breath of time. How is this possible? How can his fleshly body be so strong? I have the God Slayer sword in my hand. Once a wound is cut by the God Slayer sword, even the winged God Monarch will find it difficult to heal. The spirit on Monarch's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he slashed at Yang Feng with his sword. Fearsome sword rays slashed at Yang Feng and cut his fleshly body, revealing white jade-like bones. No matter how the spirit on Monarch slashed at him, the wounds on Yang Feng's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a fearsome, fleshly body! This is the effect of the spirit god-body tempering art. No, this is an effect that surpasses the spirit god-body tempering art. What a fearsome secret method! What a fearsome, fleshly body! When the 11 Eternal Titans saw this scene, their scalps turned numb. The Godslayer sword is the most fearsome eternal treasure in the Spirit Eye Kingdom. None of the 11 Eternal Titans dared to let it slash them. Now that Yang Feng has been slashed 180 times, yet his fleshly body is still healing. This is simply terrifying. No matter what method of healing, it will consume power. Let's see how long you can heal yourself. A cold ray flashed in the spirit on Monarch's eyes, and he brandished his sword and slashed out 1,000 times in an instant, which turned into violent sword images that swept at Yang Feng. A copious amount of flesh and blood splashed out of Yang Feng's body, and then was minced by the remaining sword images. Amazing, to be able to weaken me for so long. That's the spirit God-slayer art for you. Amazing, Your Majesty God Monarch. I underestimated you before. Unfortunately, you're doomed to die here today. Yang Feng, who looks like a human skeleton, opened his eyes, and mysterious runes appeared on his jade-like bones. Yang Feng revealed a smile that looks like a skeleton's evil grin. After images flickered, and he appeared in front of the spirit Eye Monarch with a teleportation. With a claw, he smashed the spirit Eye Monarch's layers of barriers and slammed into the spirit Eye Monarch's body. Ding! A strange sound rang, and the spirit Eye Monarch's body collapsed, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared. In the place where he originally stood, there's a broken bead. As expected of the spirit Eye Monarch, you really have a death substitution secret method. Unfortunately, you're doomed to die at my hands today. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then teleported, appeared in the void, and slammed his claw into the void and pierced through the spirit Eye Monarch who has just formed. The spirit Eye Monarch's body split apart again, turned into countless fragments, and a broken bead appeared again. Let's see how many times you can die in my place. With a cold smile, Yang Feng turned into an afterimage, extended his claw into the void, and pierced through the spirit Eye Monarch's body again. Linghua, you want to kill me by yourself? Go to hell. The eyes of the spirit Eye Monarch flickered fiercely. Then he roared, forcibly condensed his bloodline force, and slashed at Yang Feng with his sword. A fearsome sword ray more than 10 times stronger than before slashed towards Yang Feng. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled frigidly. Without dodging, he suddenly shot out and sent a claw toward the spirit Eye Monarch. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng's left shoulder was cut, and his bones were crushed. His right claw stabbed into the spirit Eye Monarch. Die! Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the devour mark in his right hand erupted in an instant, stuck to the spirit Eye Monarch, and frantically devoured the spirit Eye Monarch's eternal origin. Essence of Devour. Your core essence is the essence of Devour, not our spirit Eye race's essence of the spirit Eye. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the spirit Eye Monarch. Eyes emerged on the spirit Eye Monarch's body and shot evil rays at Yang Feng. Unfortunately, since you know my essence, then I don't have to hide it anymore. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and a Devour rune appeared around him, radiated dark Devour light, and devoured the evil light. Let's die together. The eyes of the spirit Eye Monarch shimmered fiercely. Countless fluctuations emerged from his body, and he expanded by size. Chapter 1549. Perish Together? You've missed the best opportunity to perish together. Yang Feng smiled coldly, The devour mark on his right hand shone brightly, and fearsome devour force erupted in an instant. The spirit I'm monarch trembled slightly, and a tremendous amount of power was devoured in an instant. The power entered Yang Feng's body, and he turned into a mummy. No, how could this be? Shock flashed in the eyes of the spirit I'm monarch, and he issued a miserable scream. His body trembled slightly, and then he turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. He's dead. The new spirit I'm monarch was born. The eyes of the eternal world bigwigs in the reception hall shimmered with shock, and they fell silent. Even the eyes of the few bigwigs closest to the spirit I'm monarch dimmed, and they didn't dare to say a word. Yang Feng killed the predecessor spirit I'm monarch head-on. He has passed the spirit I'm monarch's trial by fire, and is now the #1 powerhouse of the spirit I race. If the other eternal world bigwigs turn against him, they will be easily suppressed by Yang Feng. There was a flash of light, and everyone returned to the spirit I temple. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Feng climbed the throne of the spirit I temple, sat down, and looked at the many powerhouses below with an indifferent look in his eyes. His Majesty the Divine King is eternal. An eternal world bigwig bowed his head and said to Yang Feng in salute, His Majesty the Divine King is eternal. As soon as this statement came out, all the powerhouses in the reception hall lowered their heads respectfully. Soon after, the voices of the Divine King ascending the throne came from the palace and spread to all the forces belonging to the spirit I race. The spirit I'm monarch has died. Ling Hua actually became the new spirit I'm monarch. How is that possible? How could that silk pants succeed in the challenge and become the new spirit I'm monarch? When the dean of the Spiritual Light Academy heard the bell, the jade cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered, and his eyes filled with incredulity. Ling Hua is a very common silk pants of greater aristocrats in the Spiritual Light Academy. The dean of the Spiritual Light Academy never expected that the silk pants he has always looked down on would grow to this point in such a short period of time. To challenge the spirit I'm monarch successfully, he became the new spirit I'm monarch. Spirit I'm monarch. That stinking brat actually became the spirit I'm monarch. I really misjudged him. If I had known this would happen, I would have made him my son-in-law. What a shame. What a pity. When Duke Maguang heard the bell, he was dumbstruck, his face contorted with surprise and regret. At that time, he already had the thought of marrying Mu Sha to Yang Feng, but he still chose to respect his daughter's choice. If Duke Maguang had known that Yang Feng could become the new spirit I'm monarch, he would have given her to Yang Feng even if he had to go against Mu Sha's wishes. However, although he was optimistic about Yang Feng, but he was also optimistic about Ling Juekong and wanted to bet on both sides. Coupled with various reasons, he didn't do so. But now, he was extremely regretful. Almost at the same time, a fearsome aura of a powerhouse breaking through the eternal realm spread in all directions from the Fathoming Light Advanced College Dark Origin Tower. Haha, I finally broke through to the eternal realm. Linghua, just you wait. I must kill you within 10 years. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Ling Juekong laughed heartily. His brows were filled with joy. Ling Juekong is extraordinarily talented and has had fortuitous encounters. In just a few years, he has advanced from the holy step to the eternal step. This cultivation speed is heaven-defying in the Spirit I Kingdom. At this moment, a blue bracelet in Ling Juekong's right hand flashed, and he waved his hand and said with a high-spirited smile, What's the matter, Muyue? Muyue's frightened and desperate voice came from the blue bracelet. Big brother Juekong, Linghua has passed the spirit I'm monarch's trial by fire and has become the new spirit I'm monarch. What? The new spirit I'm monarch. How is that possible? With him, that trash. How can he become the new spirit I'm monarch? As if struck by lightning, Ling Juekong trembled, his mind wavered, fear, despair, madness, and other negative forces surged inside him, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood and faint. The spirit I race's holy land, in front of the god King Pagoda. The God King Pagoda is finally in my hands. Looking at the God King Pagoda, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he stepped into the God King Pagoda. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the God King Pagoda, and a tremendous amount of black mist surged towards Yang Feng. How wonderful! The Dark Earth Monarch's origin force here is more than 10 times that of the Flower God Valley. I hope that the Dark Earth Monarch's origin force here can help me advance to the 9th firmament eternal step. I hope that I can construct a powerful, fleshly body comparable to that of an eternal monarch. Yang Feng looked at the tremendous amount of black mist and raised the corners of his mouth. Countless mysterious devour runes appeared on his body and frantically devoured the black mist converging from all directions. In the God-Winged City. What? Ling Hua killed the Spirit Eye Monarch and became the new Spirit Eye Monarch. How is this possible? The Spirit Eye Monarch was at his peak, so how could Ling Hua kill him? Tell me, is this information false? The Wings God Monarch looked at a guard kneeling on the ground and asked frigidly. The guard kneeling on the ground broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, this information is absolutely true. We have confirmed the authenticity of this information through more than a dozen methods. The Wings God Monarch was silent for a while with a cold look in his eyes, and then said frigidly, "Withdraw." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard saluted respectfully and quickly withdrew. Ling Hua is just an ordinary silpants. Even if he received the support of the extraterrestrial civilization, how could he evolve so quickly? Demon Lord Ziyuan, did you do something to him? With a frigid look in his eyes, the Wings God Monarch pointed with a finger. Ripples flickered, and a projection of Demon Lord Ziyuan appeared in the palace. On one hand, Demon Lord Ziyuan cooperated with the Wings God Monarch to support the winged race and carry out various transactions with them. But on the other hand, he used various means to erode the Dark Earth world. In the Dark Earth world, who knows how many people are Demon Lord Ziyuan's pawns and puppets? The Wings God Monarch naturally knows this. However, he is confident that he can suppress everything, which is why he colluded with Demon Lord Ziyuan. A dignified look in his eyes, the Demon Lord Ziyuan uttered slowly, "No, Ling Hua is not a pawn of mine. I don't have a pawn that can kill the Spirit of Monarch. If I'm not mistaken, it should be my mortal enemy Yang Feng's true body that infiltrated your world. Only a monster like Yang Feng, who is an amazing talent in the eternal world, can slay the Spirit Eye Monarch in such a short time." A cold look in his eyes, the Wings God Monarch uttered frigidly, "Didn't you say that even eternal monarchs cannot break into our Dark Earth world?" The Demon Lord Zin uttered flatly, "There are as many powerhouses in the eternal world as there are clouds in the sky, and they have countless strange, secret methods. At the same time, there are also countless rare treasures and many strange existences. Just because eternal monarchs are powerless doesn't mean that other eternal sovereigns are powerless." The Wings God Monarch's eyes flickered, and he asked unhurriedly, "What should we do now?" The Demon Lord's eyes flickered with gloomy light, and he uttered frigidly, "Attack the Spirit Eye race at all costs. We can't let Yang Feng use the Spirit Eye race's resources to practice cultivation and develop. Otherwise, once he fully matures, the entire Dark Earth world will become his." The Wings God Monarch's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he uttered with a frigid smile, "That's a good proposal. What a good proposal. Do you want me and Yang Feng to fight to the death, and then turn the Winged God race into your puppet?" The Demon Lord Ziyuan's eyes flickered, and he uttered solemnly, "Then, Wings God Monarch, are you going to watch Yang Feng lead the Spirit Eye race to annex the Dark Earth world? Once the Spirit Eye race rules the Dark Earth world, your Winged God race will die without a burial ground." The Wings God Monarch replied unhurriedly, "No. If Ling Hua is a real Spirit Eye race member, then our Winged God race will indeed die without a burial ground. But Ling Hua is an ambitious and ruthless person in the outside world. As long as I surrender sincerely, he will surely accept our Winged God race. After all, He is also an ambitious and ruthless person who aspires to the position of eternal monarch. Naturally, the more subordinates he has, the better. The demon Lord Ziyuan was silent for a while, and then suddenly said with a smile, "Wings God Monarch, you are not someone who is willing to be a subordinate, so how can you be willing to submit to Yangfeng? Don't waste any more time. For this battle, the two of us will form an alliance. The two of us will form an alliance, and I swear that I will mobilize all my pawns in the Dark Earth world to cooperate with you to kill the Spirit Eye race. How about it?" The Wings God Monarch smiled indifferently, exuded a domineering aura, and said decisively, "All right." Once the purple Origin Demon Lord and the Winged God King reached an agreement, the Winged God race immediately began to move. A few days later, the Winged God race launched an all-out attack on the territory of the Spirit Eye race. The Spirit Eye race is currently in the process of replacing the old and the new God Monarchs. Under the all-out attack of the Winged God race, the Spirit Eye race suffered heavy losses and retreated in defeat. At this time, the allies of the Spirit Eye race, the Dog God race, the Dragon God race, and the Pegasus race, betrayed the alliance and ruthlessly stabbed the Spirit Eye race in the back, causing the Spirit Eye race to suffer a crushing defeat. Among the Spirit Eye race, countless powerhouses suddenly surrendered to the Winged God race without any warning, causing the Spirit Eye race's defensive lines to collapse one after another. After the Winged God race, the Dog God race, the Dragon God race, and the Pegasus race defeated the main forces of the Spirit Eye race, they ignored the remaining forces of the Spirit Eye race, converged, and attacked the Spirit Light City. The four races joined forces, and even the patriarchs of the four races personally went into battle. With peerless power, they defeated one stronghold after another of the Spirit Eye race and advanced towards the Spirit Light City. In just 1 month, the allied forces of the four races flattened all the strongholds around the Spirit Light City and got closer and closer to the Spirit Light City. Chapter 1550. At the foot of the Spiritual Light City royal palace's God King Pagoda sat a tall and burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of the Spirit Eye clan's eternal giants, Ling Wuheng. "Who is it?" Ling Wuheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes as he said coldly, "It's me." A Spirit Eye powerhouse who looked like a handsome youth walked out of the shadows. Behind him were more than 1,000 eternal sovereigns. Ling Wuheng furrowed his brows slightly and said in a cold voice, "Ling Bolan, you actually brought along the Divine King's personal guards. Are you trying to rebel?" Ling Hua has passed the God King trial and is the rightful successor of our Spirit Eye race. He is the only God King. Your ancestor also passed the Godly King trial and killed the former Godly King before ascending to the position of Godly King. This is the tradition of our Spirit Eye race." Ling Bolan said coldly. "Ling Wuheng, if Ling Hua was really him, then his God King's legitimacy would be unassailable. We should naturally worship him as our king. But what if Ling Hua isn't himself, but an extraterrestrial devil in disguise?" Ling Wuheng's soul was shaken, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is that possible?" The divine eyes of the past divine kings have verified that Ling Hua is indeed of the Spirit Eye race's bloodline. Otherworldly sky fiends have as many experts as the clouds. There's even an invincible and indestructible existence like the Eternal King. He naturally has the power to hide from the godly kings of the Spirit Eye race. Ling Wuheng, an ordinary hedonistic son of a rich family, was able to defeat the spiritual Eye monarch in less than 100 years. This kind of advancement speed is abnormal. Have you never doubted it? Ling Bolan's gaze was icy cold as he spoke in a frosty voice. Ling Wuheng was silent. He naturally suspected Yang Feng's identity. However, the projection of the divine eyes of past primary monarchs has proved that Yang Feng has the bloodline of the Spirit Eye race, which dispelled their concerns. Now that Ling Bolan brought up this topic, his heart began to waver. Ling Wuheng was silent for a while before he slowly said, Ling Bolan, Ling Hua is after all the spirit I king. Now that the winged god race is being overbearing and has surrounded the city, if we continue to have internal strife, it will only lead to the extinction of the spirit I race. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Wuheng, the winged god king, has already offered us a price as long as we can kill Ling Hua. The allied forces of the four races would immediately retreat. Furthermore, sign a 50-100-year non-aggression treaty with our Solai tribe and return the territory of our Solai kingdom. An eternal giant walked out from the shadows and slowly said, one after another, eternal overlords walked out from the shadows, quietly looking at Ling Wuheng. Apart from Ling Wuheng, the other 11 eternal titans are now standing opposite Yang Feng. An eternal giant coldly said, get out of the way, Ling Wuheng. Ling Shuanghua, since you've already made your decision, I won't stop you. However, all of you made the wrong choice. I will not make an enemy of you, nor will I make an enemy of him, because that is too stupid. Ling Wuheng smiled bitterly and stepped aside, revealing the path to the God King Pagoda. The hearts of the Spiritai clan's powerhouses trembled slightly when they heard this. The Spiritai race finally has someone who understands. Indifferent laughter rang out in the space there. A streak of black light shot out from the Tower of God Kings, condensing into a black staircase. Emitting black light, Yang Feng stood on the other side of the black staircase and looked coldly at the 10 Spiritai Eternal Titans. When the 10 Spiritai Eternal Titans saw Yang Feng emitting black light, a creepy feeling welled up inside them, as if they have met a natural enemy. Do you want to betray me and betray the Spiritai race? In that case, I will grant you death. Yang Feng looked at the 10 Spiritai Eternal Titans with cold light in his eyes, and he smiled coldly. With a flash of queer light, Yang Feng's true body appeared behind an eternal giant, smashed the other party's barrier with a hand, and stabbed into the other party's body. A devour mark appeared, and a black light swept out and devoured the eternal realm powerhouse. Kill him. Do it. Kill him. There was a flash of fear in Ling Bolan's eyes, and he bellowed, opened his eyes, and countless eyes converged to form a strange demonic eye that looked at Yang Feng. A gloomy, distorted demonic eye light shot towards Yang Feng. The remaining 8 Eternal Titans unleashed offensive secret methods and barreled towards Yang Feng. You ants, do you really think that I'm afraid of your spirit eye, God Slayer art? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of derision, and devour marks appeared on him, distorted the void, and devoured everything. When the demonic eye ray that could distort souls slammed into Yang Feng, it was immediately devoured by the devour marks. Yang Feng took a step forward, and afterimages appeared in front of the Spirit Eye Eternal Titans. One after another, Yang Feng's claw pierced through and devoured the Spirit Eye Eternal Titans. Stop! Your Majesty the Divine King, I just want to ask you. No, Your Majesty the Divine King, I surrender. The eyes of the Eternal Titans shimmered with regret. They had just spoken when Yang Feng smashed their defenses and killed them. In just dozens of breaths of time, black light swept out, and only the 2 Eternal Titans Ling Wuheng and Ling Bolan remained. Ling Hua, no, you're not Ling Hua. You're Yang Feng, the mortal enemy of the Purple Origin Demon Lord, Yang Feng. Damn it, we were deceived by you. Yang Feng, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender and submit to you. I'll serve you, but don't kill me. As long as I'm alive, my entire clan will serve you and be at your beck and call. Ling Bolan's face changed several times, and then he finally knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Die. A cold look in his eyes. Yang Feng sent a claw piercing through Ling Bolan's body, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured Ling Bolan. Ling Wuheng, they rebelled against me. Why don't you rebel against me? After Yang Feng devoured Ling Bolan, he turned to look at Ling Wuheng with a knife-like gaze and said with a faint smile, Ling Wuheng replied respectfully, "Your Majesty is extraordinarily strong. You are the supreme god of the Spirit Eye race. I, Ling Wuheng, am willing to contribute my meager strength to your cause, Your Majesty." Yang Feng laughed heartily. "Ha, good. Seeing that you're sensible, I won't kill you. From today on, you're the Prime Minister of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. You will take care of trivial matters for me." Ling Wuheng replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, the four-race coalition army has already besieged the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Please tell me how to deal with it, Your Majesty." "I'll advance a rank first." Yang Feng smiled indifferently. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. Tremendous eternal force pervaded his body, and the devour runes inside him evolved again. In Yang Feng's body, the white, jade-like bones began to become more and more resplendent, and they merged with the devour runes. A terrifying power fluctuation of the eighth heaven of the eternal realm spread out in all directions. As soon as Ling Wuheng sensed Yang Feng's aura, his body and soul trembled slightly, and incredulity flashed in his eyes. So scary. Is this the power of the eighth firmament eternal realm? Why do I feel that this power far surpasses my own, and even surpasses the power of the previous generation's primary god? Are the eternal world's powerhouses so terrifying and heaven-defying? In the eternal world, ordinary eighth firmament eternal realm powerhouses are indeed slightly stronger than the dark earth world's powerhouses, but they haven't reached the point where they can contend against the dark earth world's eternal giants. However, Yang Feng used countless secret methods as a reference and used the bones of eternal god emperors and his own devour essence as the core to create the god emperor's secret method. This extraordinary secret method is cultivated with the origin force of an eternal god king. Its power is naturally heaven-defying, far surpassing that of other eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes shone coldly, and he uttered slowly, "Okay, since I have advanced a rank, then it's time for the four-race coalition army to die." The four-race coalition army's headquarters on the outskirts of the spiritual light city. The winged god monarch looked at the spiritual light city from afar with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The rebellion in the spiritual light city has begun. Heed my order. Attack at once." "Wait, winged god monarch. Isn't it a bit too early to attack now? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. If we attack now, I'm afraid that Ling Bolan and the others will collude with Ling Hua. Besides, the spirit well boundary has not been opened yet. If we attack the spiritual light city, the casualties will be too high." The eyes of a burly and handsome dog patriarch with dog ears and a dog tail behind him shimmered gravely, and he uttered solemnly, "That's right. If we attack now, we won't do it." A Pegasus patriarch with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse also spoke indifferently. The dragon patriarch with a pair of dragon horns on his head remained silent and just stared at the winged god monarch. The winged god monarch uttered coldly, "Even in the eternal world, the otherworldly demon Yang Feng is an extraordinarily talented existence who can contend against the purple origin demon lord. He is proficient in the essence of devour. Once he is given time to grow, he will grow to an incredible level. If we don't attack now, do you want to become bait for his evolution in the future?" The dog god patriarch uttered indifferently, "No matter how strong Yang Feng is, he won't change much in one day. Of course, it's not impossible to attack by force. However, the winged god race has to be the main force, while the other three races can assist." The other two race patriarchs nodded in agreement. The winged god race is too powerful. If the Spirit Eye race is razed to the ground, almost no one can restrain the winged god race. The winged god clan was practically invincible. To the other three god clans, the best outcome would be for both the winged god clan and the Spirit Eye clan to suffer heavy losses. Chapter 1551. Okay. With a gloomy expression on his face, the winged god monarch weighed the pros and cons before saying coldly. After the four god monarchs reached an agreement, the four races' legions finally set out. With the winged god race as the main force, they flew towards the spiritual light city like ants. Above the spirit light city, the experts of the Spiritai clan unleashed a secret technique. Eyes containing various extraordinary powers, such as curses, blessings, misfortune, corrosion, and poison, appeared in the void and shot towards the experts of the four god clans. Under the barrage of the divine eyes, the barriers protecting hundreds and thousands of winged god race powerhouses collapsed, and they were killed. When the winged god race elite legion approached the spiritual light city, a dense swarm of demonic eyes suddenly opened on the spiritual light city's city wall. The demonic eyes shot out a gray light that swept towards the winged god race's experts. The numerous winged god race's experts were like broken winged angels. They fell from the sky and fell to the ground, their bodies covered in the gray light of the curse. The offensive secret methods unleashed by the winged god race powerhouses have just been launched when they were swept by the gray light and weakened by more than 70%. They only managed to kill some of the weaker Spiritai powerhouses. In the dark earth world, every city is a stronghold that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the purple original demon hadn't used his countless hidden chess pieces, even the four races' allied forces wouldn't have been able to break through the Spiritai strongholds so easily and reach this place. Activate the siege beasts, the winged god monarch said coldly, a gloomy look in his eyes. The huge winged god race army behind the winged god race army split up. From monstrous siege beasts walked out from behind the winged god race. They were 1,000 meters tall, as thick as elephants, and had ferocious heads like dragons. Their thick tails were like meteors. As soon as the four siege beasts appeared, countless beams of light barreled towards the four siege beasts. When the beams of light slammed into the four siege beasts, they didn't even break through their black scales. These are the winged god race's weapons against cities' siege beasts. If it weren't for their sluggish movement and resource consumption, virtually no one would be their opponent. The three god monarchs gazed at the four siege beasts with apprehension in their eyes. The four siege beasts are fearsome beasts that the winged god monarch nurtured using all kinds of precious secret treasures and resources after obtaining the purple original demon lord's knowledge. They have astonishing defense and even more terrifying offensive power. Their only weakness is their lack of intelligence and their sluggish movement. They can only be used to siege cities. Many of the Spirit Eye clan's forts were forcefully breached by the four siege beasts after withstanding countless attacks. Activate Spirit Eye Monarch Light. On the city wall, a spiritual eye prince gritted his teeth and barked. God Monarch, Monarch, Monarch Spirit Monarchs gritted his teeth and barked. Figures of past god kings of the Spiritai clan directly appeared one after another as they opened their extremely strange demonic eyes. The strange demonic eyes condensed into one, and a terrifying pulse of energy that could even cause god kings to tremble appeared from the demonic eye. A gray beam shot out from the eye and slammed into the body of the siege beast. The two siege beasts were instantly swept by the gray pillar of light and crumbled, turning into dust and disappearing. The other two siege beasts were swept by the gray light beam, and their bodies crumbled inch by inch, disappearing from their waists. After the gray pillar of light disappeared, the two missing heads of the siege beasts wriggled, and the two strange heads quickly regenerated. After the two siege beasts regenerated, they pounced on the corpses of the experts of the various races outside the spiritual light city and chewed on them. Every time they devoured a corpse, the aura of the siege beasts would increase. The attacks of the countless powerhouses above the spiritual light city bombarded the bodies of the two siege beasts, creating wounds of various sizes. However, they were unable to kill them. The Spiritai Monarch Light has been consumed. It has a cooldown time of 2 hours. Let's attack together. The winged god monarch stared at the spiritual light city, an ominous premonition flashing in his eyes. The Spiritai Monarch Light is one of the trump cards of the Spiritai race, and it is their strongest offensive secret method. Even the #1 expert in the Dark Earth world, the winged god monarch, wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, its weakness is that it can only be used once, and its cooldown time is more than 2 hours. Okay. The other 3 primary monarchs nodded in agreement. 53 eternal powerhouses of the Winged God Clan, Hound God Clan, Dragon God Clan, and Pegasus God Clan flew out, followed by elite eternal legions. They unleashed all kinds of secret techniques and blasted towards Spiritual Light City. Above the Spiritual Light City, the dusky light formed layers of defensive boundaries to resist the attacks of the Eternal Realm powerhouses. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering explosions rang out incessantly, and the eyeballs on the walls of the Spiritual Light City exploded one after another. Originally, if there were eternal sovereigns presiding over the Spiritual Light City's city wall, they would be able to resist the siege of the 53 eternal sovereigns of the 4 races. However, with the Spiritai race's eternal sovereigns besieging Yangfeng, there is no one presiding over the Spiritual Light City's city wall. As a result, the Spiritual Light City's city wall trembled, the demonic eyes exploded, and the defensive barrier weakened. The allied forces of the 4 races turned into streams of light and attacked the city walls, clashing with the experts of the Spiritai clan on the city walls. As soon as the battle began, the entire Spiritai race legion showed signs of collapse. At this time, the Spiritai race's eternal sovereigns should have taken action to boost morale. However, none of them took action, making the Spiritai race's powerhouses feel like they have been abandoned. I am Linghua, your monarch. I'm here. A voice sounded in the Spiritual Light City. In an instant, the countless adjudicators hidden in the Spiritual Light City formed a mechanical torrent that shot towards the allied army of the 4 races on the battlefield. In the wake of the mechanical torrent formed by the adjudicators with holy step battle prowess, the allied army of the 4 races was chopped to pieces. 50,000 elite troops directly under Yang Feng's command, wearing transcendent armor and wielding destruction artilleries, also threw themselves into the battle. The destruction artilleries in their hands roared and shot at the eternal sovereigns of the 4 races. Along with flashes of golden light, a golden cloud appeared above the Spiritual Light City. Yangfeng calmly slashed at the cloud, radiating golden light. He looked like an invincible demon god overlooking the ants below. Your Majesty, it's His Majesty the Divine King. His Majesty the Divine King is with us. On the city wall, the Spiritai race army, which was on the verge of collapse, reversed its decline. The allied army of the 4 races suffered heavy casualties under the siege of Yangfeng's mechanical legion. The morale of the Spiritai race soldiers soared, and they looked at Yangfeng with worship in their eyes. Sure enough, they failed. Those good-for-nothings. The Wings God Monarch looked at Yangfeng standing quietly in the clouds. His heart sank, and he cursed. The Dragon God Monarch said with a cold smile, "No, we're going to win this time." Although the rebellion of those good-for-nothings failed, but the Spiritai race's eternal sovereigns were also wiped out. We only have to deal with Yangfeng. No matter how strong he is, against the 4 of us, only death awaits him. Die. At this moment, Yangfeng suddenly smiled at the 4 god monarchs and pointed with a finger. 20 warships with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers appeared above the Spiritual Light City. Countless cannons extended out and shot out a dense rain of light, blasting the elite troops of the 4 godly monarchs. The elite legions of the 4 god clans were wiped off the face of the earth, as if someone had used a rag to wipe them off the face of the earth. In an instant, over 100,000 soldiers below the Saint Realm were killed and turned into ashes. Stop! There was a fierce flash in the Dragon God Monarch's eyes, and he roared and suddenly flew out. When he arrived in the middle of his army, he activated a barrier and stared at the artillery barrage. The two god monarchs, the dog god monarch and the sky horse god monarch, flew back to their elite army and activated a barrier to resist the attack of the 20 warships. Extinguish. A fierce flash in his eyes. The wings god monarch spread the fingers of a hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the feathers on his back flew out and turned into countless arrows of light that stabbed towards the 20 eternal warships. When the countless arrows of light slammed into the gray barrier of the spiritual light city wall, they easily penetrated the barrier and barreled towards the 20 eternal warships. It's no use. You're all doomed to die here. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Give me the severed head of the wings, god monarch, and I'll give you 3 races a chance to live. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a hand, and a terrifying black hole emerged and devoured the arrows of light. The 20 eternal warships flashed, and countless secondary artilleries shone and fired at the allied army of the 4 races. Even though the allied army of the 4 races has activated a barrier, but they're still swept by the beams of light like insects, exploding or vaporizing. Attracted by Yang Feng's devour essence, the souls and origin of the slain 4 races' powerhouses entered his body and became nutrients for his evolution. Siege beasts! There was a fierce flash in the wings god monarch's eyes, and he waved his hand, and 2 green crystals turned into 2 streams of light that entered the 2 siege beasts that are healing themselves. When the 2 siege beasts absorbed the 2 green crystals, their flesh squirmed, and they healed themselves in an instant. They even exuded a more powerful aura than before. Chapter 1552. As soon as the 2 siege beasts recovered their full strength, they charged towards the city wall again. With a thought from Yang Feng, the main artillery of the 20 eternal warships flashed, and a destructive beam capable of annihilating a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse shot out and slammed into the 2 siege beasts in an instant. Large holes were blasted open on the 2 siege beasts in an instant. Then green light flashed, and they healed in an instant. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward. His figure blurred, and he appeared in front of the 2 siege beasts. He spread the fingers of a hand, and 2 black holes appeared and swept towards the 2 siege beasts, engulfed them, and frantically devoured their life origin. This is a wisp of the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal, true spirit. Only by containing the purest life force could one be reborn continuously. Unfortunately, its rank is too high. Except for monsters like the siege beasts and powerhouses with devour essence like me, no one else can use the wisp of the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal true spirit. Yang Feng looked at the 2 siege beasts struggling in the devour black hole with a look of pleasant surprise in his eyes. A wisp of the Eternal King's eternal true spirit can be sold for a sky-high price in the eternal world. Even a terrifying existence like the Eternal King will compete for it. Only in the Dark Earth world, a world cultivated by the Eternal King, can it be found. You finally came out of your lair. Wing God's veil. The corners of the wing god monarch's mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. With a wave of his hand, a black veil engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out, radiated brilliant light, and swept towards the void. The queer veil opened, formed an independent world, and engulfed Yang Feng. A black ray flew out of the veil and swept towards the winged god monarch and the other eternal world powerhouses, and they disappeared from this world. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng found himself in a queer world. In this world, space crisscrossed like spatial blades. Any existence below the eternal realm will be instantly minced by spatial force once they enter this queer world. Even an eternal sovereign must consume eternal force at all times to resist the slashing of this queer world. Apart from the power of space, there was no other power in this world, and there was no way to replenish the power consumed. I'm the Winged God King. You are Yang Feng from the eternal world, right? Distorted light flickered, and the winged god monarch emerged from the void, looked coldly at Yang Feng, and uttered indifferently. The dog god monarch, the dragon god monarch, the heaven horse monarch, and the 50 eternal sovereigns appeared one by one and looked coldly at Yang Feng. This power could be said to be the strongest power in the dark earth world. Under the siege of so many experts, even the winged god king would not be able to escape death. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Yes, did Demon Lord Ziyuan tell you this?" The winged god monarch's words were as sharp as knives. "Yang Feng, submit to us. As long as you hand over the knowledge and inheritance you possess, and work together with us for 100,000 years, we will be able to help you. We will return your freedom. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." For Yang Feng to be able to contend against the spirit-eye monarch in such a short period of time, he must have an extremely fearsome secret method. "You want me to submit to you? You're overestimating yourself." With a faint smile, Yang Feng's body twisted, and he teleported behind a dragon god eternal sovereign. Then, with a claw, he easily ran through the other party, and a devour rune emerged and devoured the other party in an instant. "Kill him." With a flash of anger in his eyes, the dragon divine monarch suddenly erupted, extended his claws, and, as if a humanoid, eternal true dragon in a berserk state, frantically attacked Yang Feng. Yang Feng slammed his palm into the dragon god monarch's claws, and then retreated briskly with the force of the dragon god monarch's attack. Then, with a strange flash, he appeared in front of a dragon god eternal sovereign, smashed the other party with a claw, and devoured him. A sinister look flashed on the dog god monarch's face, and his upper body transformed into a furry dog. His strength and speed doubled, and he turned into a yellow ray of light. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng. The winged god monarch's eyes flickered fiercely, and he pointed with a finger, and countless feathers formed a winged god blade that can slay eternal sovereigns and slashed towards Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes appeared on heavenly horse god monarch's body. Sacred spirit runes appeared in the void, sealing the void, making it difficult for people to move in the void. The other eternal sovereigns joined forces to unleash offensive secret methods and attacked Yang Feng. This attack is really troublesome. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless mysterious runes appeared on him, and he turned into a devour black hole that could devour everything. When the attacks of the dozens of eternal sovereigns slammed into the devour black hole, all their power was devoured. However, the devour black hole also fell into an unstable state. When the dog god monarch's claw slammed into the devour black hole, a fearsome force erupted, and the devour black hole exploded in an instant. The fearsome explosion seriously injured the dog god monarch, and his right claw shattered. Yang Feng was also blasted into by the fearsome explosion, and countless cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, the winged god monarch's wing god blade slashed into Yang Feng's right arm and cut off his right arm. A large amount of blood gushed out of Yang Feng's body and sprinkled into the sky. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the dark earth world's eternal sovereigns shimmered with fear. That was the joint attack of dozens of eternal sovereigns and 3 eternal sovereigns. Yet they only seriously injured Yang Feng, not killed him. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Sure enough, with my current strength, it is still somewhat difficult to contend against the dark earth world's eternal sovereigns. It's a pity that I've never fought alone. At this moment, the whip of the ruler, like a poisonous dragon, pierced through the heart of the Pegasus divine monarch, who is activating a seal barrier, and then pierced the dog god monarch's heart in an instant. Zero walked out of the void, swept up the 2 eternal sovereigns with the whip of the ruler, devoured them, and sealed them behind her. Spatial ripples flickered and 10,000 eternal sovereign rank judgment lords, as well as countless empyrean and holy rank adjudicators, flew out and attacked the dark earth world's eternal sovereigns. A bunch of ants shatter. A Pegasus eternal sovereign snorted coldly and flapped his wings, and a fearsome storm revolved around him. Whether it is the empyrean or holy rank adjudicators, as soon as they entered the scope of the storm, they were all twisted into pieces and turned into powder. Even their core chips were crushed. The eternal sovereigns unleashed various secret methods and destroyed the adjudicators and judgment lords as if they were ants. Attack Yangfeng. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The winged god monarch barked and urged the winged god blade to slash at Yangfeng. In the wake of the winged god blade, the void collapsed, and the adjudicators and judgment lords in its way collapsed and turned into particles. It's a pity that you missed the only chance to defeat me. Yangfeng smiled coldly. His badly injured body healed in an instant, and he extended a hand shrouded in gloomy black light and grabbed the winged god blade. Gloomy black light intertwined with the lustrous light released by the winged god blade and then condensed. The winged god blade collapsed in an instant, and a terrifying blade scar was left on Yangfeng's right hand, exposing crystal clear bones. Winged god monarch, you're really amazing. My fleshly body is infinitely close to the eternal monarch rank, yet you were able to injure me. You deserve a reward. How about this? I'll reward you with the death of 3 winged eternal sovereigns. With a faint smile, Yangfeng blurred into motion, and 3 afterimages appeared in front of the 3 winged eternal titans. Then, with a claw, he smashed the 3 winged eternal titans' barriers and stabbed them into their bodies. With a flash of devour light, the 3 winged eternal sovereigns were devoured. At that moment, Zero wielded the whip of the ruler like a poisonous dragon, easily piercing through the body of an eternal giant of the Dragon God clan, directly suppressing and sealing that eternal giant of the Dragon God clan, devouring his power. Join forces. To kill Yangfeng, we have to kill him. Only then can we have a chance at survival. The winged god monarch looked at the elusive Yangfeng. Fear welled up inside him, and he roared. At the same time, he frantically urged the winged god blade to slash at Yangfeng. It's no use. You're all doomed to die here. Yangfeng extended a hand and crushed the winged god blade. 3 afterimages appeared in front of the 3 Pegasus eternal sovereigns again, crushed them, and devoured them. The eternal sovereigns in the space fell into a frenzy. Ignoring the judgment lords and adjudicators, they cast offensive secret methods barreling towards Yangfeng. It's too late. It's too late for you to wake up. Yangfeng smiled faintly. As if a shadow, wherever he passed, he tore apart and devoured one eternal world powerhouse after another. Yangfeng evaded most of the attacks of the eternal sovereigns. As for the attacks that he couldn't evade, they were blocked by Yangfeng's fearsome fleshly body. All the injuries healed at a despairing speed. Chapter 1553. With a decisive look in his eyes, the winged god monarch roared. Dragon god monarch, entangle that woman. I'll kill Yangfeng. Okay. Eyes flashing fiercely, the dragon god monarch burned his true dragon bloodline. True dragon chi revolved around him, and he turned into a humanoid true dragon that attacked Zero. One after another, the eternal true dragons flew about, biting and tearing at the whips in a frenzy. They tore the whips apart and wrapped themselves around Zero. In the name of the winged god monarch, burn your origin. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of the winged god monarch, and a mark containing the winged god monarch's origin appeared on his forehead and released fearsome fluctuations of power. No, stop, your majesty, the god monarch. A look of horror on their faces, the winged eternal powerhouses screamed and involuntarily burned their eternal origin and turned into rays of light that entered the winged god monarch. The winged god monarch pointed with a finger. An extraordinary life form Eagle Rock Behemoth with a wingspan of 100,000 kilometers and 10 pairs of wings appeared. The Eagle Rock Behemoth is the origin of the winged god monarch's bloodline. At the time, it was one of the peerless, fierce beasts in the dark earth world. It devoured 10 eternal sovereigns every day. Who knows how many powerhouses went to challenge it, only to be eaten by it. If it wasn't for the fact that no powerhouse can obtain true eternity in the dark earth world, the Eagle Rock Behemoth would have lived to this day and become an invincible overlord. The Eagle Rock Behemoth flapped its wings, and a spatial storm suddenly formed. Swept by the spatial storm, the adjudicators below the Eternal Sovereign rank were crushed to pieces. The remaining 5,000 Eternal Sovereign rank adjudicators could only activate a defensive barrier and barely resist the spatial storm. With a single strike, any existence below the Eternal Sovereign rank can be destroyed. This is the terror of the Eagle Rock Behemoth. The Eagle Rock Behemoth flapped its wings again, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Yangfeng. This behemoth is in trouble. A dignified look in his eyes, Yangfeng's figure moved slightly, and he wanted to evade the Eagle Rock Behemoth. Obstructive forces came from the void, making it impossible for people to budge. As strong as Yangfeng was, he was still like an insect stuck in a spider's web. With every breath of time, he could barely move 100 kilometers. Traversing 100 kilometers in a breath of time was already an unimaginable speed for ordinary people. But when the Hawk Rock Behemoth flapped its wings, its speed reached several light years. Virtually in an instant, it appeared in front of Yangfeng, and its huge eagle claws tore through the sky and clawed at Yangfeng. A fierce ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes. Then dark light flickered on his body, and he spread the fingers of his right hand, and a Devour rune appeared, and black light of Devour swept out and swallowed the Eagle Rock Behemoth. Explode. The Winged God King's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Rumble." Yangfeng's body trembled slightly, and then he exploded, and a fearsome explosion enveloped him and formed a hole in the void that was nearly impossible to heal. Almost at the same time, Zero's 12 ruler apostles appeared, burned their origin force frantically, and turned into 12 beams that blasted into the Winged God King in an instant. The Winged God King forcibly burned the eternal origin of the 12 winged eternal tycoons. Coupled with the fearsome force he endured, he was seriously injured. Now that he was attacked by the 12 ruler apostles, his body was pierced through, and his origin was seriously injured. Amazing. Winged God King. So this is the underlying strength of your winged race. It's really amazing. You're just one step away from killing me. What a pity. A cold voice came from the black hole in the void, and Yangfeng, who only has an incomplete white jade bone left, walked out of the black hole. A copious amount of eternal origin transformed into black light that entered the incomplete white jade bone and healed it quickly. The Winged God King looked at Yangfeng, who healed himself quickly, and barked, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." "Yangfeng, how dare you kill my patriarch? I won't rest until you're dead." "Yangfeng, let's die together." The eyes of the 8 eternal tycoons shimmered fiercely, and they began to burn their eternal origin frantically. 8 beams of eternal light capable of destroying everything pierced through the sky and barreled towards Yangfeng. In an instant, they slammed into Yangfeng and blasted him into pieces, and then he turned into powder and disappeared. With a flash of an afterimage, Yangfeng, who only has a skeleton left, appeared in front of an eternal tycoon, smashed his barrier with a claw, stabbed into his body, and devoured his eternal origin. When the Winged God King saw this scene, he inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. That's an afterimage. Shadow clone. How can there be such a similar shadow clone? Although the eternal tycoons in the dark earth world are much weaker than in the eternal world, but they're still fearsome existences at the pinnacle of the universe. It is almost impossible for them not to distinguish the difference between a true body and a shadow clone. For Yang Feng to use a shadow clone to deceive the 8 eternal tycoons into using a life-risking strike is simply shocking. With a roar of engines, the remaining 5,000 Judgment Lords frantically attacked the remaining eternal tycoons. With a casual strike, the eternal tycoons can blast a dozen plus Judgment Lords into pieces. However, the Judgment Lords are still holding the eternal tycoons back. Yang Feng shuttled back and forth among the eternal tycoons. Every time he appeared, he insta-killed an eternal tycoon. Eternal origin poured into Yang Feng's limbs and bones, and his bones began to heal at a rapid pace. The cracks on the white jade bones are also disappearing rapidly. A bunch of trash. A fierce ray flashed in the Winged God King's eyes, and he flapped his wings and flew towards Yang Feng, leaving behind an afterimage. Yang Feng's speed is already far faster than that of ordinary eternal tycoons, but the Winged God King is even faster than Yang Feng. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yang Feng and waved his hand. A black sword ray slashed towards Yang Feng. Winged God King, unfortunately, you're a step too slow. The eyes of Yang Feng, who only has the white jade bones remaining, flickered with dark light and a cold gaze, and he sent a fist flying. Countless runes flickered and slammed it into the black sword ray. Boom! The black sword ray was shattered by Yang Feng's strike, and Yang Feng's fist smashed the Winged God King's barrier and pierced through his body. How was this possible? How can this be? You're clearly seriously injured, so how can you still have such terrifying power? With a flash of despair and unwillingness in his eyes, the Winged God King roared at the top of his lungs. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and a devour black hole emerged and devoured the Winged God King. A tremendous amount of eternal origin poured into Yang Feng's body from the devour black hole. Black light shone, and a copious amount of flesh squirmed on the white jade bones. In an instant, Yang Feng's fleshly body was perfectly constructed. The potential of this fleshly body is really endless. Unfortunately, it's still far from being comparable to a true divine emperor bone. However, it's enough to kill these aboriginals of the dark earth world. With a faint smile, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the dragon god monarch. He appeared behind the dragon god monarch with a teleport, and then punched the dragon god monarch. How is this possible? How can this be? With a flash of incredulity in his eyes, the dragon god king struggled desperately, and true dragon chi surged inside him. The sovereign's whip descended from the sky and slammed into the dragon god king's head, shattering his skull and shattering his true dragon energy. A devour mark appeared, black light flashed, and the dragon god king was devoured by Yang Feng. The eyes of a Pegasus eternal giant shimmered with fear, and he shouted, "Sir Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you. Please be lenient and spare my life." A dog eternal giant pleaded bitterly, "Sir Yang Feng, I am also willing to submit to you and serve you. Please spare my life." "Shut up, you traitors. Sir Patriarch has already died at the hands of this villain, yet you are wagging your tails and begging him. Don't you feel ashamed?" Among the remaining eternal powerhouses, several eternal powerhouses scolded sternly. "If you don't want to surrender, then go to hell." With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared behind an eternal giant, smashed the defenses of the eternal giant with a punch, ran through the eternal giant, and then, with a flash of black light, engulfed the eternal giant. A whip of the ruler slammed into an eternal giant by Zero's whip, and his body was torn apart. The whip of the ruler swept him and engulfed him. Following a series of afterimages, the eternal giants who tried to resist were killed by Yang Feng and Zero. After dozens of breaths of time, the black curtain that shrouded the void disappeared. Yang Feng appeared in the void, followed by 6 eternal world bigwigs. On the battlefield, countless eyes are focused on the void. Everyone knows that the war that will decide the fate of the Dark Earth world depends on the war between eternal giants. A dragon god powerhouse, shrouded in nether demonic light, stepped forward and said coldly, "I am Long Ming. From today on, I'm a new patriarch of the Dragon God race. From today on, my Dragon God race is a subsidiary race subordinated to the mighty Lord Linghua. Pass down my order. Dragon God warriors, attack the traitors of the winged god race at once. His Majesty Linghua is eternal. His Majesty Linghua is eternal. In the Spirit Light City, earth-shaking cheers came. All the Spirit Eye powerhouses understand that they have won this war. Chapter 1554. The Hound God Clan and Heavenly Horse God Clan's Eternal Realm experts spoke up one after another. The two clans immediately turned around and attacked the Winged God Clan. In the blink of an eye, the Winged God Clan was besieged by the four God Clans. They collapsed and fled in all directions. Yang Feng turned into countless afterimages and chased after the winged Eternal Sovereigns. One after another, he devoured Eternal Sovereigns and turned them into nourishment for his evolution. Except for the Winged God race's Eternal Titans guarding the headquarters, the rest were all captured by Yang Feng. With the might of a great victory, Yang Feng swept his way and destroyed the forces occupied by the Winged God race one by one. A month later, Yang Feng easily destroyed the Winged God race's headquarters. The Winged God Clan's eternal leader led the remaining elites of the Winged God Clan and fled. After the Winged God race's headquarters was captured, under Yang Feng's order, the four races swept through the Winged God race's forces and killed all the Winged God race's powerhouses. A year later, the Winged God Clan that had once dominated the Darkland world had been annihilated, and only a few slaves remained. They were no longer the number one clan in the world. Under Yang Feng's command, the Spirit Eye race became the number one god race in the Darkland. All kinds of precious resources were delivered to the Spiritual Light City and became Yang Feng's cultivation resources. After lying dormant for 3 years, Yang Feng emerged from the God King Pagoda and commanded the four race armies to attack the barbarian wolf Celestial. The allied forces of the four god clans easily broke through layer after layer of the barbarian wolf Celestial tribe's resistance and finally arrived at the foot of the barbarian wolf Celestial tribe's sacred mountain. God King Barbarian Wolf, His Majesty, the Spiritual Eye King, is leading the army personally. Why aren't you kneeling down and surrendering? Do you want to see your barbarian wolf Celestial race get annihilated? Ming Long, the eternal giant of the Dragon God clan, said coldly as he looked at the barbarian wolf's sacred mountain that was 100,000 meters high, like a giant sword piercing into the sky. Gold light shone, and a burly man covered in gold hair appeared above the barbarian wolf sacred mountain. Fluctuations of power, which far exceed that of an eternal lord rank powerhouse, slowly spread from him. Long Ming, Ling Hua's lackey, doesn't have the qualifications to speak to me. Linghua, come out. Barbarian Wolf glanced at Long Ming with disdain in his eyes as he spoke coldly. A wisp of rage flashed through Long Ming's eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. In fact, the dragon gods have become Yang Feng's vassals. In fact, Ming Long is like Yang Feng's servant. He can't refute the barbarian wolf god's words on this occasion. Speak. There was a flash of light, and 8-winged monarch rank beauties carrying a luxurious litter appeared. There is a person sitting in the litter. It is Yang Feng. He sat on the carriage and looked at God King Barbarian Wolf. The barbarian wolf god monarch stared at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, Linghua, my barbarian wolf god race, and your spirit eye race mind our own business. Back then, when the winged god race and the other 3 great races joined forces to attack the spirit eye race, our barbarian wolf celestial race did not kick them while they were down. Why did you bring your troops to attack our barbarian wolf god tribe? Back then, your barbarian wolf celestial clan didn't ally with the 4 celestial clans because you wanted to see both sides suffer. As for the reason why I brought my troops to attack your barbarian wolf god race, it is naturally to unify the dark earth world and become its master. Barbarian wolf god monarch, if you submit to me, then you and your barbarian wolf god race can live. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as the winged god race tomorrow. Yang Feng spoke frigidly, a cold look in his eyes. Furious, the barbarian wolf god monarch said with a smile, "Very well. Let's see if you have the ability to break through our barbarian wolf sacred mountain. As long as I kill you, the barbarian wolf sacred mountain will collapse by itself." A voice sounded in the void. The entire barbarian wolf sacred mountain shone brightly, and countless mysterious rays of light flew out from the barbarian wolf sacred mountain and formed a smoke-like silver barrier. Boom! When Yang Feng slammed into the silver barrier in an instant, he looked like a bug trapped in amber. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Interesting, the defensive barrier of the barbarian wolf sacred mountain was activated by itself. How tyrannical. Linghua, you're really stupid. To dare to assassinate me alone. How foolish. Die." The barbarian wolf god monarch was taken aback, and then overjoyed. With a roar, he turned into a 10,000-meter long gold wolf and extended his claws towards Yang Feng. On the barbarian wolf sacred mountain, countless mysterious rays shone, and golden rays enveloped Yang Feng and boosted the seal of the barrier. "You're the stupid one, barbarian wolf god monarch." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a look of ridicule. Black light shone from him, and the seal barrier around him shattered. Boom! A loud noise came from the barbarian wolf sacred mountain, and fearsome cracks appeared on the barbarian wolf sacred mountain. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a mysterious devour rune appeared and swept towards the barbarian wolf god monarch, exuding black light. The black devour light swept the barbarian wolf god monarch into it. Impossible! How could this be? Even if I lose the winged god monarch, it's impossible to suppress me in the barbarian wolf sacred mountain. How could this be? How could this be? The barbarian wolf god monarch struggled frantically in the devour black hole, his eyes flashing with fear. He never expected that he would be suppressed by Yang Feng so easily. "I surrender. I am willing to surrender. Your Majesty Linghua, spare my life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Struggling in the devour black hole, the barbarian wolf god monarch screamed in horror and pleaded frantically. "It's too late to beg for mercy. If you don't die, how can I get more eternal origin force?" With a flash of ridicule in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and the devour black hole shone brightly. Within a few breaths of time, all the power of the barbarian wolf god monarch was devoured and turned into ashes. Long Ming looked at Yang Feng's back with fear in his eyes. My lord is getting scarier and scarier. He easily suppressed the barbarian wolf god monarch in the barbarian wolf sacred mountain. In this world, no one is my lord's opponent. Kill. After killing the barbarian wolf god monarch, Yang Feng ordered coldly. Countless armies immediately began to besiege the city. Yang Feng broke into the barbarian wolf sacred mountain, devoured the eternal sovereigns in the mountain, and then hunted the eternal sovereigns of the barbarian wolf god race. In less than a day, the barbarian wolf sacred mountain was razed to the ground, and the barbarian wolf god race was reduced from a top race in the dark earth world to an inferior slave race without the protection of an eternal sovereign. After this battle, the entire dark earth world was shaken. The remaining powerful races in the dark earth world sent emissaries to the Spirit Light City to submit to Yang Feng. Yang Feng continued to command the army to attack the powerful races that were unwilling to surrender. After destroying 7 top races in the dark earth world in a row, he stopped his offensive. The top races originally wanted a bargain with Yang Feng, but when they saw that the 7 top races in the dark earth world were destroyed by Yang Feng, without hesitation and reduced to slaves, a chill welled up in their hearts, and they agreed to a series of harsh conditions put forward by Yang Feng. A few months later, virtually all the major races in the Dark Earth world announced that they have joined the Spirit Eye Empire and become Yang Feng subjects. All kinds of precious cultivation resources were transported to the Spirit Light City. After Yangfeng unified the Spirit Eye Empire, he plunged into the God King Pagoda and entered closed-door cultivation. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the God King Pagoda, a vast and boundless aura seeped out of Yangfeng. His Majesty has broken through the ninth heaven, eternal realm. But how can his aura be so terrifying? Ling Wuheng, who is dealing with government affairs, suddenly looked up, trembled, and his eyes flashed with shock. He can clearly feel the fear coming from his body. If he were to face Yangfeng, he might not even be able to exert 70% of his strength. Long Ming was also stunned, and his eyes flashed with shock. What a terrifying aura! This aura, could it be the legendary Eternal King? His Majesty Ling Hua has broken through again. How terrifying! No one in the Dark Earth world is his opponent, but now he has broken through again. Within the Spiritual Light City, when the Eternal Giants, subdued by Yangfeng, sensed the terrifying aura, their faces turned pale, and they trembled. Originally, these Eternal Giants had the idea of joining forces to create some trouble for Yangfeng. But after sensing Yangfeng's aura, no one dared to be his enemy anymore. So this is an Eternal King, rank, fleshly body. It's really powerful. No wonder Eternal Kings are invincible no matter what universe and environment they descend to. In the God King Pagoda, Yangfeng opened his eyes and sensed the terrifying power coming from his body, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Yangfeng consumed almost all the precious resources in the Dark Earth world and devoured many eternal sovereigns before finally breaking through, advancing to an eternal giant, and forming an Eternal King rank fleshly body. The strength of my fleshly body is a notch higher than that of the Duro Monarch. However, since the Duro Monarch has died, the vitality and strength of his fleshly body are far from comparable to when he was at his peak. I wonder how strong an Eternal King is. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and a fierce flame ignited. At this time, Yangfeng's fleshly body is already comparable to that of an Eternal King, only lacking his soul. If his soul could undergo another transformation, he would become a true Eternal King. He would be invincible, eternally indestructible. No matter which universe he went to, he would be able to easily suppress the Eternals of that universe and become a king amongst Eternals. Chapter 1555. My lord, I'm very ashamed. I don't know what treasure that Ling Juekong obtained, but he escaped from me. A black token in Yangfeng's right hand flashed, and Long Ming's projection appeared in the void and said with an ashamed expression, "Ever since Yangfeng became the Spirit Eye Monarch, Ling Juekong knew that something was amiss and fled from the Spirit Light City to other races. At the time, Yangfeng was bent on forming an Eternal Monarch rank god body, so he didn't take Ling Juekong seriously. After Yangfeng unified the Dark Earth world, the world was at peace, and there were countless eternal bigwigs who wanted to make contributions. Long Ming chose the task of hunting down Ling Juekong. Ling Juekong was worthy of being the son of destiny of the Dark Land world. Under the pursuit of Ming Long, an eternal giant, his potential was completely stimulated. He had many fortuitous encounters, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he had advanced to the sixth heaven of the eternal realm. In less than 10 years, he advanced to the sixth firmament eternal realm from a first firmament eternal realm, eternal realm, eternal realm. This speed of advancement is even faster than when I was at the time. Unfortunately, the Dark Earth world is not an eternal world after all. The Eternals of this world are pseudo-eternal. They have eternal force, but don't have eternal lifespan. In the end, cultivation is futile. Since I have nothing to do, let me see how strong this world's destiny child is. 0. Look for traces of Ling Juekong. Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "Yes, master." Zero's projection appeared in the void, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and then disappeared. The Dark Earth World's Myriad Despair Valley is a fearsome place in the Dark Earth world. Reportedly, the Myriad Despair Valley is a place where the god of creation, the god of Dark Earth, and his mortal enemy, the god of Wither, both died. The Valley of Myriad Despair was enveloped by layers of extremely strange gray mist all year round. Once an ordinary eternal profounder entered the gray mist, their vitality would be completely extracted, and they would transform into dried corpses before finally transforming into dust. Even if it is an eternal bigwig, if they stay in the Myriad Despair Valley all year round, their soul will be corroded, their origin will wither, and they will turn into dust. In the Darklands, there was once a Holy Lord-level character that entered Myriad Despair Valley in an attempt to break through the shackles of their cultivation and take another step forward. But because they stayed for too long, their soul was corroded and their source withered. After they were forced to leave Myriad Despair Valley, they turned into a pile of bones in less than 100 years. The Valley of 10,000 Despair was so dangerous. Although there were some extremely precious treasures inside, the harvest was not proportional to the expenditure. As time passed, no one would come here. In a cave at the edge of the Valley of 10,000 Despair, there was a clear and powerful barrier. Muyue, it's been hard on you. Ling Juekong's entire body was riddled with scars, and he was vomiting a large mouthful of blood. He leaned against the mountain wall, and it seemed as if he was using all of his strength to utter a single word. "Brother Ju Kong, we've already escaped from the Spirit Eye Empire. Why won't they let us go?" Muyu's eyes were filled with tears as she knelt in front of Ling Juekong. She pointed a finger at Ling Juekong, and a green healing light shone on his body. True dragon aura emerged from Ling Juekong, and as soon as the green healing light touched the true dragon aura, it was devoured by the true dragon aura. Ling Juekong spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a bitter smile, "Ling Hua has become the master of the Dark Earth world. At the time, who knows how many Eternal World's bigwigs were killed by him." Naturally, the Eternal World's bigwigs who surrendered were worried that he would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness, so they could only look for opportunities to express their loyalty. Even if Ling Hua doesn't want to kill us, his subordinates will come after us. At the beginning, Ling Juekong looked down on the silk pants Ling Hua. He thought that after he had a fortuitous encounter, he could defy the heavens and eventually reach the top. Unfortunately, the reality gave him a heavy blow. "That's right, Ling Juekong, it seems that you've become smarter after all these years." Following a chuckle, Yang Feng stepped through the cave's barrier and appeared inside the cave. "Ling Hua." As soon as Ling Juekong saw Yang Feng, his face fell. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and blue spatial fluctuations emerged and swept towards Ling Juekong and Muyue. Spatial teleportation? One of my core essences is the essence of space. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he pointed with a finger, and the blue spatial fluctuations disappeared. "Ling Hua, please let Big Brother Juekong go. As long as you let Big Brother Juekong go, I'm willing to be your slave and serve you for the rest of my life. No matter what you want me to do, I'm willing to do it." There was a flash of misery in Muyue's beautiful eyes, and tears streamed down her face. She knelt in front of Ling Juekong and begged bitterly. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "What a deep sentiment. Ling Juekong, you really met a good woman." Ling Juekong stared at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty Ling Hua, you are already the Emperor of the Spirit Eye Empire and the Master of the Dark Earth world. Can you be merciful and let us go?" Yang Feng replied indifferently, "I can. Ling Juekong, hand over your fortuitous encounter. I can let you and Muyue live and confer you the title of an aristocrat." Ling Juekong hesitated for a while and then asked, "Ling Hua, I once knocked you off a cliff. Don't you hate me?" Yang Feng smiled indifferently, ripples flickered on his body, and he restored his true body's appearance. I'm not Ling Hua, so why would I hate you? It's just that you blocked my way at the time, so I kicked you aside. Ling Juekong's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered, You are Yang Feng from the eternal world. In the Spirit Eye Empire, there are countless rumors. One of them is that the Spirit Eye Wang Ling Hua is the peerless powerhouse Yang Feng from the eternal world. Even though the powerhouses of the Spirit Eye race and other major races have some speculations, but no one dares to find out the truth. Even if Ling Hua is proven to be Yang Feng from the eternal world, no one dares to resist this peerless powerhouse. Yang Feng replied indifferently, That's right. Since you're Yang Feng, then I can offer you this treasure. Ling Juekong hesitated for a while. Then, looking at Yang Feng's burning gaze, he smiled bitterly and sighed faintly. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a leg bone containing crystal white light strangely appeared on his chest. The bone of the god Emperor. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, and he smiled heartily and grabbed the bone of the god Emperor. Ling Juekong, you have made a great contribution. I will confer upon you the title of Duke. Your fief will be the Gold Wolf Realm. Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power contained in the bone of the god Emperor, smiled heartily, and said loudly, Thank you, your majesty. With a flash of joy in his eyes, Ling Juekong and Mu knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully, With Yang Feng's title, Ling Juekong will be able to live under the sun, become a greater aristocrat, and be revered by people. He won't have to be chased everywhere like a stray dog, living in constant fear of dying miserably. Suddenly, a fearsome malice rose from the valley of myriad despair, and a gray light of extinction extended from the valley of myriad despair and swept towards Yang Feng. This is the remnant will of the Dark Earth Monarch. Ling Juekong is the child of fate of the Dark Earth world and the resurrection vessel chosen by the Dark Earth Monarch. That's why he had so many fortuitous encounters, and even obtained the most precious treasure of the Dark Earth Monarch. Now that the bone of the God Emperor has fallen into my hands, it's impossible for the Dark Earth Monarch to resurrect. This is the end of the world, the destruction of everything. The Dark Earth Monarch is really stingy. When Yang Feng saw the gray light of extinction, he frowned slightly. Streams of data flashed in his eyes, and he vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. Yang Feng waved his hands, and a spatial gate opened, and a clear light swept Ling Juekong inside. He stepped inside, crossed 10,000 kilometers, and appeared in the Flower God Valley. At this time, in the Flower God Valley, the ground is shaking, the earth is cracking, and magma is erupting. It's a scene of the end of the world. The Flower God Patriarch and the eternal sovereigns in the Flower God Valley are desperately casting spells to suppress the magma eruption. Yang Feng said lightly, Hua Yin, this world has begun to be destroyed. Do you want to go with me, or stay here? I want to leave this world of destruction. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. 5. Shock flashed in Hua Yin's beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed, The world is going to be destroyed? What the hell happened? 4. Yang Feng didn't answer, only quietly counting down. There was a flash of struggle in Hua Yin's beautiful eyes, and she said decisively, Okay, I'll go with you. The Flower God race will go with you. You're smart. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and waved his hand. An array of light swept towards the Flower God Eternal Sovereigns and swept them away. A spatial gate opened again, and Yang Feng took a step and appeared in the Spirit Light City. Standing at the top of the Imperial Palace, Yang Feng said indifferently, I am Yang Feng. The world is about to be destroyed. Those who are willing to be my servants can come to the Imperial Palace. Those who are unwilling can look for a way to survive on their own. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. 10. With a flash of light, Ling Wuheng appeared beside Yang Feng, looked at him with a complicated expression, and asked slowly, Yang Feng, Are you His Majesty Ling Hua? Yang Feng replied indifferently, yes. Ling Wuheng continued to ask, what happened to this world? The eyes of the eternal sovereigns locked on Yang Feng, full of curiosity. 8. Yang Feng didn't answer, but counted down indifferently. Lord, the dragon god race is willing to follow Lord and serve Lord. Long Ming's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, and uttered respectfully, Haha, in the entire dark earth world, only you, Long Ming, and Hua Yin managed to grasp the last chance to survive. I'll save your life. Laughing heartily, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and light enveloped Ming Long and sealed him in a transparent sphere. Chapter 1556. A grayish light extended towards them. Wherever the grayish light passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Lava gushed out, and all living beings were annihilated and turned into nothingness. Almost in an instant, the gray ray extended to in front of the spiritual light city and collided with the defensive barrier of the spiritual light city. The defensive barrier of the spiritual light city trembled slightly, was eroded by the gray ray, and then collapsed and shattered. The gray light rushed into the spiritual light city and brushed past the residents of the city. The residents who were hit by the gray light screamed and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. Within the spiritual light city, barriers opened one after another. The dusky light swept towards the boundaries, and they crumbled one by one. Everything inside turned into dust. Within the spiritual light city, countless powerhouses also opened barriers in an attempt to resist the erosion of the gray ray. But when the gray ray swept the powerhouses, they turned into dust. They couldn't resist the gray ray at all. Even eternal sovereign rank powerhouses couldn't resist the gray ray. When an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse who opened a barrier was swept by the gray ray, it was eroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your Majesty, save me. I'm willing to be your slave. Please save me. When Ling Wuheng saw this scene, a hair-raising premonition of danger welled up inside him. While maintaining a powerful barrier, he knelt before Yang Feng and begged bitterly, Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your slave. Save me. Save my people. Your Majesty. The pleading voices of eternal sovereigns came from the spiritual light city, one after another. Yang Feng responded coldly with an indifferent look in his eyes. It's too late. Under the scour of the gray ray, the barriers of the eternal sovereigns collapsed one after another. They screamed miserably and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. When Long Ming saw this scene, his heart chilled, and then he rejoiced. Is this the great tribulation? How could this be? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and submitted to your Majesty. Hua Yin was also quietly watching this scene from within a ceiling barrier. She was filled with joy. My choice was correct. After the endless gray light scoured the spiritual light city, it swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and Ming Long and Hua Yin were taken into his inner world. The endless gray light scoured Yang Feng's fleshly body, yet nothing happened, as if it was just ordinary light. Not even the end of the world can do anything to the eternal king's body. Even if a universe collapses, it won't be able to hurt me. Laughing heartily, Yang Feng shuttled freely in the endless gray light. As if it had its own will, the gray light frantically swept towards Yang Feng again and again. Yet like a cool breeze, it couldn't even cause a trace of harm to Yang Feng's fleshly body. The world will be destroyed. It also contained endless vitality. Dark Earth King, you destroyed the world in order to absorb the life and power of all the intelligent beings in the world to be reborn. If it weren't for me and the Purple Origin Demon Lord, perhaps tens of millions of years later, you really might have been reborn. It's a pity that everything you've accumulated will become nutrients for my evolution. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and two golden beams pierced through the sky and stabbed into the gray light. Originally, the gray light could erode all spells and annihilate all power, but in front of the two golden divine lights, it was forcibly twisted and separated. Found it! Yangfeng's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the gray light. After crossing who knows how much distance, Yangfeng appeared in front of a distorted space where light and darkness intertwined. Yangfeng glanced at the distorted space, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is the essence of the Dark Earth world, the trump card of the Dark Earth King's rebirth. A stone statue abruptly emerged from nothingness and uttered coldly, "I am the Dark Earth King. Human, submit to me and pledge your loyalty to me. As long as you serve me, I will show you how to advance to an eternal king." Waves of incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from the stone statue. Countless rays of gray light entered its body, causing its aura to rise steadily. Wisps of eternal king-level power emanated from its body. "You are the Dark Earth King? How is that possible? He died a long time ago. You are just one of the trump cards he arranged for his rebirth. You are just an ordinary stone statue. Break for me." Yangfeng smiled coldly and extended his claw. Like a true dragon extending its claw to hunt its prey, the space in its wake cracked and distorted. "Ant, how dare you offend my majesty, Dai?" Enraged, the stone statue of the Dark Earth King spread the fingers of a hand, and black light of gravity appeared and swept towards Yangfeng. The essence of the Dark Earth King is gravity. At his peak, a casual strike of the Dark Earth King carries the essence of gravity. Once hit, one's body would bear the weight of countless stars, and the weight would continue to stack until even the Eternal King could not bear it. When the black light of gravity rolled, Yangfeng's body sank slightly, as if he is carrying countless stars. What an amazing essence! Unfortunately, you are not the Eternal King yet. Go to hell. With a frigid smile, Yangfeng's right hand distorted the void, slammed into the barrier of the Dark Earth Monarch's stone statue, and crushed the stone statue to pieces. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the stone statue. "Now you're the only one left." After Yangfeng devoured the stone statue, he looked towards the distorted space. Without hesitation, he spread his right hand, and a devour rune appeared and devoured the distorted space. In an instant, a boundless amount of essence chi, origin energy of the Eternal King, and other forces poured into Yangfeng, nearly bursting his fleshly body. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. If I hadn't formed the Eternal King's fleshly body, I would have been blown up by this force. But now I can digest it and nourish my fleshly body and soul. This is the accumulation of the Dark Earth King's rebirth, but now it's all mine. When the distorted space was devoured by Yangfeng, the countless wisps of gray gas collapsed and disappeared. Yangfeng appeared in the place where the Dark Earth world originally existed. "Yangfeng, you finally showed up." A voice full of joy came from the side. A nine-eyes void beast opened its maw and, exuding a breath of destruction, bit towards Yangfeng. The nine-eyes void beast is ferocious to the extreme. It can even devour a Holy Lord rank powerhouse in one bite. Burger stood quietly at the side with a cold smile on his face. "I'm no longer the same as I was a few years ago." Yangfeng smiled indifferently and waved his hand, and a giant hand appeared and slapped the nine-eyes void beast. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the nine-eyed void beast's body was torn apart into countless pieces. A devouring black light appeared and smashed the ferocious nine-eyed void beast with a single slap. Burger's face stiffened, his smile froze, and his eyes flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and fled outside. "How decisive! Unfortunately, you're too weak." Yangfeng smiled coldly and extended his hand, and a giant hand pierced through the sky and shot towards Burger. "My lord, save me!" With a look of horror on his face, Burger roared and crushed a black statue. Yangfeng, stop! A projection of the purple origin demon lord appeared in the void. With a cold look in his eyes, he extended a giant hand and barreled towards Yangfeng. A purple hand containing demonic qi and the faces of countless intelligent life forms tore through the sky and collided with Yangfeng's devour hand. Two supreme forces intertwined in the void, collapsed, and annihilated each other. The purple origin demon lord, as expected of the purple origin demon lord, one of the strongest invincible holy lords. Unfortunately, how can a mere avatar of yours block my true body? Smiling coldly, Yangfeng appeared in front of Burger with a teleport, and then punched out, smashing Burger's barrier and piercing through him. With a flash of black light, Burger was devoured by Yangfeng. It really isn't that simple to advance to the Eternal King realm. I have already devoured the essence of the Dark Earth world, but I still don't have enough foundation to advance to the Eternal King realm. No wonder there are so many supreme geniuses in the Eternal world, yet the number of existences who can advance to the Eternal King realm can be counted on one hand. After Yangfeng devoured Burger, he felt that his cultivation base has only increased by a trace. Advancing to the Eternal King realm is still a long way off. A purple ray flew out of the void, landed in front of Yangfeng, and formed a projection of the purple origin demon lord. You devoured the Dark Earth world. Yangfeng, I underestimated you. Now you have the qualifications to be on the same level as us. The purple origin demon lord took a deep look at Yangfeng and said slowly. Prior to this, in the eyes of the purple origin demon lord, Yangfeng was just an ant that could be pinched to death at any time. But after devouring the Dark Earth world's origin, Yangfeng has promoted to an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. He is only a step away from the Eternal King realm, and he now has the qualifications to talk to the Purple Origin Demon Lord and other powerhouses. The Purple Origin Demon Lord said solemnly, Yangfeng, there are inheritances of 4 eternal kings in the withered battlefield. One of the most powerful eternal kings was the Withering King. He can contend against 2 Wither Monarchs by himself. I obtained the Shatter Monarch's inheritance. You obtained the Dark Earth Monarch's inheritance. And the Primordial Darkness Lord obtained most of the Wither Monarch's inheritance. How about we form an alliance to deal with the Primordial Darkness Lord together? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.